So you know which is which as you're going along.
Then you can unpick that. You can take it out if you want. That's fun. So you've got all your patterns.
Obviously, you've used this.
Yes,
one,
yeah.
On good, now, I don't know if it's cardstock. I don't know what you call it.
It's like a really tough paper, really.
Yeah,
it's almost like a very thin card, but it's great for patterns. I've used that pattern. Well, as you can see how many I've made. I've also made a few more at home as well, and I used it all with it as patterns. So
brilliant, isn't it? £11. £11. You always get your money's worth with all of these Sandy's patterns. Right, let me put all that back together there. There and there.
Don't worry.
Right, that's yours. Thank you. And it comes beautifully wrapped like that. £11. Beautiful. Right, now what else do I need to do? I need to do H640.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I'll do haberdashery bundles. How much H640 will I need? It's a metre piece, this one.
It is a metre. You could do with about 1.5 metres.
Oh, Sandy.
I know, because you can't just quite get it cut out.
Yeah. I need to tell you, Hayley's obviously forgotten about this. We sell this for £5.99 a half metre, so that would be £12, right? I said to her, oh, no, we always do the 1 metre bundle for £9.99. She went, that shouldn't still be there. I'm going to disband that. So I don't know how much...
Good morning. I have just ran through as fast as I can from the dressing room because I decided to do an impromptu live video on Sewing Street fan page about 6 minutes ago. Because today is a huge day. I am so excited because to the right of me, I'm so pleased that Stuart is here to keep the professionalism going for this first hour.
Oh, gosh. Is that my job today?
Yes, please. Yes, please. I love that you've taken the desk on as your own work.
I know.
Room.
I'm sorry about the mess, but, you know, I am making something here. What can I say?
How are you, Stuart?
Real. I'm doing good, thank you. Now, I thought it was Thursday today.
Oh, stop it, don't.
But you're definitely giving me... I
look like Wednesday.
I mean, really.
It's not Halloween. I said I'm not wearing this blouse again. I don't like it, but I'm going to. But I'm keeping it for Halloween.
To get your money's worth.
This is about the hand. How funny. This is how today's going to go. It's a serious day today, Stuart.
It is a serious day.
That's why I put my posh blouse on, because I thought it's a very good day. So we've got Stuart here.
You didn't do that for me.
Brand new projects from Old Maid New coming up at 12 o'clock. Have you seen Old Maid New?
Oh, love it. Maria Maidmont. Gorgeous gold work. Beautiful.
Absolutely amazing. The panels are beautiful. She works in restoration and she works a lot with national trusts and all sorts because they are lots of heritage sort of products that are just beautiful. The gold work is amazing and all of the fine metal embroidery. I love it. So stay tuned. That's coming up not until 12 o'clock. So before then, we've got a jam-packed day. The Facebook Live, I did mention, I've already had messages coming through to me about Debbie Shaw's Half Yard Club. So those of you who are followers of Debbie Shaw, which let's face it, who isn't? Debbie's been, in the industry very, very long time, one of the biggest faces in sewing. And we have got Debbie Shaw Designs here on Sewing Street, launching at 9 o'clock with lovely Sheena, who is one of her ambassadors, one of her designers. She's going to be here demonstrating with the most amazing panels, exclusive panels to us. They are sewing themed, and they're also Alice in Wonderland themed. They're absolutely beautiful. We also are going to do free instructions with each of those panels. When you have a look on pre-order and you see the price of them, they're so affordable. The fact that we're doing also free instructions is amazing. Just as a welcome to Debbie Shaw Designs. And then coming up then at 11 o'clock, we're going to be talking more with Sheena about the Half Yard Club. It isn't a brand new club. It's a club that's been going for over 5 years, nearly 6 years, I think now. So there are already loads of patterns already on the website for you. They're already there. They're there for 2 years. So there's, I think, 48 projects already on the website ready for you to access if you subscribe today. So we're selling the subscriptions as a year membership, and it is the most amazing community, brilliant resource. There's live videos, there's discounts, there's competitions, there's projects, there's a block of the month every month, as well as the projects that you get. We're going to have an hour that's dedicated to talking about this because, as I said, there's a lot going on today. But they're already going on pre-order. We did think we'll put it on pre-order just because a lot of people are waiting for that. Should we start the show?
Yay!
Early bird special. This is a must for every quilter's workroom, I think. Here you've got your 505 spray. Stuart, as a quilter, are you a thread baster? Are you a spray baster?
No, spray baster, all the way, all the way. I have been for donkey's years. This is one of my hero products.
Do you use this exact one, the 505?
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't recommend any other than Odif 505. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Do you spray it onto your wadding or onto your fabric?
Always onto wadding.
Okay.
So you put your wadding down first, your back or your top on top, right side facing up, and then smooth it out, get it all set, and then you peel back the fabric, spray the wadding, and then you smooth back the fabric on top. And you might think, why don't you just spray the wadding and then grab the top and put it on? You'll never get it on straight in time.
Right.
So just peel it back, spray the wadding, a light spray like you're putting hairspray on.
Okay.
About 15 inches away from the wadding.
Brilliant. Right, you ready for your early bird price? We're going lower. I mean, this is something that sells out every single time we bring it to air. It's $7.99, but this gives you an opportunity now, one, to multi-buy, or two, to open your basket today, and then you've got one P&P for the rest of the day. Remember, it's going to be a busy, busy day. Just £6.99, worth stocking up whilst you can. So, Stuart, is this? I'm just gonna. You didn't know you were doing the early bird today, but I did say I'm going to use you as a presenter as well. So.
And what's all this about? Debbie Shaw's got the biggest face. I think you'll find I've got the biggest face on sewing television. When you said this morning's going to be huge, over to Stuart. So, beg your pardon, what? Go on, my love.
It started when you were like, yeah.
Let's talk about the early birds.
So, if I am going to quilt it, is this going to hold long enough that if it's in, I'm not quite getting
You can layer up your quilt and leave it for weeks, months.
Can you?
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing as well is if you do find that you've got you've put a crease in by mistake or you've got it wrong, just peel it back, just have another spray.
Temporary adhesive, just £6.99. Majority of people are multi-buying. Dan, could you come and refresh my big screen, please? Thank you. Just £6.99. Of course, if you speak to the customer service team, you can open your order nice and early. Good morning, Stuart and Vicky. Love it when you're both on. It's been ages,
Morning,
hasn't it?
Sue. It has been. Do you know what? I think the last time we were on together was before you had the twins.
Was it?
Yes. Do you remember when that was?
No, I don't.
I've only kept note of.
I will tell everyone. We've got my rota, obviously, the days that I'm in, and I made a bit of an error that I'd said I'm obviously free on the 14th of June. I can't think of anything else that's happening the 14th of June. Yes, I can work, Hayley. To which then I remembered, hey, what is that date? Anyway, it's the 21st birthday. I had to ring Stuart like, it's not an issue if you can't swap, because I'm sure Kieran will have remembered to book it off and he can spend the day with the twins. But if you could swap it, then
What happened on the? Why is that date in my?
Yeah.
Come on, think.
It's not even like it happened sporadically. I had that date booked in as a date to have the twins.
Oh,
and it's
you've
not
had
10 years ago. It's their first birthday.
I know, but it's been quite a year, Vic. Come on, hasn't it?
I don't know what I'm doing day to day. Quarter of the stock has gone. Another third is in baskets. We have got the most beautiful quilt behind Stuart, which we're going to introduce. Loads of lovely messages. Oh, I didn't read the rest of the last one, by the way. It said about the Debbie Short Half Yard Club and that they love it. Brilliant. Anybody who's already a member, I would really love to hear your messages. Message about 505 from Adam. I love 505. I use it when basting layers together when making quilted bags too.
Yeah, if you don't already follow Adam Sews on Instagram, follow him. He's
Okay.
amazing.
Hi, Stuart.
If you love Tula Pink as well, he does the most incredible bags. And that's a really good point, Adam. Thanks for making it. It is brilliant if you're doing bag making, particularly if you're using things like the sort of heavy interfacings that don't necessarily fuse very quickly or easily. You can use 505 instead.
Great idea.
Yeah, brilliant tip, Adam. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Or, you know, fabrics that you don't like to pin or can't pin. Is this a good alternative?
Exactly. Yeah. So, for example, if you were using something like PU
yeah.
or cork, you know, which doesn't instantly sort of like want to adhere. So, yeah, you're right. Absolutely brilliant.
Brilliant. Adam says he's intrigued to see what you're working on today.
Well, you don't have long to wait, Adam. Stick around, kid.
Just £6.99 for your 505. OK, we're going to leave that one with you because we've got lots to introduce this first hour. First of all, though, let's have a look at what's on the roster for today. This first hour, Happy Butterflies quilt, really cheerful, beautiful quilt, 2 lovely colourways, one in Cafe as well, which we're very excited about, coming up in this first hour with Stuart. 9 o'clock. Sheena Benton is here from Debbie Shaw Designs with launch panels. Remember, you're getting free instructions if you're buying on pre-order. To celebrate, we are going to give you also... It's like the best party bag, isn't it? Getting free instructions as well. That's at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock... Oh, the quilt that Stuart has done. It's the first time I have seen it, so it could be new to you too. I know Stuart's had it on once before. It is amazing. He's done it again. I mean, it's just spectacular.
Aww.
Jason Yenter Impression Collection is coming up at 10 o'clock. It's a log cabin, but you have given us so many varieties. Have you got the quilt around to show, or is it...
Dan's got all of the quilts.
You've got the cushion here.
I've got the cushion here, but if we've got the... If we can grab the... Oh, it's here. It's here. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Just the small one. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, so this is... Thank you. This is the Jason Yenter quilt that I've done.
Oh.
And... ooh. Can you see it?
Yes.
There we go. Yes. So lovely. Really enjoyed working with these fabrics. They
Do
look
we have
like
bundles for this colourway?
we do. We
Fabulous.
do. We have a kit. It's really lovely fabric, isn't it? Really enjoyed making that. And we've got the pattern for Cobblestone Cabin, which is what I've done here. And there's lots and lots of variations. And there's also a kit. And also, Vix, I made a bag using some of the fabric as well.
So much going on
Just to
today.
show how it can look. There's that Jason Yenter that I mixed with navy for the bag.
That's
Isn't that
lovely.
gorgeous?
Really lovely. Go ahead on pre-order if you want to secure your pattern, because, I mean, the pattern is so versatile. We'll talk through that later on at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, it's the subscription. Your Half Yard Club subscription is on pre-order, and it is going crazy. We knew it would. If you're thinking, what on earth are you talking about? Please watch the 11 o'clock show, because we will tell you everything that you need to know. It's a whole hour dedicated to that. If you're already part of the Half Yard Club, which I've already seen messages come through on Facebook and my live, I would love to hear from you. We've got testimonials coming through, which we're going to share with you at 11 o'clock. But please, I'd love, love, love to hear from you. And if you're not part of that club, don't fear, because we've got a great offer today where you're also going to get a free Debbie Shaw journal along with your subscription. It's a year subscription, and the value for money is amazing. I just saw a message come through saying it is worth every penny, and it is brilliantly priced. So stay tuned. That's coming up at 11 o'clock, but it is on pre-order if you want to get ahead. Then at 12 o'clock, Old Made New, brand new Season of Trees. Oh, they are spectacular. They are. It's just all gorgeousness today. It really, really is. You're in for a treat. And yes, you are right, Laurie. We're going to have lots of fun as well today too. Okay, You ready? Happy butterflies. Stuart, this is so joyful. It's summer, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's really summery. It's really cute. This is the Cafe version, which is called Happy Butterflies.
Yeah.
And it has a little bit of a 1930s vibe to it, Vix.
Yeah.
In the 1930s, these sort of Dresden plate style appliques, butterflies in particular, and fans were very, very popular. This has been reinterpreted in gorgeous Cafe facet fabric, gorgeous Cafe facet polka dot in the background, and this little sort of postage stamp piecing, and again a really sort of like retro touch to the edges. These are called Prairie points. If you've never seen them before, I'm going to show you how to make and put them onto a quilt.
That's a really good technique to know how to do.
Well,
so is
absolutely.
that instead of binding?
Well, yes, you can do that instead of a binding. I'm going to show you a different way to put it on.
Great.
But yes, and it just finishes the quilt in a different way, doesn't it? Really fun and a gorgeous way. If you've got scraps, you can make Prairie points. I'll show you how. They're ever so easy.
Nice finishing to a quilt, isn't it?
Little bit
Right, should we open
addictive.
up the Cafe quilt? Because this is the Cafe option. 15 fabrics in total. You've got a lot of fabrics in here. It's 130 squares, so it's a nice sort of like picnic blanket size, lap quilt size. All of your instructions are included, and then inside you are getting all of your Cafe gorgeous fabrics. So, in here, I mean, look at all of these colours. I must say, Cafe is one that I always think, oh, I struggled to cut that up into small pieces, but just looking at your sashing between, I love actually just seeing those little glimpses of colour.
Absolutely. I think that's a really good point that you've made there. Even cut up small. And we do think that Cafe facet fabric, it's big prints, you've got to use big pieces.
Yeah.
In the small squares, it looks absolutely gorgeous. But in the butterflies, real showcase.
Yeah, you've got the stripes in the butterfly wings, you've got the polka dots, and all of those little, you call them post stamps, all literally squares that are pieced together, or is there a trick way of doing this?
You can do it like that, or you could strip piece it. Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Plus then you're also getting your polka dot, which is your lovely background, isn't it? Your pink polka dot. On split pay today, £66.66. Okay, as I said, it's going to be a day full of treats. We want everybody involved. Are you ready? Because we're taking this very low.
Wow.
£129.99 for a full quilt kit. You are saving £70 on this quilt kit. Some of these cuts, I mean, they're big, aren't they? I mean, you're getting some really
you get
lovely
loads
sizes,
of fabric. Bits. Absolutely loads.
It's quite deceiving when I saw that folded up, you know, in a tiny square. It's actually ½ a metre. You get loads of fabric in there.
Yeah, you do. You get loads. And also as well, you know, I always find with these kits that if you're brand new to cutting and you're quite generous in the way you cut, not a problem. If you're quite conservative in the way you cut and careful, you can have leftover strips to add into a scrap quilt or into your Cafe stash. So it's all good.
Brilliant. Wow, what an amazing quilt. Have a great day, Vixen, everybody. Thank you, Tracy.
Oh, thanks, Tracy.
Once everybody has checked out, a third of the stock has gone on the Cafe version. We tried to get as many as we possibly could, as this is perfect for this time of year.
Gorgeous design, isn't it? This is a bit different as well. And, you know, we have a lot of pieced quilts on Sewing Street, and there are a lot of pieced quilts about. This is really lovely because this is piecing combined with applique. So the wings are actually pieced together and then applique to the background. I'm going to show you a really, really clever technique to achieve that. Beginner friendly.
Brilliant.
Completely beginner friendly. Raw edge applique. So we're going to use some Bondaweb. You've got a little bit of either machine stitched antenna. Or you could hand stitch these. You could add little embellishments if you wanted to. This would make an absolutely gorgeous quilt for a child, wouldn't it? Or a wall hanging. Absolutely beautiful.
In a conservatory, looking out into the garden.
Like that. I like that a lot.
Beautiful in Cafe as well, isn't it? Don't forget, we also have the Butterflies in the Sky version, the Byzantine. It's not Cafe. This is your Cafe option. If you're waiting for another Cafe colourway, different fabric designer, this is our only Cafe option. And reminding you, you're saving £70 today on this one. 3-way split pay applies, so you can get it with 0% interest today. Also, you don't need a book independently. There are instructions in there. Plus, you've got Stuart's little hacks today as well, different ways of top tips.
Absolutely.
Doing things. So you said that this is beginner-friendly in the way that it's sort of constructed, but would you say maybe this is techniques if it's not your first quilt to go
Well,
to?
this is more, yeah, this is some different techniques to your kind of classic patchwork quilt, but still achievable for a beginner who's got a little experience, and watch the demos. As always, watch the demos.
Yeah, brilliant. Remember, the whole show stays on our website for the week, but then it also goes on to YouTube forever.
Yeah.
As we all know from your foundation paper piece video, which I have shown. You must have noticed you've got extra few thousand views, Stuart, because I have shown it every time I've done FPP. I'm like, just go watch Stuart's doing. Let's get it up, in fact, on the telly and show everyone. Every party, I've shown everyone. It's my party piece. We've been talking about that and you raised me up video, but I think Sheena's actually top trumped me today because she was in a Chicken Tonight advert.
Stop it.
Yeah. I said, is this your first time on the telly then? She says, well, no, actually. I've been on the Chicken Tonight advert.
Oh, now that is, I mean...
What a great claim to fame.
Exactly.
I said, I thought I knew it from somewhere.
And we've also got Zippy's girlfriend in the house, have we not? Hey. Amazing. No, it's brilliant.
Did you not know I was in the You Raised Me Up Westlife video,
you've shown
Oh,
me.
have I?
Vicky, you show people on the bus.
Oh.
Yeah, you show people on the bus. No, I'm kidding. No, yes, I mean, I'm just in awe. Although somebody said to me that they spotted me last week on the Sewing Bee.
Yeah.
On this season. Because it's the 10th, anniversary or whatever, 10th series. So they showed some clips from the first one because they did more or less the same tasks as we did on the first show.
Right.
So they showed some old videos, yeah. I haven't seen either of the Sewing Bee episodes yet.
Oh, brilliant.
So...
It's different to... Oh, Hannah says she loves the new presenter.
Yeah. He's
really
great.
likes the new presenter. She says he's funny. Oh, I need to watch it. I haven't watched it. Everything's on too late for me. I'm in bed by 8 o'clock.
Well, me too, frankly.
We can watch it all on catch-up, can't we?
Yeah.
OK, right, that's your cave option. We're going to let you go through. There's single figures left, by the way. Everybody who checks out, well done.
Gorgeous.
We then have the Byzantine. Good morning, Stuart and Vicky. Lovely to see you both from Julianne. Health, good morning, beautiful quilt, Stuart.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? I didn't make this one behind me, but it is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Just doing a spot of ironing.
I don't know what Marie's watching. She says, morning, John, from Marie in Sheffield. I think she's watching a replay.
Oh, Beth.
Right. This is also a Free Spirit collection. Butterflies in the Sky. This is the one that you're going to be working with, right, Stuart?
So I'll just show you the block. I've made a block using these fabric. How gorgeous is that? Really different. This is Studio KM. So this is Kit Miles.
Okay.
Who is a fabulous designer.
Right.
A contemporary designer, and he started out in surface design, in particular for wallpaper and furnishing fabrics.
Right.
And has this incredibly detailed drawn style, almost like pen and ink style, with like washes of colours. And they almost look like santangling or doodling in parts.
Oh, they do, yeah.
They're really cool fabrics, really cool. And I just think that's a different look. Really enjoyed working with these.
Again, you're getting loads of fabric, absolutely loads. Just to give you, you're also getting your templates here. So you're getting your applique templates, you're getting your instructions, your layout diagram, full instructions included in the kit, along with, look at these fabrics. They are beautiful. Right, so this makes exactly the same size. It's the same quilt. Still Free Spirit fabric. Now, it's £179.99. I've got a feeling that Hayley has written the wrong price on this, because this, we're going to roll with it anyway, but I think this sounds absolutely crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Under £100. What was that, Hannah? We had a different quilt with this collection of fabric. She went to this price. I think she's written the wrong price. price. So it says, we'll go with it. Enjoy. That is a fabulous price. But look at how many different fabrics. I'm now actually thinking, even if you love this collection and you've got a different quilt in mind, if you've got a pattern at home, I mean, this is a lot of fabric, isn't it? So that you'd be able to do, I mean, you've got over 15 different fabrics in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And your solids, I mean, that is beautiful.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And it's a different colour palette, you know, which I think is lovely. You know, we get a lot of kind of pinks and blues.
Yeah.
This is really, it's kind of cool pastels, but also you've got that sort of combination of almost like a sort of chartreuse gold. You've got that gorgeous kind of soft lilac pink in there as well. A little bit of turquoise as well.
OMG, it just fell into my basket. It's stunning, isn't it? It works really well in this colourway. I think it's going to look amazing. Love your quilt kits. Always plenty of fabric and loads left over for other projects as well. Really tempted to buy the butterfly. What colourway are you thinking? But just as Stuart was saying, let me open this fabric out so you can see. That is really amazing.
Yeah. He does gorgeous black and white fabrics.
Yeah,
as
there
well.
you go. Look at this.
And I did a wigwam, a teepee.
Yeah.
Using Kit Miles fabric, and it was so much fun. I loved it.
That is lovely.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
We've taken it under £100. For anybody who is after a quilt kit today under 100, go for it whilst you can. It's £33 on split pay. 33. You can get it home and start sewing. That's 3-way interest-free split payments. 130. It's a quite nice size actually for anybody who does quilt the quilts themselves at home.
Got it in one. You got it in one, Vix. It's
Good size.
very, very manageable indeed.
Yeah.
130 inches square. Perfect size for getting under any size domestic sewing machine. And also lots of lovely opportunities to do a little bit of hand quilting on this one as well as machine. Now, I would definitely machine quilt, and you can easily go from one side to the other, either side of your sashing.
Yeah.
But then I would possibly mark the antenna but not sew them until it's layered. Then you could hand quilt them. You could also hand quilt around the body or machine quilt around the body.
Yeah.
And you could leave it there.
Yeah.
And a lovely thing just to sit with that on your lap, hand quilting it.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Manageable.
Beautiful. Yeah, and very manageable.
I actually think this is going to give a completely different feel in this colourway. This is really cool.
I totally agree with you.
I love it. Right, so that is going to sell out, by the way. There's more than enough of you there to see that sell out. If you've got it in your basket, I can't guarantee you're going to get it. There's way too many of you there in both colourways. So, yes, over to you, Stuart. What are you going to show us?
Well, I'm going to show you how to create the butterfly, first of all. All right, so I've got my block here, and what you can see is you've got these gorgeous wings that are kind of look almost like Dresden plate style. You know the kind of thing, the Dresden plate, to create the wings. And they're pieced together, and then they're appliqued. Let me show you how. So first off, on your pattern, you've got this really strong, durable master pattern for your appliques. And what you'll notice on the butterfly wing is you've got a seam allowance added around with a dotted line. Now, what you're going to do first of all is you're going to get some bondweb, okay? And you're going to trace the wing only. You're not going to trace the seam allowance, okay? So you can see there, it almost looks like I've traced a couple of carrots. All right? So I've traced those on, no seam allowance at all added on, even though it's shown there on the pattern. Okay, next up, you're going to grab your rotary cutter and your ruler, and you're going to cut on the long straight lines, okay? You're not going to cut out the curve at this stage. Now, I know this seems completely different to any fusible applique you've done before, but I'll explain why as we go along.
Good morning, Helen. She says, love the butterflies. Watching on my birthday before my sons are taking me out for breakfast.
Oh, happy birthday.
Do you know, I always think butterflies are very symbolic, aren't they, to
They
lots
are.
of people?
Yes,
I love
absolutely.
it. Just got me thinking. I went to a wedding earlier on last month, and my friend, her mum sadly passed away a couple of years ago, and Donna actually did a speech at her wedding, and she released 10 butterflies for her mum, and they were landing on us the whole of the day. These butterflies were just fluttering around and landing on us. I thought, I'd love to make this for her. This is so beautiful, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
And I know that butterflies are very symbolic to lots of people and new beginnings.
Yeah,
and,
transformation
Yeah.
as well. Transformation. It's an amazing process.
Yeah.
I didn't realise, hold on to your breakfast, but when the caterpillar is inside the cocoon, they basically liquefy and then reform.
Do they?
They don't just grow out of a caterpillar. The body breaks down and then reforms as a butterfly.
I should know this because I go to the butterfly farm in Stratford-upon-Avon with my 3-year-old a lot.
But I mean, it's not out there for you, is it? Anyway, sorry if that put anybody off their croissant.
Yeah, sorry, Helen, on your birthday having your breakfast.
I know, but I only found that out recently. I thought, well, that's amazing. I thought it was just basically a caterpillar and it grew wings out of it, but it doesn't. Anyway, right, so look, I've cut them out. I've left a little bit round the curve. I haven't trimmed that out yet. So next up, I'm going to fuse this to my fabric. Now, what I'm going to do these this way and that. And can you see I'm leaving a good, generous ½ inch of space in between?
And we're going to need a lot of bond web for this. So the 5-metre roll.
5-metre roll will be absolutely perfect. That would be perfect. So I'm going to fuse this on now with a hot dry iron, okay, and I'm ironing this to the wrong side of the fabric. Okay, that's on. And then I'm going to grab my rotary cutter and ruler. Little bit difficult perhaps for you to see on screen, but what I'm doing is I'm lining up the 1/4 inch mark on my ruler with the edge of the bonder web. So I'm adding on seam allowance. You see, we all know that putting bonder web on the back of fabric adds an extra layer, and we don't want that extra layer in our seam allowance, which is why we haven't traced that seam allowance onto bonder web. We don't need it there, we don't want it there, we're just adding it on now, and it's an easy job with your ruler and your rotary cutter to cut that out, all right? Once you've done that, you can kind of square off the bottom, and now I'm going to trim the curve, and I'm going to trim it exactly on the pencil line, because that's the only bit that's going to be a sort of raw edge. All right, everything else is going to be pieced. So I'm just going to trim around that curve nice and neatly. Okay, and then, Vix, I have got some more, which I prepared earlier.
Lovely.
Here they are. And this is when I can have fun and start arranging these into my wings.
So they're all the same, you know, obviously they're all the same size, so you can just choose which order you want.
I mean, in the pattern it tells you. However, I like to do my own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because why not? Now,
they're all going to work together. They're from the same collection, aren't they? So,
exactly right. Exactly right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay out two... now, I don't want identical wings. What I actually want is them to be mirror images. Okay?
Right.
So it's important to lay everything out before you start.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay? Because obviously that is the reverse of that. Okay. I'm glad I realised that before I sewed them all together. Right, so now what I'm going to do is right sides together. All you need to make sure at this point is that you make sure that the curve is lined up. It doesn't matter what's going on down this end, okay? And then I'm going to sew with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now, actually, that should, Vicky, be where the paper of the bonder web lies. But if it's slightly inside of that, that's fine too. You haven't got to be super, super accurate on how you piece these together.
The bundle that Stuart's working with, this will be the last time that we mention it because there's 2 left to be allocated and there's way more of you that've got it in your basket. Just be aware that's the Byzantine one, the one that Stuart's working with those lovely purples and greens. Your main graphic will be the one that's behind Stuart, which is the CAFE option, which we've taken £70 off. to get it down under £130. Once again, they are very, very limited.
Now, although I'm a bit of a chain piecer, Vix, I wouldn't chain piece this because I don't ever want to have to unpick anything. I hate that. And it's much easier just to pick them up, sew them together, put them back down, make sure that the order's still right.
So would you recommend doing it block by block?
Block by block.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've got some repeat blocks if you follow the pattern, so you could make all of the same block at the same time. But I just think with a block like this, it's so much fun to make one block. And that's what you might do in the afternoon. You might make one. See, it doesn't take long. So I've sewn my wings together.
Yeah.
I'm just doing a quick visual check that they're all
They
right.
are correct, yeah.
Now, the paper is still on. And at this point, I'm going to open out the seam allowances. Okay, and I'm going to finger press them first of all, like this. You could use a seam roller for this. I am going to iron these with my iron, and because the paper's still in place, that's absolutely fine. I don't have to worry about that. Right. So I've pressed all of those open. Let's grab the iron.
Yeah, so don't peel your paper off before this because you will get it all over your iron, won't you?
You would.
Because it can get quite bulky, I imagine, at the base of the wings there.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that why you're pressing them open?
Pressing them open, yeah, exactly right. We need to get you making a quilt, Vix. I feel like you have all the knowledge that you need to make the most amazing quilts. I know you haven't got any time to do it. However, life won't always be like that, will it? When the girls are in a pop band.
Yeah, oh yeah, when they're on tour.
I'm obsessed with the idea that your three girls are going to be like the cause.
I've already started their training.
Good. Tell me what you're doing.
I plugged them on the piano.
Oh, I thought you said you plugged them.
I plugged them on the piano.
Good.
That's what it is. And then I get Maisie to sing it. I've already started like my little stage school lessons with her.
Love it.
Not a pushy parent at the age of 3.
But everything is fun when you're that age.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It's all a game.
Oh, she loves it.
It's all a game.
It.
Right, next step. I do not need seam allowance on the outer 2 edges, okay? Now, I could have cut them without that seam allowance, but then I might have rearranged them.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm going to trim off the seam allowance up to the paper, just on the outside edge. And that also gets rid of a little bit of bulk down the bottom. Okay. Isn't this a fun technique?
Yeah, it really is. And do you know what? These are really lovely sort of templates and techniques to know how to do.
Oh, this would be lovely on a bag.
Flowers, or they could be fans, or all sorts.
Well, the thing is, you see, I mean, obviously the colours are going to match up, but you could create whole circles or, you know. Right. So at this point, I'm going to peel off the paper backing. Okay.
Alana's watching. Good morning, Stuart and Vicky from Alana and baby Simon.
Oh, my youngest fan. Good morning, Alana, and good morning, Simon.
Oh, baby Simon. Hello.
Baby Simon's about 8 months old now.
Really?
He's going to be starting school soon.
Susie Duncan's watching.
Hey,
Gorgeous
Susie.
Butterflies.
They're
Julianne. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your messages.
Very cute. So what I've done there is just to run a pin down the back of the paper. It just makes it easier to remove. It's an absolute cinch, but you don't want to be sort of pulling at the edges or scratching with your fingernails because you'll kind of distort your fabric.
Okay.
So a pin does the job very nicely.
Don't forget to add your Bonder web in. We didn't know that we had the 5-metre roll of Bonder web in stock, so grab that whilst it is, because it's always typical, isn't it, whenever you get to a project where you think, right, I need that Bonder web, it's out of stock here, so definitely make the most of it whilst it's there.
It's like the 505, the early bird. I ran out recently, and I can't tell you how annoyed I was that I was having to grab my curved safety pin. You can do it, but it's such a faff.
Yeah. Even if you're thinking, well, I think I've still got, a bit left. At the price of the early bird special today, it's worth stocking up on your 505 and your Bonder web. Get them while you can. 505 is £1 off today, and I know people buy 5 or 6 cans of these, so they are stocked up in their workroom. It is on early bird offer today.
Yep.
How are your little lambs now all grown up and...
Well, yes and no. So we finished lambing, gosh, it's got to be 6 weeks ago. And that was that. We had one ewe that didn't have a lamb, just one.
Yeah.
And that, you know, that happens sometimes. Yeah. Not a problem. And then Charlie went round to feed the sheep on Friday, and there is our sheep who doesn't have a lamb with a lamb, and she'd just given birth. So she'd been pregnant, just a lot less pregnant than the others. So we've got these like massive half sheep, you know, and then this tiny little lamb.
So you're still in newborn, you feel like you're out of the newborn stage of feeding and...
We just started arranging dates again, Vix, and then suddenly we're back to nappies and bottles and 2 a.m. feeds, but I love it. Yeah, no, it's really sweet. And the other lambs have really just adopted this gorgeous little lamb, so... It's very cute, very cute. Right then, I just wanted to show you. I'm not going to cut into this fabric to show you, but what you will do then is you've got your background fabric, and you'll find your centre and crease it, and then you'll arrange your wings. And all you're going to do is just arrange like this. All right?
Yeah.
So you've just got your 2 wings in place and then iron them in place. And that bonder web is going to stick the wings to the background and hold everything in place.
Right, so this is your background fabric. It's that lovely spotty that's in the cave. And you get loads of this. You get ample, plenty enough for your background. But isn't that lovely? So then you applique it onto here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then just finish the edges with something like a blanket stitch or a zigzag. Now, I just wanted to show you on my block that I did. That what I did was I used a blanket stitch. I don't know how close you can see this, but I used a blanket stitch on my machine and I sewed all around the edges of the wings first of all. I didn't add this at that point.
Okay.
Because I started my sewing here at the bottom and I stitched up and around the curved edge and then back down. And then all of my thread ends are all hidden. If you've already fused the body in place, there's nowhere to hide that multitude of sins. So I did that, but then can you see what I did between all of the wings? I thought, oh, this is a lovely opportunity to use the feather stitch on my machine. It's a feather stitch. So I just did a feather stitch along the seam line just to add a little bit of extra. And you only see it when you're close up, but
that's really nice.
I thought it was pretty. And then cut out a body. Again, bonder web, fuse it down, stitch around, and then to add on these antennae, you just want to use a friction pen.
Do they give you a guide?
Yes, absolutely.
Because I know it's quite straightforward, but mine would all be really wonky.
Yep. You've got your guide, absolutely. And there's a few different ways you can do it. You can put that behind and trace it through. You could trace that onto tissue paper, pin it on top of your quilt and stitch through the tissue paper and then tear the tissue paper away if you don't want to mark your background or you can't see through it.
Yeah, but you use a friction pen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or, well, you could use anything on tissue paper. You could use an ordinary pencil. Or you could freehand this as well, if you prefer, and make each one different. Yeah. I mean, this is the pattern that they gave, and it's a very sort of traditional kind of look. But you could do sort of more like that, which I don't want to say is more realistic.
That's really realistic.
But, you know, it was probably more like the real thing than that is. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, more true to life. Anyway.
It's a photograph.
But as I say, you could do that by hand or machine. It's entirely up to you. And whether you add the decorative stitching or not, again, it's entirely up to you. If you're going to have this as a wall hanging, you could add things like beads, hot fix crystals. You could add all kinds of lovely embellishments. I think it would be absolutely beautiful to add some lace or some trim limbs.
Yes.
You know. Imagine
that'd be
something
lovely.
like some fine lace that you ruffled and actually put under the wings and then appliqued them on top.
Oh, that would be really nice.
So many lovely things you can do. Anyway, so that's that. Now, you'll see there's this checkerboard around the outside. As you said, that is strip piece.
Okay, so I'm not cutting out hundreds of tiny, tiny little squares and piecing them together.
Not
Just to
at
answer
all.
Elaine's question,
Yep.
is the pattern available on its own? No, the only way of getting the pattern is part of the kit. And we only have 10 of the cave kits available. And there's 32 people in basket. So this is your final call. If you do want one of the last 10, I don't think this will go back to air again now. So I would absolutely make the most of it. You've got all of the fabrics that you need in that gorgeous cave colourway with a £70 discount. Your background fabrics, look at that lovely stripe, some of your classics. You've got all of these fabrics, plus you've got your pattern, your templates, everything you need, all for £129.99, and it's also on split pay. Oh, Morag says, morning Vix and handsome.
Oh, morning, Mo.
Stefania said, lovely seeing Stuart in linen.
Oh, thank you. I'm obsessed with linen at the moment. It's one of the 5. It's one of the 5.
Oh, have you got it in all different colours?
5 different colours. I've turned into that person that finds something I like and just
Get
buys it in every colour.
It looks lovely.
But it's my summer wardrobe.
That's like Simon Cowell, he does that, doesn't he? Although he just buys it probably all in he's worn the same things for how many years? Like his...
Yeah. I think the thing is, particularly, I don't know, for men, you find a style that you feel comfortable in, and that's it. It's the same with a hairstyle, isn't it? Men have the same hairstyle if they can...
Forever.
If they've still got the hair. Yeah, forever. I think there's a statistic like something like the hairstyle you had at 22 or something, the one you keep forever. Anyway.
Sorry.
Let me show you.
We digress.
Right, so I wanted to talk about Prairie points.
Oh, yes. Now, I love a Prairie point, and can I add this to most quilts? You know, if I see a Prairie point pattern.
Yeah. Well, you could add this to the edge of any quilt that you want.
Brilliant.
You could. And sometimes Prairie points are inside a seam. So, for example, like here's a border, you could put the Prairie points actually sandwiched in the seam. And then they can fold inwards or outwards, but they're particular, and then they're 3D, like a three-dimensional element, but particularly nice on the edge of a quilt. Now, this has been done with what's called a knife edge finish.
Gosh, that sounds technical.
So there's no binding.
Okay.
There's no binding. So what you've got here is effectively these Prairie points are inserted between the top and the back of the quilt.
Yeah, and then how are they stitched in?
Well, so what you would do there, let me just show you on this edge here. Well, first of all, let me show you what a Prairie point is. So a Prairie point, in this instance, starts out life as a 3.5-inch square of fabric. Okay. And in the pattern, it actually tells you the different fabrics that you're going to use and the order that you're going to place them. It's that thorough. Okay. And what you're going to do then with your square is you fold it in half on the diagonal, pretty side on the outside, and I'm going to give that a little press.
Bit of origami going on here.
Little bit of very easy fabric folding. Yeah, definitely. And then you're going to fold it again. I'm obsessed with origami.
Are
Vix.
you?
I love a bit of origami. I did an origami advent calendar one year with these sort of pop-out boxes.
Really?
That you could put a little sweet inside, and I hung them on like a branches.
Oh, my word, you definitely need to do a show for us.
It was so cool. It was easy. It was paper, though.
But I need to know how to do it with my napkins.
Yeah, of course.
Like that,
Yes, we can do that. So this is your Prairie point. And so you make lots of them, and they've got like one edge which is a fold, and then one edge which is open.
And do I leave that open, or do I stitch that closed?
No, you leave it open, and basically what you do is you tuck the Prairie points into each other like this, and this is what forms the edge. So let me grab, so this is my quilt. Now, I've gone really to town, haven't I, with the design on my quilt. Now, if this was your quilt and you're going to do the knife edge finish, what you would do is you would arrange those Prairie points, okay, down one edge.
Yeah.
And then you would sew them to the top only.
Okay.
Okay.
Machine them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you fold that back like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got a neat edge on the front.
Yeah.
And then on the back, you turn that edge under. Obviously, this would all be stitched in place.
Yeah.
And then you hand stitch along the back. Or you could top stitch very close to that edge with by machine.
I know a lot of people like to finish off their binding anyway by
Most people do it by
don't
hand.
they?
Exactly
Yeah.
right. It's no more work than that. So that is a knife edge finish.
Lovely.
And actually, traditionally, quilts did not have bindings. All quilts were finished like that.
Really?
Yep. So you would fold the edges and you would slip stitch them together.
Okay, any tips of what you would do? Would you do
Vintage
anything?
quilts don't have bindings on them.
No way.
No, none of them.
So what would you do anything different to that?
Yeah, so I'm just going to show you a
Show
different way of doing
way.
it, which is a faced. So this adds a binding. You don't see the binding,
Okay.
so it can just be calico.
Yeah.
Could be any fabric you want. So I've got my Prairie points prepared. And what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to baste them in place.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to quickly mock this up, and I'm stopping short of the corner.
So are you stitching this within the seam allowance?
Yes, exactly right. Within that sort of 1/4 of an inch binding area. So obviously at home, you're going to take your time. You're going to pin these in place first. You're not just going to wing it like me.
Would you do a whole row of Prairie points in one
I
go,
would.
pin them in,
I'd pin them all in place.
and then baste them with...
And then baste them, yes.
Okay.
And then do the next round, you know, the next side. But I just wanted to show you quickly an alternative way of adding Prairie points.
Never seen Prairie points on binding. It looks quite tricky, Stuart. Well, we're demystifying it now. It does look like quite a complex technique, but you can see so far...
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
easy. And the other thing as well is because you're tucking them in, then if you need to tuck them slightly more or slightly less to make it fit your border,
Yeah.
you can, and it'll fit perfectly. I mean, it's absolutely foolproof, he says. It's foolproof. He hasn't done it yet.
Linda said, my husband had the same hairstyle he had when he was 6.
Oh, I've got the same hairstyle I had when I was newborn. Now, unfortunately. Right, so I've got my Prairie points in place, all right, and I have made some binding, just regular quilt binding, okay? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sew this binding on as I normally would. So 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, okay?
Viv says, morning, Stuart and Vic's just tuned in, and wow, what a lovely quilt. We've got such an exciting day.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Oh, this is such an exciting day today. It's going to be brilliant. We're only just begun, haven't we? The cave version of this quilt. There are now 4 remaining. The other colourway is completely sold out. Oh, there's so many of you. I'm not going to name names, but please, 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 if you are waiting for the end of the demo, don't wait. Remember, it's only 1 p.m. throughout the day. So if you're thinking, but I want to wait for the Half Yard Club subscription, or I want to wait for Stuart's next quilt, don't worry. If you've checked out more than once, it all consolidates into one order by the end of the day. You'll only pay 1 p.m.
Such a good way of putting it. Right, now then, so I've put my binding on, okay, and I've done a mitered corner, okay. You can do straight corners if you prefer, whatever you do normally for a binding. Okay, and what I'm going to do, this is a facing. So normally we're used to bindings that go up and then over, so you end up with a visible binding on the front. Now you could do it like that. Okay, let me just tuck that. And then the Prairie points face inwards, which is one look. And that can look really nice, particularly if you do a double row of Prairie points and you have them like this or whatever on an inner border. There's so many things you can do with Prairie points. They're awesome.
Have you done quilt designs with Prairie points before, Stuart?
Yeah, not for a while, but I have. I might have to bring back
revisit
the Prairie
it.
point.
Definitely.
Bring it back. Right, so I'm not going to have a visible binding. So what I'm going to do first of all is I am going to snip off the corner just to reduce the bulk. Oh, there we go.
Great demo, thank you. Really clear. Also, thank you to the camera operator for following and allowing us to see everything. Shout out to Charlie on
Charlie's
directing. Happy Thursday to you all. Thank you, Julie.
Thanks, Julie. So, look, this is a facing. So rather than just being half back, it's pulled all the way to the back.
Okay.
You may have never done... Now, you can do this with any binding.
Right.
Any binding. If you don't want the binding to show,
Yeah.
you can pull any binding fully to the back.
Right.
I'm just going to pin it for now, just to show you. So I've done one side, and now I'm going to do the same with the other side.
Again, am I going to have to hand stitch this down? Is that going to be my neatest finish?
Yeah, your neatest finish in this instance is going to be hand sewn. Let me just pin this in place. God, look at that!
What is that pin?
I think it's a small javelin.
Where's that come from? Is this your
I
selection?
do
of
not know.
pins that are-
This is the official Sewing Street
Oh,
selection.
we need a sort of those pins, don't
We really
You
do.
can do that in the break if you want, Stuart.
Oh, do you know, I'm tempted, but I'd rather pick the paper off a beer mat. Right, and then I'm just going to pull this nice and square.
Oh, Susan, thanks for your lovely message. Oh, we've got the cobblestone pattern coming up.
Yes,
back, haven't we?
we absolutely do.
She's raving about it. She says it's lovely.
Oh, bless you.
And she says she's also a member of the Half Yard Club and in Debbie's book review panel. The club is fantastic, brilliant value for money. Fantastic. We're going to be talking about that at 11 o'clock. But yeah, Stuart's got his pattern back along with the bundles again,
Yes.
the original colourway at 10 o'clock.
Yes, that's right. Yep. So just to quickly finish this,
Thank
so
you.
I've pulled the binding fully to the back, so it's now facing. You can see now my prairie points are sticking out, and when I flip it over,
Oh, brilliant.
no binding.
Yeah.
So it's exactly the same look as the knife edge, but I think this is a little easier to achieve, and you end up then with your three-dimensional prairie points going all the way around.
I do think that's nice on a picnic blanket or a play mat or something. It's quite sort of tactile, isn't it? The
Yeah,
finishing.
really.
nice. And so if I'm hand stitching, slip stitching that down, I'm not going to see any stitches on the front.
That's right. You're just going to hand stitch all the way
Yeah.
around. I mean, if you wanted to, you could machine that, but obviously you are then going to have a line of stitching showing on the front. But if I just quickly sew that, just to show you how it would look, and then we can decide what we think.
And I'm going from the back. I'm sewing from the back. So, you know, you're obviously definitely going to be catching your...
That's right. That's right, yeah.
Okay.
There isn't a ditch to sew in.
No.
So I don't know how this is going to look, but let's give
Well,
it a
let's
little
see.
whirl. Let's
Yeah.
see. So I've just lengthened
Well
my
done,
stitch.
everybody who's got the quilt kits, by the way. It's been a sell-out show. I think there's literally 2 left to be allocated, which I'm sure will go any minute now. So, yeah, thank you ever so much, Stuart.
Yeah, no problem. I'll just show you how that looks.
Nice.
There we go.
Yes. Oh, see, yeah, it looks nice. It looks like a, yeah,
A little border.
a little border.
Yeah, or like Oxford, like an Oxford border. It'd be nice on a pillow, wouldn't it, or on a cushion?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
But of course, if you're doing prairie points on a cushion, then you would just insert them in the seam.
Yeah.
Between the front and the envelope back, or however you back your quilt.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a really nice, fun technique, and it's literally just starts as a square of fabric, folded, and pressed, and you just tuck them, and you could do scrappy, multicoloured, and you can have them close together, or you can have them far apart.
As always, yes, we've had so many lovely messages in for Stuart. Lots of useful tips from Stuart this morning. Thank you from Helen. It's fab, isn't it, when Stuart's here? We get to find out all of the nitty-gritty, getting all the tips and techniques. So thank you ever so much, Stuart. Can we show
Pleasure.
the quilt? Because I haven't really got anything to try now. What I want to mention, though, anybody yet that hasn't got their bond web, the 505, you use friction pens, and also we have got some backing bundles. They're 3-metre bundles, which are going to be enough to be able to back your quilt. Am I right?
That's absolutely right. Yeah, you're just going to cut your backing fabric in half into 2 1.5-metre lengths.
Yeah.
Sew them together. Trim away your selve edges, remember, and then you'll have a panel that is essentially 80 inches wide by 1.5 meters deep. Sorry to mix the two together.
No, that's absolutely fine. So these are not your extra wide ones. So do as Stuart says, cut them in half. So you've got your sangria, which is the ready one. You've also got your teal 3-metre bundle, and we've got the magenta mixer. So I haven't got loads of those, but if you do want to add those in, it's worth getting them all together.
Vix, I need your
let's
help.
come and hold this up properly.
If you grab one side. So this is the original cobblestone cabin.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Which is like a massive big star, which was so much fun to make. And this is a scrappy version.
Oh my word, this is fabulous. And
freshly washed, actually.
Oh, it is.
Oh, yeah, lovely.
I can confirm it smells lovely.
So you get the pattern, but...
And your pattern,
yeah.
well, we're going to talk about this in the 10 o'clock show. We've got to go in a second, but I just want to make sure everybody comes back, watches this show, because it is one of the most versatile patterns.
Thank you.
There's
11 different quilts
11!
in it. And then this is the version that I've made.
Lovely.
So same pattern, but I've done 4 blocks this time, rearranged them to create this sort of centre square on point. And then I have added a piano keyboard, which I'll show you how to do as well.
I love a lot.
All of these fabrics, this whole kit actually is available at 10,
right,
plus the individual fabrics. And not forgetting that, of course, I used the scraps to make a really gorgeous tote bag.
Brilliant. Love it all. If you want to get ahead, go for it on the website. It's on coming up on today's show. I can show you on the pre-order page. This is what you're looking for here. That's your whole bundle to create the quilt we've just shown there. It's QF6602 is your item code number, and the pattern on its own.
Yes.
Grab it, because this is going to be brilliant to use in your own colourways. You've got 11 different variations, and there are fabric bundles there if you do love that Jason Yenter collection.
You also, Vix, get 2 different sizes of block. So you get the large block, but you also get the smaller block, which is the same but smaller. So you can do everything at a quarter of the size. Don't forget as well, I use this amazing backing for the quilt.
Yeah, we've got that.
Available on the website too.
I told you it's going to be an amazing day.
So much.
Speaking of which, thanks, Stuart. See you in an hour. The day continues. Are you ready? Because we have got brand new Debbie Shaw Designs, exclusive to Sewing Street, panels, free instructions, and a brand new guest. We've got lovely Sheena, who we're welcoming to the Sewing Street family. So I'm really excited. I mean, the desk opposite me just looks gorgeous. The panels are amazing. Wonderland sewing collection. There's all sorts to bring you. So stay exactly where you are. And we're back with Sheena right after this.
Hello, I'm Sheena, and I'm so excited to be joining the Sewing Street family. I've enjoyed lots of crafts throughout the year, but never more so than when I discovered sewing. Once I'd finished that very first project, that was it for me. I was hooked. And it just opened up a whole new world, and now I just can't imagine sewing not being in it. I think what I especially love is there's just so many different facets to sewing, from dressmaking, quilting, free motion embroidery, bag making, toy making, homewares, etc. There really is something for everybody to enjoy. There's always something new to learn and to be inspired by, and it brings everybody together. I think it's quite magical how fabric and a sewing machine can just transport you to a new place for a few hours. You get to relax, and at the end you produce something really unique and special to you that you can keep and enjoy, or you can gift to others. I'm really looking forward to sharing that passion with you all, and hopefully have a few giggles along the way. I look forward to seeing you very soon on Sewing Street. Take care. Bye-bye.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street, and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. I could not be more excited about today. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in for one. I know that we've been talking about this for quite some time. We made the announcement a few days ago and everyone has been so excited on social media. So, Debbie Shaw's Sewing is here and we've got Sheena, who is eagerly waiting in the wings. We'll give you a little wave. Good morning, good morning. We're so excited to come over and meet you. Because we know it's going to be very, very busy, I thought I'd do the sort of housekeeping rules just to start with the rules. This is how frantic it's going to get. I just want to make sure all the graphics are in the right place for everybody to access what they want. And then we can just relax and meet Sheena, do some sewing and answer all of your questions and your messages. So, firstly, obviously, anybody who has ever sewn from a Debbie Shaw book or worked from a Debbie Shaw pattern or has watched tutorials, you all know how fantastic her instructions and patterns and designs always are. So we are thrilled to have her on board with us. They're already going on pre-order, by the way, all of these. So when I got the email through about this hour, for one, I was so excited that they're exclusive to us. They're designed by Debbie and her daughter Kim. But the main thing for me is the price. I cannot believe how affordable these are, and the team have worked very, very hard and closely with Debbie to be able to get you some introductory freebies today. So I'll talk about one later on with the subscription, but this hour, every panel comes with a free set of instructions. This is not something we're going to be able to do all of the time. Obviously, they're supposed to be $9.99. So fill your boots today. It's a bit of a launch party, and we're going to get everybody making Debbie Shaw bags, sewing bags, and all sorts. We've got loads to show you. Right, let's start with the pink colourway. So I've got the pink tote, and then we've also got pink squares, which you can make whatever you want. But look at how beautiful these are. I mean, we all know Debbie Shaw, she collects sewing machines. So this is actually imagery of her very own sewing machine. And it actually says Debbie Shaw on the front as well. So this is for the tote bags, which we've got here in the studio. We can show you the finished item, but we can also show you how it's constructed. You do get your instructions included for free, and they are just £14.99, which I think is amazing, bearing in mind, as I say, you would normally be paying £10 for your instructions alone. There it is, just poking behind the square bag there. You can see the tote bag. Isn't that gorgeous? And it's exclusive to us. If you're a brand new sewer, I cannot recommend working with Debbie's patterns enough, because one, they're very, very thorough, but two, they break it down without giving you, too much sewing jargon that you might not understand yet as a sewer. It's very, very clear. Photographs as well, step-by-step instructions, and you are going to get full instructions sent to you as well within that price of £14.99. Brand new in today, exclusive. I want everyone to see all of the colourways and all of the designs. But this panel, I mean, look, even in the background, the detail of the sewing machine shadowing in the background, the spools of thread on your border. We all love something that is sewing related, don't we? So this is brilliant. Now, that is the pink tote. We also have the tote in blue. Same instructions again, same size panel, exclusive to us. If you've already opened your order already, or if you bought on pre-order, then remember it's only one postage and packaging all day long. There you've got the front of the panel. You've even got extra spools, because I can see there's a box bottom at the bottom, but they've obviously filled the space with extra Debbie Shaw spools, which I love. They're like this vintage-esque spool, but I'm not sure whether you will be able to see until you get it home. The detail on the writing, it actually all says Debbie Shaw threads, Debbie Shaw sewing. And then you've got your labels as well, made with love for you to personalise. So there, your pink and blue. So we've got your squares as well. Whenever we do our 40 square panels, they're very, 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 very popular, because look, you can make whatever you want with them. I mean, there's so much choice. Anybody who has got any patterns that call for a charm pack or 5-inch squares or 2.5-inch squares, then this is going to be perfect for that. I don't think we haven't. We've never done a 40 square exclusive Debbie Shaw 40 squares. Right, your graphics are live. It is again £14.99. This is one of those panels that is so versatile. There is a lot that you can do. This isn't telling you it needs to be a tote bag or it needs to be a quilt or a cushion. But once again, very, very kindly, for free, included instructions on how to make a sewing bag and a sewing machine mat as well. So you've got your coordinating projects, perfect for your sewing room, and step-by-step instructions with photographs as well of how to construct it. And they look gorgeous. I mean, it looks like you've literally pieced those together, but it's all just literally, it's very straightforward. If you are making this as a first project, you can't go wrong. We're going to go through with Sheena anyway. But how exciting that you've got exclusive Debbie Shaw vintage squares. Right, we've got to whiz through because we've got so much to talk about. There's your blues. We have the 40 squares, exactly the same designs, the Debbie Shaw threads, you've got your sewing machines. The artwork and the detail is gorgeous in this, isn't it? 40 coordinating fabric squares. all your 5-inch squares for $14.99, and you're getting instructions included as well. For free today. As I said, please don't expect this in the future. It's not something that we can keep doing, but to be able to get free instructions is amazing. And that's to be able to make your storage bag and your mat. They are all of the sewing theme panels that we have today. But before we go over to Sheena, I just want to also introduce the Wonderland, which I personally love. This is my favourite. We've got a tote bag in pink and a tote bag in blue. The tote bag in pink. Wait until you see the artwork on this. It is gorgeous. Debbie and her daughter have been working on this, and they are amazing. Look at how beautiful this is. Oh, you've got to get both. If you can't decide, get both. The detail of the writing in the background, the drink me, the Cheshire Cat, the teapot, the tea party. Oh, it's so amazing. See that little drink me there? That's an extra. The Cheshire Cat in the corner, that's where the boxed out bottoms are. Make a little label for a bottle with that. Your lining fabrics are gorgeous. Everything is well thought out. All of the additional fabric as well that you're going to be able to use. You've got your labels there, applique pieces, your bases. This is absolutely flying out as predicted. It is exclusive to us. Just £14.99. Sheena, would you mind just grabbing the bag so we could show that? I think it's behind you. Sorry, it's on the shelf behind you. Thank you. £14.99. Now, this one does also come with tote bag instructions to make this. Would you just show me that? Thank you. There you go. So you can make your Wonderland tote bag, which is double-sided. It's got a pocket inside. Oh, that's so pretty, isn't it? That is so pretty. Sheena, have you got a demo with this, haven't you?
I have.
Brilliant.
Blue.
We're going to demo with that one in a little minute. Oh, I know it's very, very, very busy. Just wanted to introduce everything so that we can get shopping. Right, this is the blue Wonderland. Now I've got the main feature panel to create your bag. Oh, they're my squares. And this one is with the lovely... Oh, look at this! Different artwork to the pink. Oh, this looks amazing. Your Mad Hatter's Tea Party. Alice and the Cheshire Cat. We'll have a real closer look at these as well with Sheena. She's got them in front of us so we can have a good look. I just want to introduce the graphics to you. It's £14.99. Comes with instructions as well to be able to make your Wonderland tote bag. Anybody who is an Alice in Wonderland fan, this is perfect, isn't it? Absolutely perfect. In fact, that's what I did for Maisie's first birthday, was a Wonderland party. I know lots of people who love their, afternoon tea parties. We've all got a friend that would love this as a gift as well. Absolutely going wild in the aisles. If you've got it, well done. Multi-buy on these, especially. Remember, you've got your free instructions. Fabulous price. Exclusive, Debbie Shaw, 45-inch squares, brand new, in today and out today by the looks of things. If you've got anything in your basket, I can't urge you enough to check out. I really don't want to rush or pressure anybody with this. I knew was going to be a very, very busy show. Sorry, me just having a peek. $14.99. Comes with a free pattern. Even though, look, 40-inch squares, you might have an idea already of what you want to make. They are very, 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 very versatile. I'd be buying a couple of these. You could do a cathedral window quilt with these, couldn't you? Just even white on the outside, or, a choice of the blues. This would look absolutely beautiful. Or if you are doing an Alice in Wonderland tea party theme, you could do table runners, you could do little bags and all sorts. There's a lady the other day who messaged in saying she has an Alice in Wonderland themed area in her garden with cushions and all sorts, doing little tea parties. But the imagery is absolutely beautiful. There is a queue on the phone line. I'm not quite sure which it is that you're getting, but grab whatever you can. We also have the 5-inch squares in pink, and then I'm going to go over to Sheena. This is gorgeous. For anybody who is new to sewing, I can't recommend these enough. Our design team have been very, very clever to put the squares together actually without any gaps in between. So if you do literally want to make a very quick quilt or a quick cushion, you know you can literally cut out 9 squares, stitch on the lines there, and it looks like you've pieced them. But look, how gorgeous are these? The cards. It's all the iconic images from the original Alice in Wonderland. Where? Oh, the cards. Here, look. Here's the cards having a chat while they paint the roses red. We'll paint the roses red. Oh, my gosh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Even, you know, when you've got your diamond, what's this called? Like Harlequin pattern as well. Your lovely soft roses, the text as well for the background. It all ties in beautifully. Everybody who's got them in their basket, well done. That's why I just wanted to quickly introduce them like this. Now, come on, let's go and meet Sheena. Do you need me to take anything with me? Yes, okay. The blue is going to be your main graphic, which is the blue Alice in Wonderland tote. Remember, you're getting your free instructions. That's the one that we're going to be working with. But come on over with me. I'll bring my iPad as well. Right, so Sheena, sorry about that. It's taken a few minutes, but it is so lovely to meet you.
Thank you.
So, have you watched Sewing Street before?
Have.
Yes.
Very much so.
Have you been in the sewing world for long? Tell me a bit about your sewing journey.
Yeah, so historically, crafts, I've always enjoyed crafts, knitting, crochet, card making, that kind of thing. So it was a natural progression to invest in that first sewing machine.
Right.
But probably like a lot of people at home, you get it through the door.
Yeah.
And you think, have I made the right decision? There's just a moment of, have I made the right choice? My mum's a dressmaker, so there's always been a sewing machine in the house. Yeah. You know, you'd walk in from school and she'd sort of say, mind the pins. So, yeah, it's very, very much sort of grew up with it, but I've never actually used a sewing machine. So it arrived, and my mum, who's a huge Debbie Shaw fan, said, that's the route you need to go. Follow Debbie Shaw, she's fantastic. Right. So she's like, I can loan you some books, and that was it. So
did you ever think that you'd be working with her?
Can you? No. I mean, I think she's just fabulous. And
yeah, she is.
Yeah, it's... So I watched a lot of her tutorials initially. Mm-hmm. I got lots of her books. I've just found the instructions just so easy to follow and very achievable, and she wants you to succeed. Yeah. And that was it. Once I'd put that first tote bag together, I knew I was hooked, and I've just followed her ever since.
And so you're part of the Half Yard Club as well, aren't you?
I am.
We're going to talk about that subscription later, but that's a brilliant community as well, isn't it? Yeah,
absolutely, because I've been a stop-at-home mum for quite a number of years, and having quite a large gap between the children, it can be quite isolating. So although I'm very lucky, it can be quite isolating. Yeah. The time that I joined was actually in lockdown, so there wasn't the option of going out to clubs, but actually it suited me because you can learn in the comfort of your own home. Yeah. And also at that point, I wasn't sure which sort of genre I'd go into, whether it was bag making, quilt making, dressmaking. So the Half Yard Club is just perfect because there's something for everybody you can tap into. Yeah. As it happens, although I do tend to like bag making, I like giving things a go, so it's perfect for that.
So you do dabble in all sorts.
That's the appeal for me.
We've had so many people messaging in saying how much they love the Half Yard Club. We're going to talk about that more at 11 o'clock, and you can join today, which is very exciting. These panels are beautiful.
Absolutely.
As somebody who is, I'll talk to new sewers as well, anybody who is newer to sewing, do you find that panels are simple to work with?
Absolutely. I mean, initially you're sort of struck by the design and obviously the quality, but on a panel, if you're not familiar with using a rotary cutter, you don't have to, because you can just use your scissors to cut them out. You don't even have to measure. Everything's done for you. Even the box corners are cut out. So it's pretty straightforward. Obviously, if you've never put a tote bag together before, you will need the instructions. Obviously, I'm going to demo it today. But as with all Debbie's instructions, the step-by-step and then the step-by-step Debbie Shaw way, you know what I mean, with all the photographs. And I am quite visual, so I'll need to look at that. But absolutely,
And if you are experiencing sewing, then it's a quick make,
Yeah.
gift bag or...
Yeah.
But I think you'll probably want to buy more than one because you want to keep it.
And these bags are just beautiful, aren't they? I mean, you've got designs on both sides and the artwork is gorgeous, isn't it?
It is, and even the lining. I mean, personally, I sort of had, if you used your own lining, you could use that as another bag as well, because I think that's equally as nice as the front. But it's up to you which way you wanted to go. Because if you bought the 2 panels, you could have the design on both sides and then make another.
Make another bag.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. I'd be using my own fabric for my lining and then make multiple, absolutely. Yeah. In fact, somebody did ask about angel policy earlier on, and you're absolutely fine to make to sell or for charities or gift. All of these panels you can make a sale with, which is brilliant again. Kerry says, good morning, Vicky and team. Wonderful. Welcome to Sheena, to Sewing Streets. Have a wonderful first show.
Oh, bless her. Thank you.
Well, as you know, like the sewing community is a lovely community to be part of, isn't it?
It's a lovely community to be in, absolutely.
Welcome, Sheena. Good luck. You'll be wonderful, I'm sure.
Oh, thank you.
All the messages coming through for you.
That's so sweet.
A lot of people already know Debbie Shaw Designs, will have seen. And you, of course, Sheena, you've also followed Debbie Shaw for how many years? When did you first get into the sewing?
It was 2018 I bought my first sewing machine.
Yeah.
So I've followed her ever sort of since then. Part of her design team, and then it was 2021 I joined the Half Yard Sewing Club.
Right.
But there's just nobody like her, is there, out there? Huge fan. Very proud.
Right, so constructing this, what sort of, what do I need to do then, Sheena?
So once you've cut your pieces out, you'll adhere the front pieces to some H640. And then you don't have to, on that one I haven't put the crosshatch on, but it is in the pattern, and I think it just adds a little bit more texture without taking away from the actual print. Yeah. So I find that the easiest way to do that is lay your pieces out. I tend to at home always have a cutting mat out, and I'll just line up the pieces square on the cutting mat, obtain your ruler, look for the 45-degree angle, place it anywhere on the first piece, use your friction pen, anywhere on there you just dot, bottom and top, and then start drawing your lines on. And then just move your ruler over 2 inches, again draw your line, 2 inches, draw your line, all the way across. If you've got them next to one another, it's just quicker to do the two together. And then it's the same again on the other side, different angle, 45, 45, and draw along there. I would increase the stitch length because you've got a couple of layers going on there. So rather than sort of you watch me sew straight lines, I've done that one and half of this one. What I would tend to do is start, when you start to sew, increase it. I've put it on a 3. I tend to start in the middle and work my way out. This wouldn't usually distort because it's quite a small piece, but if you were working, once you learn this technique and if you then go on to quilts, it does help keep it square.
Yeah, this is really good. It's sort of introduction to quilting. For anyone who is a bag maker, you're sort of learning both skills along the way then, aren't you? Welcome to Sewing Street. Love Debbie's work from Audrey. That's the lovely messages for you, Sheena.
Oh, that's so kind.
Tele-sewing is a little bit different as well to sewing at home, isn't it? Because you're standing up for one. Do you stand up sewing at home?
I do now.
Good morning, Vicky and Sheena. Welcome, Sheena. Welcome to this fabulous world and family of Sewing Street. Enjoy the day. You're doing great already. That's from Susan. Whereabouts are you from, Sheena? I feel like I can sense a Midland accent.
It was. Yeah. I'll just increase the speed a little bit, otherwise we'll be here.
Oh, I have got my Facebook here, though, by the way. I got lots of messages as well coming through. I love Debbie's patterns. The instructions are always clear, easy to follow, without being condescending, which is actually really sort of fine balance, isn't it? It's difficult to explain very clearly and explain without lots of jargon without being condescending. Exactly. So that's brilliant that you've conquered that. What's the order number for the vintage sewing machines? I'm not seeing it online, has asked Brenda. Vintage sewing machines. I'll recap the panels, don't worry. Morning and welcome, Sheena. So glad Debbie Shaw Sewing is back on Sewing Street. Yes, we are very, very happy. Have everything back. The blue panel for the one that Sheena is working with, once everybody's checked out, way over half the stock has gone. We had it in the high hundreds, obviously, for the show. It's a very, very, very busy day. Did you know that we're going to be doing free instructions as well, Sheena?
I didn't. That is incredible. And like I said before, with Debbie Shaw, she's got this wealth of knowledge, but she wants you to be successful. She wants to pass that feeling on of accomplishment. And I think when you first get that sewing machine, you think how, because I think with sewing, you are working back to front and inside out, and it can seem overwhelming. Yeah. But once you've mastered that first project, that's it. You're away.
The pink Alice Tote, this one. The pink Wonderland Tote. Remember, at $14.99, you're getting the panel, which has got the front with Alice and the front with the rabbit, which you could actually use your own lining, because this lining is beautiful as well. So you could have Alice on the front and one of the linings on the back and make two bags here, essentially, couldn't you, if you're using your own lining? So very, very versatile. This is without the quilting, so it's up to you. If you want to do it with the crosshatch, like you say, it gives it that nice little texture, doesn't it, with H640? Have you still put H640 in this one, Sheena?
There is, yeah.
Nice. But I know later on you've used different interfacings. It's got like a foam or bosal in it.
Yeah, I think it's personal choice, but with a tote, because you're perhaps going to be using it as a gift bag, it doesn't need to have that permanent structure. Yeah. It just lends itself. If you wanted to use it for a crochet bag or a knitting bag, you're going to get quite a lot in there. Whereas
pocket as well,
the bosal just adds that. It has been used on the other bag because you've got a different base on the one over there. It's a square base rather than the box bottom.
Oh, I
see.
So
you will want that one to, on this one here, you will want that one to stand alone. So they both work, but for different purposes.
Like you said, this one's going to be really nice as a gift bag, or to fold up in your handbag to have as an extra shopping bag. Yeah. Or I'd quite like this as storage at home as well. This would be really nice. I'm thinking for my little girl's room. This would be really, really lovely.
Yeah, because little girls come with lots of things, don't they?
Yes. And whenever we go anywhere, there's always little things that she wants to collect or things that she wants to take. I think big girls come with a lot of things as well, don't we?
We do.
That's lovely. Right, sorry, where are you up to, Sheena?
So I've put that on, but a good way just to check that you've actually done them all is just to check the back, so I can see straight away there I've missed that one, because it's sometimes hard to see. So I'll just do that one quickly.
Diana says, welcome Sheena, love Debbie Shaw designs and tutorials. I'm also a member of the Half Yard Club. Brenda says, morning, great fan of Debbie Shaw and her tutorials. Lovely to see Sheena for her first time on Sewing Street. So many messages to keep up with. Sandra said, morning, a lady in a sewing shop in Lemonista. How do I pronounce this place?
Leominster.
Leominster.
I think so.
Leominster recommended Debbie Shaw in October 22, and I haven't looked back since. As a newbie to sewing, I've learnt so much from Debbie and her videos. Good luck to Sheena, you'll be fab.
Oh.
I said, this isn't your first time on the telly, though, is it?
No. Thanks, Vic.
Tell everybody about your telly debut.
Well,
you should have told me this.
I know. Vic said, have you been on the television before? And last night, I do recall, when I was at college many years ago, being on a Chicken Tonight advert. And I know. Thankfully, they're not on the TV anymore.
Oh, but there must be somewhere in the archives. Oh, sorry. Let's press this on. There we are.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there must be somewhere in the archives. I bet one of our fans can track it down. We can find it.
I think the friend that I was with at the time was quite embarrassed, but to give it a go.
That's hilarious.
So these friction pens are, I don't think I'll ever tire of seeing the ink disappear.
Oh, yes.
Once you've got the heat on there.
Is that warming up for you?
It is, thank you.
there are so many lovely messages, lots of people shopping, everyone very excited to see exclusive panels. There's the 45-inch squares, don't forget, as well as the bag panels. I've been mixing and matching because, I mean, there's lots of sort of savvy buyers and sewers out there that will probably be thinking of larger projects, quilts and all sorts. You could cut these into squares and have them within a quilt.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think once, because I worked with the blue initially, but then when the pink arrived, I thought, oh, I'd like the pink as well. So yeah, it's hard to choose. I'd definitely go for
Or I've seen somebody who's done like a charm pack, little girl's dress. Imagine doing, you know, a scrappy dress using the 40-inch squares for a little girl. Oh, that would be so beautiful.
And I think that's what Debbie does so well, is that, yes, she'll come up with a design that you can achieve, but she also encourages you to try different things. She loves to see when you've put your own stamp onto something.
Yeah.
So there we are. So we've done the quilt, we've checked the back, and we've got the crosshatch on there, and we've taken the ink off. The handles, again, very easy to cut out. They're all done for you.
Have you interfaced this?
Well, you don't have to in the pattern, but I always pop a little bit of the H640 and it's a good way of using up little bits of scrap as well. Yeah. So I've just cut that 3/4 of an inch to fit inside. So this is very easy to do. So you literally just fold it in half.
How are you feeling now? Relaxing in. It's very nice and calm here.
Everybody's so friendly. Sewing world is, I think the community, craft community in general, they're just lovely people, aren't they?
Well, have you met Stuart? Yeah.
I have.
He's all right as well.
Everybody's just so lovely. He's a keen knitter, isn't he?
He is. Oh, because you knit and crochet.
Well, my nan taught me to knit when I was 8, and I'm left-handed, so she was the only one that could sort of teach me. But I was never able to crochet, being left-handed. It used to feel as though I'd got my knife and fork in the wrong hand. It was that kind of a feel. And that was, I think that was back in 2016, something like that. I started to crochet. And that sort of goes on holiday with me and around the pool. It's very portable. Yes. But I think since discovering sewing, that's it.
I think it's just a really great talking point as well, isn't it? Whenever you make something and you're out and about and you've got that bag and somebody will comment on it. Someone always comments, don't they?
Yeah, and you can, you know, you might be buying something like a duvet cover from a shop, for example, but then to make your own pillow, decorative pillow.
Yeah. So what are you doing here, sorry, with these handles?
So with the handles, you're just folding it in half and then in half again. And it's at this point, I would just pop in, just move the yarn out of the way. I'd pop in. So you don't have to do this, but I find that it just adds a little bit more.
Gives it a nice plush feel to your handle, doesn't it? A bit more stability. It's all these little things. I mean, like you say, stepping it up and using it with scraps as well. We all have a fabric stash, but we never really talk about having a wadding stash or interfaces, and it's a good idea to keep hold of those little strips.
Yeah, I mean, you can always use them on the Half Yard Club. There's lots of toys on there, and you can always use the scraps for the toy fillings, or I enjoy doing a lot of applique as well.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to sort of make the applique a little bit flush on the quilt, you can put it on there.
Nice. I hadn't thought about that, using it with a applique. It gives it almost like is it trapunto? That
yeah. It's good to have a play, isn't it?
I will have a recap, by the way. I will have a recap through over the panels. So people asking about different item codes and things, and finding them on the web. We'll show you them. Do you find it easier using the clips to pins when you're doing the straps?
I do find that pins don't seem to like me, so I tend to stay with the clips. But it depends.
Blame your childhood of your mum being like, watch the pins every time you walked into school. You've obviously got a phobia now of pins.
Probably. Clips work well for things such as this. Pins, if you've got a finer fabric, or you're short on space, then pins come in. But I do tend to use clips mostly. But what I would tend to do on this is just take your stitch length over, sort of 1/4 of an inch from the side. I'd keep it on the 3 because, as I say, you are going through a few layers of fabric, but also it is just a decorative stitch because it will be secured in the bag. So, and then just take clips out as you go. I tend to do the side that I'm as the opening first. So just feed that through.
Just as you're stitching down, let me just quickly recap for the ladies after the blue colourway. So don't forget, today, and today only I should say, you are getting your free instructions. I can't guarantee that we'll do this again. It's part of our sort of launch of Debbie Shaw Designs. So these are exclusive panels to us. You do get your full instructions, and within your panel, this is the one that we're using for the demo. You can see it hanging on the front of the desk there. Over half the stock has gone. If you've got any white fabric in your stash, I'd be making 2 bags with this, using your own lining and having a Mad Hatter's Tea Party one and Alice Walking Through the Woods with the Cheshire Cat as a separate one. You've got all of your applique bits, because your lining is beautiful on here. There's nothing going to waste. There's your pocket lining and your pocket outer, so even the detail inside of your bag is beautiful. And then you've also got 4, 5, 6 labels to be able to use on all sorts of projects. You're learning along. The great thing is yes, very simple to construct together for anyone who's a quick, you know, an experienced sewer, but it is brilliant that we've included the instructions today. If you are a newer sewer, you've got a great set of instructions with some brilliant key skills in there to start you off on your journey. The pink colourway is this one. Different imagery on this one. I dabble for start making them into larger projects if you like. I mean, it's completely up to you. You've got some fabulous. You don't want to use them as a tote bag. Take the bottom off. You've got 2 big blocks that you can use as part of a quilt. There is, you know, the Alice could be the centre, or I was talking about little girl's dress or apron. Imagine having that, you know, part of the bodice, or on the back of a denim jacket, embroider on top of it. There are so many ideas you could do. Make it into, yeah, little wall hangings even. Part of a quilt would be beautiful. Exclusive to us. Free instructions will come included to be able to make it up into your tote bag. But I know as we are now introducing Debbie Shaw Designs, of course, there are lots of different designs that we're going to want to be able to bring on board. So the chances of us repeating panels again are quite slim. So I would be stocking up now if you're thinking of doing more than one project or making to sell. Remember, these are very sellable. We all love Alice in Wonderland designs, don't we? Now, the sewing machine tote bag, sorry, Sheena, I'm coming back to you in a moment. Just let you thread. We've got... could I have the other 2 panels? Oh, they're behind me. Thank you. Right, the blue. Made in exactly the same way. You'll get your instructions as well. You've got the front of your bag, the back of your bag. Even the border, you don't need to piece it. It's there already on the panel, which is great, isn't it? So the top of your bag here.
Yep.
That detail.
And I've just stitched along there, again in a sort of a 3, just stitch along just to accentuate that. You could even, if you like to free motion embroidery, you could free motion embroidery around there.
Yes.
Accentuate that. These, I just love these. Using up every bit of spare fabric. That fits perfectly over the hemline large, you know, the plastic buttons where you cover your own buttons.
Oh, yeah.
So you'll see on the, here.
Oh, yeah, bring that in.
So I've just made a little pin cushion that sits on there and that fits over perfectly.
Oh, so you cover a button with it. Brilliant. And they're all, by the way, add-ons, just filling the space, as Sheena said. So you've got an extra 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that aren't even used with this project that you can use to cover buttons.
You could, or you could even you could use the bottom bit for bias binding. There's no waste on here at all. You could use that, sew together, right facing together, pull inside out, and then use it as a label.
Oh, of course.
In the side of the bag if you chose, because it has got Debbie Shaw's name on there as well.
That's brilliant, isn't
Lots
it?
of options with that one.
Only $14.99, but going back to the original design, you do get full instructions for that bag that you can see on your screen now. In the pink sewing machine, it comes with the sewing machine bag instructions as well. Sorry, the tote bag. So the sewing machine panel looks like this. In the pink colourway, exactly the same images, lining, pocket, inside lining of your pocket, extra labels, extra spools. If you want to do buttons, if you want to do labels, if you want to applique them onto anything.
I mean, the inside of the pocket, you could even, if you preferred, you could even make that into a little zipper purse instead. Use your own lining, pop a zip on, and have it as a little zipper pouch.
Yes, good idea.
Put some, what's the word? Bondaweb on the back of there. Cut those out. You could attach it to the outside, the inside, put your own.
Oh, I'd
lots
put
of options.
Machine feet in there. Keep all your machine feet, your extra machine feet or bobbins. Right, where are we up to with the straps then?
So I've just re-threaded the machine on there. So your instructions will guide you as to the measurements. I use the cutting mat for guidance. Pop your handles on, make sure they're not twisted. I tend to overlap them slightly, just to make sure that you're catching them. So just to secure those on the... So you want to make sure that you're inside the seam allowance, because you won't want to see this when you put the bag together.
Did I notice you got a Juki machine at home, Sheena?
I've got two.
Two? Oh, very nice.
Yeah, so my first sewing machine, my daughter, I don't think has quite forgiven me. I did trade it in for a Juki. It's the DX7, but the next one up, because it came with a few more extras, which I haven't used all of them yet, but I know it will grow with me.
Yeah.
Just go.
So you're lengthening your stitch.
Sorry, I'm just going to take it over a little bit, because that should be in the inside the seam allowance in there. And on the other side. But then I did invest, and I call it an investment, in the straight stitch Juki, because I do enjoy bag making. It's very quick, and it works well with things like leather and.
I think we've seen a couple of the. We have had that before, haven't we? The straight stitch machine.
So you pop those on there, get rid of those threads on there. So the next part is you'll put the pocket on the lining.
Right. Could we maybe just talk through this part, so then we can...
of course.
We want to show our 5-inch squares as well.
Of course. So you'll cut those out. That's the base. You'll put them right sides together, and you will sew all the way around, 1/4 inch, leave a turning gap, cut off the corners, pull inside out, use, if you've got a poker tool at home, pull out the corners. Then once it's the right side out, obviously that will be folded in, do a top stitch along the edge.
Right.
Once that's put in place, grab your lining, and I find the easiest way to put that central is just fold it in half, do a little crease, open it back out again. So obviously that will then have a top stitch on there. You'll place the pocket, the turning gap will naturally fold itself in, so you won't actually see that. You'll sew round there to secure it, but just ensure that these two top pieces here, you've doubled,
Reverse,
yeah, just to secure it in there.
Okay.
And then that part will, you put that on top of there like so. And the reason why I leave a little bit protruding out is that way you guarantee to catch it.
Yeah.
So again, 1/4 of an inch, you'll then pull the whole thing out. Once you've done that on both sides, that will effectively be like so, on there. You'll tuck your handles in. And then you'll sew all the way around the outside, leave your turning gap. You can put it in the bottom or in the side, pull the whole thing through, and then that will naturally fold in. Sew your turning gap, push it inside itself. I tend to press the top before a top stitch. That just helps keep it all in place, and then pop your top stitch all around the edge and you're done.
I mean, it's a really quick make. It is a really quick make. If you need a quick gift bag for somebody, like you said, fill it with a couple of bits.
Yeah.
This is the blue colourway, which is now, once everybody has checked out, limited. 3/4 of the stock has gone. If you do want the blue tote bag colourway, they're the 2 different designs that are on the blue colourway. They're different to the pink. So if you do want to grab both, then you've got 4 different designs, which are gorgeous. Welcome, Sheena. Love all the fabrics. Hope you're enjoying your first show. And we'll be here for many more. Brilliant. So there's the finished pink as well, just so you can see the artwork on the pink. You've got the rabbit and you've got Alice with the Drink Me. They're your 2 different designs. Right, Sheena, the 45-inch squares. I think that these are brilliant, versatile panels, aren't they?
Absolutely. I mean, again, Debbie's given you the instructions to actually make 2 products. So you've got the bag and the mat.
Okay. Bag and then your mat, which you can use, I mean, there's all sorts. You could put use next in your sewing room or, I
mean, what she's done on here is she's actually used the squares for the lining, but you don't have to. If you chose to use your own lining, that creates an opportunity to have 14 squares left over to make something else with it. But the designs here, so I've got there's a zipper pouch.
Oh, yes. I mean, look at all this. Sorry, I didn't realise Dan was already on it. You've got the zipper pouch to be able to put your tools in. We've already filled it with lots in there.
Yeah, so, and we've got pockets in there as well.
Brilliant. This is a little wall hanging.
I thought you could put your rulers in there.
Yeah.
Pens.
Fabulous.
Yeah. There's lots of
cushions. You don't need to piece them all together. That's in the Alice colourway. That looks gorgeous, doesn't it?
They all work well as they've been printed, but if you decided you wanted to put that next to that one, you could cut it out. It's just this way, it just saves time. And if you're new to quilting, it's just very easy for you to do.
You don't even need to quilt it. You can then stitch across all these lines and make it look like you've pieced it all, but you don't even have to. The Wonderland 5-inch squares, by the way, is so popular. I mean, hundreds and hundreds have gone. I'm not surprised that people are also buying 3s and 4s and thinking about larger projects, quilts. I mean, obviously, a 5-inch charm pack. I know so many patterns that call for charm packs.
And also putting colours together, it works so well. That's where all the design element, that's taken the headache away from you.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
They're perfectly central.
And they've it's very easy to put together.
The different scales of print, so if you are then doing patchwork with some of these, it's going to work really, really, really well. I mean, there's loads of things that have been made out of this. Talking of patchwork as well, you can completely sort of cut them up as you wish and make them into lovely little patchwork bags.
I mean, the needle case, that just took 4, just matched it up with some felt from home. That make a nice little gift.
It goes on and on, by the way. There are so many ideas of what you can make. You do get instructions to make your storage box and your mat, but there are loads of ideas with this. I was thinking even dressmaking as well. So, the blue Alice panel, 40 squares, comes with your instructions to be able to make your storage cube or your storage bag. Hundreds of these have already gone. They've thought about the scales of print, the placements of the patterns, the coordinating patterns. The detail in these designs, though, are absolutely stunning. I'm very excited to see what everybody can do and what everybody does. And like you say, Sheena, Debbie welcomes that.
Absolutely.
She's not telling you this needs to be that. It's right. Fill your boots. What can you do?
And I find that the more you do, the more you create, the more creative you get. You just work with it and the ideas will come.
There's the sewing one, and you can see made into a little storage cube. You've also done it to keep your pre-cuts in.
They'd look lovely in your sewing room.
Yeah, they
so
look
useful.
Lovely.
And that's using Bozel.
We've got about 10 minutes.
Okay, so...
Well, less than 5 minutes, in fact. Sorry about that. We're...
I've gone ahead and cut out all the pieces, stitched. I've actually used a 3.5 stitch length on this because Bozel is obviously denser than the H640. I've popped the handles on because you've seen me do the handles on the other project. Now the base of this doesn't have the stitch through because what you don't want to happen is the bag bend in the middle. So what you want to do, can I just move those out of the way? At home, you'll arrange, so you'll have the front piece, that's the base, a side piece, back piece, and a side piece. So you decide the layout that you choose, keep that to one side. So once you've put your stitching on and your handles are on, what you'll need to do is piece the bag together, and the easiest way to do that is make sure that you're lining up the stitches.
You haven't got your walking foot on. Is this going to be all right?
Well, if you've got a walking foot, I'd recommend using a walking foot. I haven't on that.
Yeah, and it's
I've
fine.
actually borrowed this one off my mum. It was absolutely fine. Just increase the stitch length, and then it doesn't have to work so hard to go through the fabric. If you didn't have a stitch, if you didn't have a walking foot, once it's secure, you can always go back over it with a smaller stitch.
Yeah.
I like this machine. I've not used this machine until I borrowed it off my mum.
Oh, is that your mum's machine?
Well, it's the same model.
Same one.
And I love how it grips the fabric. She's very happy with it. It's got the quietest thread cutter I've ever used.
This is the Aona 570A, by the way. It's a lovely machine.
So I'll just quickly, and then over like that. So line those up.
It's so difficult to keep up with everything on the website, by the way. Oh, my gosh. The phone lines have been chaos the whole of the hour, so thank you for your patience on the phone line. If you can jump to the web or the app, that's definitely going to be the quickest and easiest way to go. I can't see quite what it is that you've got in your basket, what you're checking out on, because people are having multiples of everything, which is brilliant. I'm so thrilled. I'd get these 5-inch squares are $14.99. Brilliant price. That if you bought a couple of those, and is our background colour white on this, or is it an off-white? I think it's white, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's white. So if you just go with a white fabric to go with, or choose your blues, it'd be really lovely. Lesson 20, just so you're aware of the blue 40 squares. There you go. Free instructions, can I mention as well. And if you love Debbie Shaw patterns, you must stay tuned for our 11 o'clock show, because we're going to be talking about the Half Yard Club, which, if you haven't heard about already, where have you been the last 5 years? I know that in the sewing world, this is a very, very popular subscription, very, very popular club, community, and a brilliant place to learn lots of new techniques.
Absolutely.
We'll talk more about it at 11 o'clock. Just whilst you're sewing that last bit, let me just quickly remind you again, this Wonderland 5-inch squares in pink. If you miss out on the blue, there is a pink option. Really pretty shade of pink as well. Absolutely beautiful, along with all of your images, 5-inch squares, coordinating fabric squares, 100% cotton, for lots of projects, no matter what kind of sewing you do. I think you're getting the free instructions, a bit of inspiration. If you're thinking, well, I don't know what to do with those 40 squares, you've got plenty of inspiration there on how to make the bag that Sheena's making now, and also the mat. Right, so you're putting in your base.
So that's the base that needs to go in there. What I do is use the lines to line up those there. So I wouldn't go ahead and, there's lots of different ways to do this. I find this the easiest way. So in effect, once you've lined, I'm not sure whether you can see that. Once you've lined up your stitches on there, you'll see, if I squish that down, you'll have, you should have a slight overhang on each side. Okay. Because you've already sewn these together, obviously you've got a seam allowance and you won't have one on this. So what you'll need to do is just position it.
Can you just bring it forward slightly? Because your head's just slightly in the way.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
I'm not sure whether you can see there. There's a slight overhang. So rather than start stitching from the edge, you'll feel the stitch underneath with your hands, start stitching all the way along there, and then when you get to the other side, we'll stop. Obviously at home, you'll be taking your time. There. So it will naturally want to do its job and just don't worry about what's going on here. Just slow it down a little bit. So when you get to the edge, don't go all the way to the edge. Okay, lift your presser foot up. Got a little thread tied on the back of there. And then what you'll do is you'll move that around and you'll square it up. I've gone a little bit off there. Pull it round.
You just have to wrestle your bosal a bit, don't you?
You do.
Your foam. You're in charge though, Sheena.
It naturally wants to do its job.
And hold its structure, and you have to manipulate it a bit.
You do. That should. Pull it round again.
Don't worry if we can't get the whole base in. It's just more showing the techniques of how to do it.
I'm just going to take that off there.
Fab.
Effectively, I'm not going to do the whole thing.
Yeah.
What you'll find is you'll have,
Yeah.
keep the same seam allowance all the way around.
Yeah.
Keep wrestling with it.
Yeah.
But as you pull it through, you'll have
Nice, clean box corner.
box corner.
It's like doing a little bit of a Y seam, isn't it? Stopping and rotating, but only a tiny one. It's not a scary one.
Yeah, there's lots of different ways of doing it. That's the easiest way I find to do it.
Well, you've got the full instructions anyway, haven't you?
You have, and then once you'll turn that the right side out, you'll do the lining exactly the same way.
Yeah. We've run out of
Leave it-
time, but
leave
it's
it
all
turning.
instructions. Sorry, Sheena.
That's okay.
We're going to be back anyway in an hour, and we'll have a chat with you more about everything. But the Half Yard Club is coming up at 11.
Okay.
Thank you, Sheena. You made it. You made it. You've had so many lovely messages.
Oh, thank
so
you.
many.
Thank
Sorry to stop you there.
Oh no, thank you. Enjoy. You'll love it.
Do check out on anything, any of the panels that you've got in your baskets, they're all flying out. Obviously, stay exactly where you are. Stuart's eagerly awaiting in the wings. We've got a brilliant show with him. And then we've got the Half Yard Club subscription. Plus, we've got old made new. So many words to remember today. Old made new coming up at 12 o'clock as well with Maria. It's going to be brilliant. So stay exactly where you are. And Stuart will be with me after this.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Stuart, congratulations again on another absolute stonker.
Oh, thank you. Well, I do. Don't I have the best job in the world?
You do.
I've got to sew again today. Oh, well, someone's got to do it.
I mean, this behind you, both colours, different variations of a very, very traditional block. I remember the first time I got invited to come across over to Sewing Quarter at the time, and John Scott said to me, I said, right, where on earth do I start with learning about sewing and quilting? And he gave me a list of quilt blocks.
Yeah.
And one of them was log cabin.
Log cabin, sure.
One of the most traditional quilt blocks.
So this is a variation. This isn't a log cabin as such. So although it reads like a log cabin and it's made in a similar way, it's not made in the same way as a log cabin. And you have the cobblestones, which are these diagonal squares. Traditionally in a log cabin, you would have one square in the centre and then the logs would build up around that centre square. But in cobblestone cabin, you have this strong diagonal of squares which divides the block evenly into half and half. We often talk about log cabin as being half light and half dark, and actually with log cabin one half is always bigger than the other. But with this they're equal size, so it gives so many ways that you can play with the blocks, and you actually get 11 different settings, 11 different quilt designs in your pattern. So there's a lot of value.
The pattern has absolutely gone wild in the aisles. We are offering the pattern on its own, and you've already found it on pre-order, but the graphic at the moment is for the bundle to make the quilt behind Stuart. This is with the Jason Yenta colours. My first thoughts were it were batik when I saw it.
Yes.
And it's not as printed, is it?
It is. It's digital print. It is luminous. It is glowy. It is an absolute dream.
Did you pick out these fabrics for this design?
To be honest with you, Vix, this was all the fabrics.
Yeah.
Basically. And I just, as soon as I saw them, I was like, oh my goodness me, I just want to work with those. I'm going to use them all. And it was great fun as well, picking out the solids. I wanted to create a glow in the quilt. I wanted it to actually almost pulse with light. So I used 4 of our cotton solids.
Yeah, love those. The different teal combinations, the green that was within. Yeah.
That apple really pops and creates this sort of almost stained glass glow. But it's beginner friendly. It's a beginner level quilt. And you also, in the pattern, Vix, you actually get 2 different sizes of block.
Right.
So although I talk about there being 11 different settings, you could actually do more than 22 different quilts and projects, because you've got the large version behind me, which is jelly roll friendly.
Okay.
And then you've also got the quarter size.
Nice. So you can see here, you get the cutting instructions, or what is it?
Yes, so you get the full cutting instructions for both different sizes of block, and then some of the quilt designs that I've included use the smaller block just to show you how you could develop. Can I just borrow the pattern for 1 second, please, Vix? And I'm just really going to quickly show you that the quilt that's hanging behind me is the big star.
Right, so that's what I'm making with this bundle.
No, so I just want to show you here.
Sorry.
So this is the big star. So this was the original.
Yeah.
Okay. But over here, this design is exactly the same size as this quilt.
Right.
But it uses the small block. And you can see we've gone from 1 star to 5 big stars. So if you make the smaller scale block, the possibilities are almost endless. It's amazing.
So, instructions on their own, Stuart.
Yes.
Talk me through, whilst you've got them here.
Sure.
This is where, for me, I would be absolutely getting this in your repertoire because you have got, well, hundreds have already gone, just so you know. I hope you've managed to speak to the team to get enough of these for us today, Stuart, because...
I hope so, yes. I think so. So many different ways to use this block.
Wow.
Yeah, really, really fun. You can add sashing. You can add borders.
So this is the same block?
Same block.
And is it depending on the fabric, lights and darks, or is it depending on the placement of the block?
It's really about how you place the block, to be honest with you. Yeah, there's loads and loads of variations. And because you've got the cobblestones running through the middle, you get this really strong emphasis on that diagonal, so it creates all sorts of wonderful design possibilities. And of course as well, you've got full instructions for making the large scale block, which is jelly roll friendly, and the smaller block. This is going to absolutely annihilate your scraps.
Yeah, brilliant.
If you've got scraps and you want to make some really fabulous quilts that work, this pattern is going to do it.
You did this, you say, with scraps, actually, didn't you?
Yeah,
Obviously, they're all coordinated fabrics, but yeah.
Well, then, I mean, they're not, well, they do coordinate because I picked them out to sort of go with each other.
But they're not from the same collection?
No, not at all. There's loads and loads of different fabrics in there. I just picked fabrics that had that sort of rich, dark, autumny, antique-y country look, you know, and then loads of different creams. But, Vix, if I'd used the small version of the block, which is this one, the smaller you cut fabric, the more you can get away with. Right. So I could have thrown in all kinds of weird and wonderful into the smaller scale blocks because, you know, like really ugly fabrics can hide away in small pieces, you know?
This is amazing, isn't it? It really, really is. And yet it's still got this cobblestone.
That's right.
So you use a striking colour. Do you always use black or
Well,
no.
I mean, I have used darker in these versions, but you could use a really light.
Yeah.
So, for example, here, yes, I could have used something really light and bright. Yeah. You could use a metallic.
Yeah.
Do a Christmassy version.
Yeah.
You could use something like... tone on tones, batiks, you know. You just want it to have enough contrast with both fabrics, which is why a solid is quite a good idea. Because if you've used patterned fabrics, even if the patterned fabrics are a similar tone to the... If it's plain against patterned, it will pop.
Yeah.
You know?
But that was going to be my sort of... query and I'm not concerned but worry that you're so good at picking out combinations. That's why the bundle's amazing and you know it works, you can see it on the wall. But if I'm going through my stash, what ones am I looking for?
Okay,
because it looks very different.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the compliment. I you know, the thing is, I think a lot of people, I think the only difference between me and some people is that I feel colour confident.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's based on skill or ignorance, really, but I just trust my heart.
Yeah. Okay.
I just trust my heart. And I will go, and I've made a lot of quilts, of course, over the years. So I suppose I trust my instincts. I will go to my scraps and I will pull out loads of fabrics. And when I say loads, I mean loads. Yeah. You know, if you're picking out the blues, get everything that's remotely blue, including the greens and the purples and the, you know, get those as well, and the greys. And then the more you use, the less any individual fabric matters. So if you're doing a scrap quilt, we're definitely not going to be using 10 scraps to make this, even if you've got big scraps. Yeah. We need 100.
Right.
I mean, you don't need 100, but if you've got 100 scraps, use them. And don't think, oh yeah, but some of these blues are grey. Good. Yeah. Some of these blues are green. Great. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah? What would Kaif do?
Yeah.
He'd throw in some red.
Yeah.
He'd throw in some pink.
Yeah.
You know? He wouldn't make a blue quilt.
No, exactly.
You know? And it doesn't matter if you're not using really bright, vibrant colours either. You might be using soft, gentle pastel colours. But again, use everything. The other thing, if you're doing particularly the narrow, the smaller block in the cobblestone cabin, think about using both sides of your fabric. Not with a digital print, because the wrong side is almost completely white.
Yeah.
But most quilt weight cotton, the reverse side is just a lighter version of the other side.
Yeah.
And you can sometimes use both sides of your fabric as
Right.
well for even more tonal variation.
Lovely. Yeah.
But be confident. And then what I tend to do is when I've got all of my fabrics is I will hold them all together like this. And I will stand like a baby. And I will, well, don't hold your baby like this. Oh, here's my baby. Right. And then...
You're used to lambing, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
So you hold your sheep. Aww.
Gorgeous. And what I do, and this does sound weird, forgive me,
Oh, go on.
but I stand in front of the full-length mirror in my bedroom.
Okay.
Because I can't take a photograph of myself holding these, but what I want to do is I want to see an image of that.
Yeah.
So I stand in front of a mirror and I look at the mirror, and that instantly, if there's something wrong in there, it'll pop
stand
out.
out. Yeah.
It'll pop out. And I don't take it out. If there's a fabric in there that pops out, I don't take it out.
What do you do with it?
I get more.
Ah, right, okay.
I get more. My first step would be to get more. So if there's a colour that's a bit too bright,
Yeah.
I grab a few more of a similar brightness and I add them in. Because 1 will look weird, 3 will look cool, 5 will look amazing.
Right.
Or take it out completely. But if you, it's a little bit like, do you have like a secret ingredient that you put in your chili? Or a secret ingredient that you put in...
chocolate.
Right. So it's the kind of thing that, everybody knows your secret now, but it's the kind of thing
Have you ever
that
tried it?
you know
Yeah,
if it's
it
in
works.
there.
Yeah.
Okay, but you may not instantly realise, why is this different? Why is this gorgeous and different to everyone else's? And that's what happens when you add that little bit of spice or zing to a quilt. You don't instantly, and you shouldn't instantly be able to look and think, oh, they've
Stands
put...
out. Yeah, that's awesome.
It's like, oh, why is that? Oh, my, wow, you know? This quilt, it's the apple green.
Yeah.
Which is the wrong green for this. If you look at these three, it's dark teal, mid teal, light teal. And there wasn't a lighter than that.
Mm-hmm.
The apple green was a compromise. Actually, it's the best thing about this quilt.
So well, that's your secret ingredient.
It's
That's
the best thing
chocolate
about
in
this
your
quilt.
chili.
It is.
It also has that lovely piano keys border, which we'll talk about. There's so much to this quilt. You'll love it. We've had loads of messages. Morning all, Stuart, you've done it again. Fab design. Love, love, love your pattern. So easy to follow and sew from Penny. Stefania said, Stuart, your quilts are stunning.
Thank you,
Such a clever man. And she's also put secret ingredient in a plain Italian sponges is rum.
Oh, I'm there. I'm there.
Tell us all your secret ingredients.
I think rum should be a secret ingredient in everything.
Well, when I went to the Creative Craft show, we
Yep.
were opposite a rum stall, and I bought a lovely Cornish rum.
Oh, did you?
The first
a Cornish rum.
Yeah, at the sewing. I went to my sewing exhibition.
Yes.
But with
and
rum.
bought booze.
Yes.
Vicky, you're a legend.
Right. So the bundle, $124.99. Look at all. These are all half meters. Jason Yenter in the beginning range, absolutely beautiful. Half the stock is checked out, the other half is in baskets. You're getting over 7 meters, 7.5 meters of gorgeous fabric. So you have all of these stunning fabrics. And then you're also getting how much black?
So you get 2 meters
2
of black,
meters.
which is enough for your piecing, enough for your binding.
Okay.
And actually as well, if you used what's left of the black, because I've been quite generous with the black because everybody needs black fabric. You could put some in the backing, and you could use your leftovers of your Jason Yenter for the backing if you wanted.
Oh.
Or you have got enough fabric there to do more. You could do wider borders if you wanted to.
Right, brilliant. Been very generous.
Yeah,
Plenty of fabric
yeah.
there. You've then also got your teal and your apple green. all £124.99. It's also on split pay at £62.49, and included you get that all-important pattern that has got 11 different variations of the quilt. You've got the smaller block included in it as well. So there's the smaller block with smaller pieces. The larger one is, you say jelly roll friendly as well. So
yes,
if you want to make it again, which let's face it, if you've got your bundle,
yeah,
this isn't going to be the only time that you make
absolutely
it. Or if you're getting the pattern on its own, that's your main graphic. Over 300 of you have checked out today on the pattern. Well done. Any questions that you have, please get them in while Stuart's here. It's a great time to ask. But value for money, about variations, because I mean, I'm not in charge of your marketing and your business here, but you could have done 11 different patterns there, Stuart.
Well, I think, see, I just think it's good to have loads of value in one pattern.
Brilliant.
Because you know me, I don't want anyone to stick to the plan. I want everyone to do something a little bit different. Yes, and the thing is, even if you turned these blocks around so that the plain fabrics were in the centre and the Jason Yenta were around the outside, it would look so different. I almost did it that way for this quilt. You know, you could do different variations even in this. Right. But, you know, do your own thing.
Fantastic. There's your pattern on its own, just £9.99. Is there anything else that I need to mention before Stuart starts demoing, Hannah? Let's go. Let's go, go, go. What would you like to show us?
Well, let me show you how to make the block.
Brilliant.
I do want to mention, just while we're here, you know, you do have generous leftovers once you've made the quilt.
You made a bag.
I did. I made a bag, and I could make probably about another 5 of these bags.
Gosh. Is that one of your patterns?
Well, it is, but the patterns isn't available yet.
Oh, a little sneak peek.
But yes, and I just mix this with navy. So again, navy would work really well for the log cabin.
I could use my leftovers though to do some cushions with the smaller.
Oh, for sure, absolutely,
Brilliant.
absolutely, yeah. But I just wanted to mention that because if you do grab the fabric, you can make some lovely things. Right, let's do the block now. In a traditional log cabin, I mentioned we always talk about half light and half dark, but actually one half of your log cabin is always bigger than the other. That final round or that final side of logs creates one side which is slightly bigger than the other. Okay. With your cobblestone cabin, both sides are exactly the same. This is good news because when you do your cutting, you are going to cut your dark and your light. They're identical.
Oh, in pairs, brilliant.
Yes, they're not in a traditional. Sorry, that's a pair. In your traditional log cabin, they're not the same. So you can layer up your fabric and you can do your cutting much more quickly that way. Now, you want to cut all of your logs to the correct size.
Yeah, all in the instructions.
Don't be cutting long strips and then trimming them as you go. You know what I mean? Like sew them on and then trim the ends square. Your block won't end up accurate. Cut your strips to order and cut to size, and then you will get the most perfect block. Check your 1/4 inch seam allowance before you start. Make sure you're sewing an accurate 1/4 inch seam allowance before you begin, and then we're ready to go. Right, I'm going to pop these to one side, because those are all my logs cut out, but I've also got my cobblestones, okay? So I've got my squares cut out, and the easiest way to make this block is to actually lay it out first of all on the table. And this is what I've done. Obviously, I've made lots and lots of these blocks. And it's so helpful just to lay everything out on the table first of all. And it starts off looking absolutely enormous, 3. Right, there we go. They're all my cobblestones. All right. Sorry. It's a bit of a weird laugh, wasn't it? Right. And then what I'm going to do, my longest strips. Oh, now, just wanted to point out one thing here. You don't need to do this. You've got plenty of fabric. But I joined this fabric with a diagonal seam because I don't like leftovers. I don't like waste. There's no need. It's patchwork. You know?
Well, you can use that for something else, can't you? What would have been waste, you would be able to, yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. So I'd just like to start off by just laying out my fabrics to make my block, first of all. And I'm going to do the same with my coloured strips as well.
How was your stay over last night, Stuart? Have you got any dramas or anything?
Oh,
I feel like there's always something
no.
eventful that happens when you stay over at your hotel.
No, but I went to buy a few sewing supplies the other day, and there were dramas when I went to do that. So in the car park, oh, terrible, really. In the car park, somebody had parked up their camper van, like big, massive, like Winnebago type thing in the car park, and then had gone off for breakfast or whatever they were doing, and they obviously hadn't put the brakes on properly. So the camper van had rolled forward. The car park's on a slight incline. Had rolled forward, and then it just stopped when it met another car, and it was kind of nose to nose with another parked car. And I don't think it had damaged the car. But, you know, particularly, they were sort of kissing cousins. but, yeah, couldn't move. Yeah, couldn't move.
Oh, no.
I know. Right, there we go. So I've laid out my block, okay?
Lovely.
And that's step one, okay?
If you do want this fabric, by the way, there's only 10 kits remaining. They will sell out today.
Now then what I'm going to do, I think of these as kind of uprights and crossbars, okay? So I've got, can you see here, I've got an upright and almost like a big capital I with a dot.
Yeah.
Well, a capital I doesn't have a dot. A small I with a dot. And then another small I with a dot. I was a teacher, I know. Blame the teachers. And then on this side, it's like an exclamation mark. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do first of all, this is not how you sew a log cabin at all.
No, you would start
in the middle and work round. It's not how we do it. So I'm going to sew these squares to these strips.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's step one.
1/4 of an inch.
1/4 of an inch. Vix, it won't be long. I'll be saying to you, come on, Vix, you could come and sew these for me.
Oh, no, yes, please, yeah. This is the time that I should do it whilst I'm here, isn't it? So I'm sat here having my shortbread biscuits.
Yeah, because then you could make quilts for the girls.
Oh, I know. Well, I had one that was made for me, and I had it out yesterday because they are desperately trying to walk, and they're not at the point yet of wearing shoes, so we went out to the park, and so I had a big picnic blanket out, my big quilt, and I thought, I'd love someone to come and ask me. It was Liberty fabric, and I thought, it looks really lovely.
You were like, somebody ask me.
Yeah. So ask me about my sewing.
Oh,
I my own.
You fraud. Now, always press your seam allowances towards the squares.
Okay.
Always. So
is that because it's the dark side, or is it going to help us later when we are nesting?
Both.
Okay.
So it'll mean that everything nests together. If you were doing, say, your cobblestones were light, the lightest, then you could press towards the logs.
Okay.
But just be completely consistent and you will be absolutely fine.
Well, that's easy to remember because the amount of times you have to do alternate rows. So this is easy. You're always going to go towards...
You're always doing the same thing. And you can see here as well, I'm just finger pressing.
I don't need to take it to the iron at every point.
No. So I've done those 4. They're on the bottom. They're my exclamation marks. And now I'm going to do my eyes, which are these 4. Easy, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Like I say, it's much, much easier if you lay everything out on the table. And even though I've made lots of these blocks, I still make them this exact same way. And I do one block at a time. I'm a real fan of that, Vix. I used to do the kind of factory method. And then I thought to myself, I don't work in a factory. I don't need to. I mean, yes, I'm on a deadline to make this quilt, but I still want to enjoy the process. And also, I don't want to make the same mistake 30 times.
No, exactly. That's the whole point of sewing, isn't it? Is to
enjoy the process. And even if you are in a hurry, you can still enjoy every step. So I'm going to carry on sewing these cobblestones to their respective fabrics. The glow on these fabrics is incredible, isn't it?
Oh, lovely. What finish size is that? Did you just tell us, sorry?
Of the block?
Of the quilt?
Oh, the quilt. It is, the one behind me is 52 inches square.
Okay, 52 inches square. That's the one that you can make with the bundle, am I right?
Yes.
And the other one is a big boy, isn't it?
Yes, that is a lot bigger. What I would say is that if you wanted to make the quilt that's hanging behind me bigger, you've got plenty of Jason Yenter fabric and you've got plenty of black. The only fabric really that you're going to run out of is the dark teal.
Okay.
If
So
you wanted to make more blocks.
Bigger, or make that a bigger board.
Yeah, I mean, you could make more of the cobblestone cabin blocks, to be honest with
Okay.
you. You've got plenty of Jason Yenter and you've got plenty of the solids. It's just the teal, because it's in a consistent place and you use the most of that dark teal, because it's the outer. You'll run out of that one first. So you could get an extra ½ metre of the teal and you could make some extra blocks.
That's one of our regular solids,
Yeah.
isn't it, that we have on our website?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Have
this
the
would be
teal.
lovely done as nine blocks.
Right, okay.
Or you could do 6 blocks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Only a few of you can get the bundle now, though. Only a few of you can get that lovely bundle with Jason Yenter.
I've done the eyes and I've done the exclamation marks.
Yeah.
I've got this arrangement of 3 squares in the centre. I'm going to sew those 3 squares together. Okay. Super easy. And I always say, Vix, all my patterns are straightforward. None of them are what I would call difficult, because difficult to me is not a rating for a pattern.
No.
Difficult is not... skilled is fine. Ooh. Skilled is fine. I have no problem saying that you need skills to make something.
Yeah.
You do need skills to make anything. But I think if a pattern says it's difficult, then I think maybe the pattern's bad. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's so true. Well, you'd never see that if you're going back to cooking, like you said. If you were to read a recipe and they say, right, this is difficult, it just takes different skills. It's just broken down differently.
I know. My publishers always want me to say, give everything a difficulty rating, you know, in my books. And I hate doing that, really. But it has to be done. But I would hate anyone to ever feel put off doing something because I've said, this isn't for you. This isn't for you.
This is really difficult. Exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
Right.
So if you're giving us the tools to break it down and...
Well, that's right.
Instructions are fab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And thank goodness for Sewing Street, for demos, for YouTube, for, you know, blogs, magazines, you know, things like that. Debbie Shaw, thank goodness for Debbie Shaw. That's what I say. You know, but that community and that sense of sharing skills, I don't think anything is beyond anybody anymore.
No, absolutely. Oh, well, that's it. When anything is technical, you can literally, you know,
ask someone.
YouTube, ask somebody or,
Exactly. Right, so now this is done, it's going to absolutely fly together. So this is what I'm going to do. Now I start from the centre.
Okay.
So I'm going to sew that to that and make a little square centre. And then I'm going to sew that to that, that to that, make a rectangle, then to that, then those, then those, then those, then those.
And if you cut it to the measurements that you say and stitch with your 1/4 inch, it'll all fit together.
Well, we'll see, won't we, Vicky? Yes, it will.
It will all fit
Yes,
together.
it will. Well, of course it
Stuart?
will.
Good luck.
It will. And I'm going to be really daring, and I'm not going to use pins.
So at these points, would you nest and make sure your seams line up? At what point?
I'm sewing without pins. Yes, I would. Yes, I would, Vix.
Oh, brilliant. Right. The graphics are on screen for the pattern on its own. Oh, my gosh. Right. Hundreds and hundreds of you have checked out on the pattern on its own. There are still over 100 of you that are yet to check out. Do not wait. Do not hesitate. I mean, for £10, I mean, this is like a booklet. There's so much information in there. broken down exactly how to construct the block, how to do the quilt in both sizes, don't forget. But then there are so many different variations of how you can use those blocks to create multiple different layouts on quilts, on table runners, cushions, however you want to use it, floor mats. There is a lot of options on there. So I would absolutely grab the instructions. We always do instructions that are £9.99, and sometimes they are just literally one page front and back. That is brilliant value for money, the amount that you're getting in there, under £10. A lot of work, I know, has gone into it.
But it's a joy, and you know, like you say, I like to pass it on.
Yeah.
Now, I've just sewn the centre square together, and I'm just going to pause at this moment because I mentioned the border. And so this border, let's just have a very quick look. It's what we call a piano key.
Fabulous.
Yeah, and it's just made of strips exactly the same size as the quilt. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you were doing the smaller scale block, use the same size strips as your border, and then everything looks right. It all fits together, and it's all the right size.
You didn't do that on the big one, did you? That's an actual stripe fabric.
Yeah, that's a stripy fabric, but this one I used the Jason Yenter. And
I have enough fabric in the bundle to be able to do the piano.
Yeah, for sure.
Keys.
Yeah, and bigger. Yeah. You could do it bigger. But what I wanted was a natural fit border. So what I did was I made the centre of a cobblestone cabin block. So if you look there, look, I've literally just made it. There's the centre of a cobblestone cabin block.
Oh, lovely, yes, yeah.
So I made 4 of those, 4 extras. And then I've got my black strip border, and I cut that, and then I made my piano key, and I sewed the two together. And sewn together, that is the same width as that.
Okay.
So that becomes your cornerstone.
Right.
So you make 4 borders, all the same size, to fit your quilt. 4 blocks, the centre of your block. Sew them together. That's it. That's the border. Right, back to the block. So I've sewn my centre. Now I'm going to sew opposite sides, top and bottom. So let's sew. And again, every time you do this, you're looking to make sure that the strip and the block that you're sewing it to fit exactly. If at any point they don't, I don't want you to start trimming things. I want you to, first of all, measure the strip of fabric that you're trying to add that seems too long or too short. Because maybe it's as simple as you cut it too long or too short, in which case don't start adjusting your seam allowance, just recut your fabric. But if it's the right length and it's not fitting, then you need to adjust your seam allowance. Do it now. Don't play catch up at the end. You know, and it's little changes like shifting your needle over to the right or the left, just a tiny little bit. Use the stitch width adjustment on your machine to nudge your needle over, make all the difference.
Fantastic.
So I've sewn those on top and bottom. And again, I'm always putting the block back where it belongs in the quilt to make sure everything is still in the right place. Because it would be so easy to turn that around, wouldn't it? Because it kind of looks, that still looks right, but it's not. So now I need to sew this to this and this to this. And again, I've got a little point to match up. I've got my square. So when I sew, I always want to be sewing that bit first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're confident that definitely matches in.
Exactly. I'm going to match those up because it's always good if your match points match up first of all.
With patchwork like this, you don't need to do reverse stitches, do you?
No. The only time that I do that, and I do that now, is when I'm adding on something like my final border that's going to be on the outside, you know, the seams on the outside edge of the quilt, because it gets pulled around a bit when I'm quilting it.
Okay.
And so I don't want those seams to pop open. The other thing is that on my Elna 680, the patchwork stitch, the 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, is 1.8, which is quite a short stitch, and that's unlikely to pop open anyway.
Sorry. Anybody who does want the teal on its own, if you are thinking of making it bigger, because remember you do have enough Jason Yenter fabric in the bundle to carry on and do a few more, I don't want to call them rounds, what's it called in Cobblestone? A few more Cobblestone.
Blocks.
A few more blocks. So if you do want your teal, it's KQLJ13. We'll bring the graphics live for you in a minute. Oh, it's out of stock. Ah! It always comes back in anyway. It's on reorder. You'll find it. It's probably all been put into this quilt.
Right, so I've sewn my next round. Of course, don't forget as well that is a block.
Right.
So although we've talked about the different sizes of block, what I haven't mentioned is that you could just do 2 rounds or 3 rounds, and then you've got a different size block. Or you could add an extra round for a bigger block.
Right.
You know? So if it doesn't quite make the size quilt that you want, then they're just the sizes. Add more rounds, do less rounds. Right, so next job is top and bottom. So we do a plain and a joined, and a plain and a joined. And you just keep repeating that as you go. Now, as you get to these longer rounds, you might want the security of a pin. Nothing wrong with pinning. I used to think it wasn't cool to pin. I thought, oh gosh, no, that's for other people to do. But I quite like pins.
Yeah, we're trying to get some teal for you. Ben will be cross with you, Hannah.
Oh yeah,
Stealing
he
it
loves
from
his
other
teal.
presenters.
Ben loves his teal. So there we go. So that's that one. And I'll do the same with the one at the bottom as well. And as I say, a couple of pins just to keep everything in line and in place.
Don't worry, Hannah, we'll back you up, won't we, Stuart?
Yeah, definitely.
Ben
It was all
saying
Vicky's.
about you.
It was all Vicky's idea. She said.
Feel it.
She said. Oh, do you remember that was the worst thing when you were at school if somebody was a telltale? It's the worst thing you could be. A snitch. We won't snitch on you, Vix. Right, so that's done. And like you can see, I haven't gone to my ironing board.
No, you haven't.
I'm just finger pressing. Right. And again, every time I put it down, I'm putting it back and making sure that I've got it in the right orientation and it still looks the same, even after making lots of these blocks.
Even carrying it from there to your sewing machine, it sometimes can spin a 180 or 360. I don't know how it can, but that is such a good practice to get into.
Just show you here, like I say, you do not need to do this. You have got plenty of fabric in the kit to make the quilt behind me without joining. However, when you cut your logs, you will end up with like a 7.5-inch piece at the end. You don't need a 7.5-inch piece.
Yeah.
You need an 8.5-inch piece. Please don't think, oh, well, that'll go in my scrap bag. Join them.
Yeah,
if I hadn't pointed it out, would you have known?
No. And you join them on the bias like you would with binding?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it disguises the join and it distributes the bulk. So, yeah.
Are the office in today? Are they upstairs? No. There you go. Hannah's done some fiddling around. She's got you some teal. So...
Thanks.
How much would you recommend buying then, Stuart?
Well, you could just get like an extra ½ metre or an extra metre.
Yeah. Then just a bit more wiggle room.
Yeah, it does. It does. When I got the fabrics originally, I knew exactly what I wanted to, well, not exactly, but more or less what I wanted to do. So I just got ½ metre of everything.
Now Hannah's just putting up messages so that upstairs will know that it was messages, it was the viewers that asked her to do it. There you go. There's the number for the dark teal. Linda will throw you under the bus. We're going to be the snitches and we're going to...
Yeah, it was Linda.
Oh, she wanted the dark teal.
Linda made us.
Forced our hand, Linda.
Right, just pressing this.
2 left, that's it. 2 more quilt bundles remaining. You've got ample fabrics. There's 25 of you have got it in your basket. I feel like it's I feel like it's the curse of the one or the curse of the two. Everyone thinks, oh, I'm not going to get it. If there's only two, it's not going to be me. You can still get it. Have you not heard of the curse of the two
That
before?
sounds like a Miss Marple mystery. The curse of the two.
One hiatus is a thing. Oh, this is the curse of the two.
Oh.
2 left. You can still get it.
The
Don't
terrible
let that curse.
twos.
Yeah. Oh, do you know, I must say though, 3 is definitely, I think, more challenging so far for me.
Is it?
There's terrible twos, and I was like, oh no, not that I don't love Maisie now. Maisie was great for No Issues 2. 3 is a 3-nager.
I've heard 13's fairly tasty as well.
Oh no, I have spoken to a few of our guests about that time. They said, "Do you think it's hard now?" Oh, just you wait till they're all 3 of them will be around 12, 13 time. But
yes, but by that stage, Vix, they'll be on tour in Europe.
Oh yeah, they'll be in the cause. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I did think because Belle is really brunette and Tilly is really blonde. I've got my ABBA show and I've got all the tracks. I've got the
so
costumes
you've got a
ready.
blonde, a brunette and a redhead?
Yes. So we are ready-made girl band. I don't know why I'm saying we, like they're going to let me in the band. I'll be very old.
You're going to be like, what's her name? Kardashian, who's the mum?
Yeah. I'll be like her, yeah. Or if you watch Chris, or if you watch Dance Moms, that would be me.
I've got to confess I haven't.
No, don't watch it. I won't be like that, really.
No. The last time I watched TV, Fame was on. Right. Now then, let's just get the last... There we go. So I'm on to my last round.
Yes.
So, plain top and bottom.
Yeah.
And then
all
joined at the
matched
side.
up, Stuart.
I mean, we're so far so good.
Love it.
And again, as I say, just a pin top and bottom first, at the start and the finish. And then you shouldn't need to start stretching, pulling, cajoling. If you are having to do those things, you've got to stop and ask the question, why? I mean, in all relationships, there should be a bit of give and take. That's a given. But if you're having to really cajole and manhandle your fabric, then maybe you should ask why.
I love you, Stuart. We give out so much great advice here, don't we?
Well, sewing should be a pleasure from start to finish. And if it's not, it doesn't mean that sewing's not for you. It just means that you maybe need to tweak one small thing. And it's as simple as this.
Are we still talking about sewing here?
Yes, definitely. It could be just adjusting your needle position or using a finer needle or finer thread. Right. You can get more accurate seam allowances with a finer needle and a finer thread. But if you don't know that, then you just carry on thinking, it's me.
Yeah.
I'm just not that good, and it's not you. It's never you. It's always him.
Yeah. It's your mop, Hannah. That's how I justify. That's how I justify any purchase. I feel like you bought a lot of mops though recently. Is it still not working for you,
what?
Hannah? Mops. She bought a new steam, like proper steamer.
Oh,
She bought one of those
lovely.
mops. Yeah.
Love my steamer. I love my steamer. I don't know how I've lived without a steamer all my life.
Like a steam mop or a steamer?
No, a steamer for clothes and curtains.
Well, now where you're wearing all your linen, you've got 5 linen shirts, you definitely need your steamer, don't you?
Well, I iron them, in fairness, but I love the steamer for things like, jackets and good for quilts and also things like curtains. Yeah. When we get the steamers on air, get yourself one. They are so good.
I took mine to Spain with me because, I got to the baggage and they said that I was a few kilograms over, so I took my steamer out and I carried it in my handbag through and put it on the...
What?
I put it through security and they were like, what is this? I was like, it's my steamer. I've never seen anybody else carry a steamer before.
You were like, look at me. Do I look like I travel without a steamer?
I was going to a wedding and I was in charge of making sure the flower girls' bridesmaids...
Oh, well, there you go. There you go.
I ended up steaming loads of men's shirts and all sorts. It was great.
Did you?
I had great fun at that wedding.
Right, last side to go on, and then I'll press it at the end. So here we go. So again, I'm gonna just bobber pinning quickly just helps me not to twist and turn the orientation, and then I'll pin it properly. Right. And again, just important that you match up that cobblestone. You want to get that cobblestone lined up first and foremost. Actually, I'm just going to flip that over.
Princess says, morning all, I absolutely love Stuart's teaching style. He's amazing.
Oh, thank you. Do you know, when I was a school teacher, I don't think I was quite as much fun. Well, I tried to be, but it's such a hard job.
Oh, yes.
You know, you want to do your best for all the kids, but you're so up against it. Whereas when I teach sewing, patchwork and quilting, and it's got nothing to do with motivation, because the kids are motivated to learn, they love learning, you know, it's not that, it's just the sheer amount of different subjects. Yeah. But with patchwork and quilting or with sewing, we're just doing one thing, and we can concentrate on that, and it sort of makes you fall in love with teaching much more than being in school ever could.
No, we love having you teach us. We learn so much.
you.
Every time you're here, Stuart, honestly, I feel that I could conquer doing one of these large quilts, because it is this same block repeated. There's not a secondary block. Obviously, you've got your piano keys and your borders, but it's this block, and it's the orientation of it.
Correct. The only thing that's different in the really big quilts, you might notice, is that the blocks around the outside are half light and half dark, whereas the 4 blocks that are right in the very centre are all dark. So you also get cutting instructions to do all dark. Because you don't have to have half light, half dark. You could have one half that's green, one half that's red, for example, and you could do like a Christmassy. Do you know what I mean?
I think it's going to be so different depending on your fabrics. Please, when you get your pattern and you've finished it, flood the Facebook fan page, tag Stuart. We want to be able to see all these different colour variations.
Yes, yes, yes.
You're considering the pattern. The kit's now completely sold out. The pattern is available individually, and this is your chance to use as a stash buster. It's going to be brilliant. You've got the smaller one. Start with the cushion. If you're a bit daunted by one of the larger quilts, start with the cushion. Start with a smaller block.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I've done the cushion with 4 of the smaller blocks. That is equivalent to 1 of the larger blocks.
Okay.
But you could just do 1 large block and turn that into a cushion as well. You could mix the large and the small scale blocks together.
Yeah.
That I haven't tried yet, but that would be super exciting.
Slightly concerned that there's over 80 people that have not yet checked out. Could you pass me the pattern, please, Stuart? There's a lot of people in baskets, isn't it? Would you be able to just pass me the pattern in front of your machine, please? Just because I want to have a quick flick through again. Remember, $9.99. Great price to say, look, you are getting here your introduction. You've also got things that you'll need, gathering your fabrics, what to look out for when you're sourcing it, your supplies, your cutting instructions for 1 block. I love that, Stuart, because the amount of times you might get a pattern and it will only give you the instructions of cutting the whole quilt.
Absolutely.
And maybe you don't want to make the whole quilt.
Right. Anybody who's bought any of my books knows this is my style. I always say for 1 block you will need, and then I give the instructions for 1 block. Because again, I don't want you to follow the pattern. I want you to look at the pattern, be inspired by it and say, yeah, I want to make that, but I want to make it this wide and this deep. I want to make a runner. And then you might want 5 blocks. Well, what's the point in me telling you how many to cut for 16?
Sean says, can't believe how quickly this block has come together.
That's all done now.
Love Stuart's demo, so inspirational. Just going back to the pattern here, cutting instruction for 1 block. So it's got the 18-inch block, but then in brackets, you've also given the 9-inch block. So
that's right.
It's so, I mean, this is the first time I'm flicking through, and it's so easy to read and to get to.
Thank you.
You've got piecing the blocks here, notes on tips from Stuart, section here to jot down your own notes as well, if you're making any changes or anything you found really useful as well. Then you've also got in step by step by step.
Don't forget the photograph of me. You missed
Oh,
that bit
course,
out.
look,
You got that.
Meet the maker.
Oh, blue eyes. Hello.
This one's to cut out to be able to put in your purse. Or, this is...
Yes,
to be able to
that's
keep in
right.
your wallet.
That's right.
And then completed block, and then look, you can see here, Jason, you enter 1, your variation, but then it's got the size of the quilts, streak of lightning, you've got lots of inspiration, 16 block variations, fills and furrows, pin
And there it is.
wheels. I really struggle to see blocks in different formats, and so to have that inspiration, look how quick it was.
Yep.
Doing
Easy
the block.
peasy.
Brilliant.
Easy peasy.
The bundle for that's completely sold out. The only way of being able to make this quilt is in the instructions. There's now over 100 of you have got the instructions in your basket. Brilliant scrap buster, fabulous set of instructions. And in addition to your go-to instructions, I think this is definitely a quilt that you will come back to multiple times.
Agreed.
And do in different colourways, different fabric collections, scrap busting, gifts, cushions, just ideas. Once you know how to do it as well.
Yeah.
quickly
And also
slot
as well,
together.
please join your fabrics. Don't feel like you know, oh, that strip's not long enough. Join two bits together, even two bits that are similar fabric. They don't even have to be the same fabric.
Love Stuart's patterns. This is gorgeous. I've got so many scraps, so this will be perfect.
Use them,
Sue.
use them. Sue, use them.
I've got so many lovely messages for you, Stuart. Oh, Stuart and Vicky, brilliant together.
Oh, thank you.
Well, who did we say we were like? Chaz and Dave.
Chaz and Dave.
Who are we like? The Chuckle Brothers?
Wednesday and the Monster.
Da, 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 da. And what a wonderful, calm teacher you are, Stuart. Have realised one of my UFOs is a cobblestone. Now I know how I can finish it.
Come on. Come on, Gail. Get it finished. Get it out this afternoon.
Go for it. £9.99. Loads of you checked out. I'm going to leave you over the break with the graphics live so you can go for it and check out on the final few. Well done, Stuart. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you.
No, I've really enjoyed it, and it's a rare treat to work with you. Let's do it again soon.
Brilliant.
Let's do it again soon.
I'm going to say, please put me on Stuart's next show next month. When are you presenting tomorrow?
No. So tomorrow I'm actually going to Spalding Quilt Show. So if you're heading to Spalding Quilt Show tomorrow, I will see you there.
Spalding?
I'm going on a coach trip. Is it Lincolnshire?
Right.
Or I think it's Lincolnshire. It's certainly out that way. I'm going on a coach trip.
Lovely.
I have to be at the War Memorial at 8:45 tomorrow, ready for the coach. I'm already planning my lunch. That'll come as no surprise to anybody. It's all about the pack up. And yes, Deputy Joan will be there with me too. So
have a lovely day out.
Yeah, very excited.
Gosh, trip. When are you back on Sewing Street?
Next week, I think it's the 6th or 7th. I think it's
Brilliant.
the 7th.
Thank you. And don't forget you're doing the 14th for me, please.
Yeah, because you've got something
I've
on
got
that day,
something
haven't
on.
you? What is it exactly? I can't remember, but it's something important.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you. Right, after this break, we have got the Half Yard Club subscription. I am very, very excited about this. Membership for a year, patterns, tutorials, discounts, competitions, community. There's so much to talk about. I can see already set up so many exciting makes. This isn't just for quilters. This isn't just for dressmakers. This is where you're going to learn so many different techniques and already have access to so many different patterns on the Derbyshire website already. So stay tuned. Do not go anywhere because Sheena's going to be back with me. We can answer all of your questions. They're already selling on pre-order. Get ahead if you can, and we will see you in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, I'm Sheila and I'm so excited to be joining the Sewing Street family. I've enjoyed lots of crafts throughout the year, but never more so than when I discovered sewing. Once I'd finished that very first project, that was it for me. I was hooked. And it just opened up a whole new world, and now I just can't imagine sewing not being in it. I think what I especially love is there's just so many different facets to sewing, from dressmaking, quilting, free motion embroidery, bag making, toy making, homewares, etc. There really is something for everybody to enjoy. There's always something new to learn and to be inspired by, and it brings everybody together. I think it's quite magical how fabric and a sewing machine can just transport you to a new place for a few hours. You get to relax, and at the end you produce something really unique and special to you that you can keep and enjoy, or you can gift to others. I'm really looking forward to sharing that passion with you all and hopefully have a few giggles along the way. I look forward to seeing you very soon on Sewing Street. Take care. Bye-bye.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, welcome back. Oh my gosh, it is a busy today. Thank you all so much for your company, and thank you for all of your messages. We've already had so many people messaging in who are already part of the Half Yard Sewing Club. The graphics are now live. It's the first time we've ever offered this, by the way, so we're going to be learning a lot about it. But I know lots of you have potentially heard about it because it's not a new sewing club, is it, Sheena?
No, based on the success of the Half Yard series, they were looking...
Which a series of books.
Yeah, a series of books. They wanted to look at how they could reach more people and build on that, the community aspect. So in 2018, Half Yard Club was launched.
And this is a collaboration with Debbie Shaw and Search Press. So Search Press are the publishers that make a lot of your sewing books. In fact, all of your Half Yard books. So Debbie and Half Yard work together with this, which is brilliant because Debbie does all of the design, the photography, the technical sort of bits, but then it goes to proofreaders, it goes to editors.
Absolutely.
And this is what I really like actually, that this isn't a new thing that is, we're going to try and go live, the technical gremlins might come in here, or this might not be quite running smoothly, whereas this is, you say 5-6 years now this has been running?
6 years. So there's actually a team of, I believe, 12 people that all work on it together. So I know they're meeting next month to plan ahead for next year. So,
yes, because this is ongoing. So what you're getting from Sewing Street is a yearly subscription. Not like other subscriptions. Obviously, if you're buying the Half Yard, it could just keep renewing, whereas here it's just a year, you're involved for a year, you'll then get an email towards the end saying you're approaching the end of the subscription, would you like to renew? And then it's up to you if you want to. But trust me, the amount of messages I have had saying it is brilliant value for money and worth every penny, because for that £60 that you're paying today, you have full 12 months, so it's not for the rest of this year. It starts from, again, when you buy it, a full 12 months, and at the first of every month, you will get a project, and that is a project that comes along with a PDF pattern, a video tutorial as well, and it could be quilting, could be dressmaking, bag making, could be anything.
Absolutely. They try and bring something different every month. So, like Vicky said, you'll get your downloadable pattern, which you can print at home straight away.
Brilliant.
Step-by-step instructions, which I mentioned earlier, but that is crucial, I think, especially when you're trying something new. You don't want to, doesn't want to be any guesswork. So step-by-step, colour photography. It's all professionally proofread, tested before it goes on the website. And a video with the main project as well.
And then you'll also get secondary projects halfway through the month as well. I mean, I had a look on the website and there was a little bit of you can see parts of it on the website, so you can see the project, but unless you're a member and have the login and access, then you can't see everything, obviously. So this is before we've obviously logged in. And your first key page, you can see what subscribers will receive, the monthly projects. So you have those 2 projects, but then every single month you get a block of the month. Those monthly projects stay on the website for 2 years, so they are there. You can print them off, and you can have them in your stash. But, so you've still got, if you subscribe today, you have got the past 2 years monthly projects that you can make the most of, but you also have every block of the month that stays on there forever. So that will stay on there. Now, those of us that love and know Debbie Shaw, she recorded a short video just explaining a little bit more about what you get with the Half Yard Club subscription. Have a look at this.
Hi, I'm Debbie, and welcome to my Half Yard Sewing Club. As a member, on the first of each month, you receive a brand new project, and that includes instructions, a downloadable pattern, and a video. Then halfway through the month, you receive a second project. And these can be anything from dressmaking to homewares, toys and bags. There's also a block of the month where we build up 12 blocks so that you can create a beautiful quilt by the end of the year. The growing tips and techniques section is filled with useful advice, and I hope you'll join in the conversations on Ask a Member. You'll also have a notebook where you can write notes on each project, and don't forget to keep an eye on the offers page. So click on the subscribe button and I'll see you here soon.
Very excited for everyone who is already joining. Don't forget, by the way, anybody who is joining today, I haven't mentioned yet, you also get a free sewing journal. This is not just, a notebook journal. This is brilliant, isn't it? She?
Absolutely.
So useful.
So, yeah, when it arrived, I was expecting a journal. I knew it would be good because it's Debbie Shaw, of course, but I can't stop stroking it, as you can see. So this is actually a design. This is one of her designs. This is the birds and bobbins design. So this is actually a fabric. But the first thing I noticed is how it's all sort of colour coordinated. So you've got your elastic. Anybody that does journal will know that you throw absolutely everything in here. So she wanted something that was sturdy. She wants, obviously, you to use it, but initially you just see the absolute quality of the book.
Oh, so you can keep your fabric swatches and all sorts in there, and you've got the elastic to keep it.
Absolutely. For me, it's almost like 2 books in one.
Go on.
Because it's absolutely brimming with information, tips, techniques. There's her poems in there. There's quotes. Well, I'll just flick through briefly. I mean, obviously, when you get it home, you'll have a good read through. It's as lovely to read as it is to use. I'm a bit of a stationery addict. Especially working in a school. Come September, that's it. I've got all my stationery ready. And the temptation is you think, I can't possibly write in it, but Debbie really wants you to use it. She wants to see, as I say, brimming with all your
loads of people messaging in saying, I use my journal all the time. It's so useful. So that comes part of your subscription today for free. You're not paying any extra for that. We'll come back to the journal because we'll have a look through this.
Okay.
And actually, we're selling that separately. So if you're already part of the Half Yard Club and you want the journal, you can buy that separately today or get it for a friend. Hi, Vicky. Me and my mum have been a member of the Half Yard Sewing Club from when it started, and we love it. It's brilliant and lovely projects. That's from under Derbyshire. In fact, we'll have a look at some of the projects, the past projects, because these, I believe, are these patterns that have already been produced from some of the Half Yard books, or are they?
No, it's for the club.
So these are new patterns for the club.
Past and present, and you can just see. You know, when I mentioned earlier, there's the diversity, the different genres that you can tap into. So there's just. I mean, this, for example, this was this is on this is current.
Felt wreath.
But what Debbie also does is that for members, you can tap into join a live stream.
Okay.
Now, if you do miss it, so if you're at work, it's all recorded and you can look back. But she actually did the poppy on the live stream.
Oh,
so I think that's something quite different because we all tend to, I tend to buy things and not quite sure what to do with felt.
Yeah.
It's a perfect example of diversity. Obviously, you've got the dressmaking there.
Toy making, bag making, quilting, free motion. You've got little pincushion there, cushions, bags. There's everything, absolutely everything. And that's what's great. In case you're a sewer that thinks, oh, well, you know, I am a quilter or I just like to dabble between things, you're going to learn so many different techniques. Just to recap everything that you are getting. So if you're paying your £60 today, you've got a 12-month subscription. Obviously, you get your free journal as well. You'll get a welcome email come through from Search Press in the next couple of days where you'll get your login. So then you'll get onto the website, which I can show you. So this is the Half Yard Sewing Club. You do not need to be a member of Facebook. There is a Facebook group. I think that's one of the questions that we actually have had through, by the way. Don't need to be part of Facebook. Hi, morning, ladies. Question. I'm not on Facebook or any other so-called social channels. So will the club still work for me? Absolutely. Yeah. It's part of that website. You'll be linked with a login to this website. This is where your Ask a Member forum is. There is a Facebook group, if you're part of Facebook, if you choose to join that. But this is where you'll get the lives. This is where you'll get your patterns. This is where everything will be there. So as you see, as we scroll down, this month's project, there's more than one project there. You're actually getting 5 sewing accessories in that one. Block of the month, block 5 is your sand dunes. I can see, I did see this one earlier in front of me. It's in the front. The block of the month, block 5. So you've got a beautiful sort of beach quilt, which we'll show in a second. Now, if I click on February, we won't be able to see it all because we've not logged in. We haven't got our members' details. But here you've got images. It will take you through your instructions, what you're going to need. This is brilliant, you know, if you've got a stash of fabric like we have.
Absolutely. And once you're actually looking at the step-by-step instructions, if there's a new technique that you need to learn, there's a link on the right hand side, so you'll click onto that. It'll take you through to, there you go.
Letterbox zip, for example.
There you go. So that's a separate page, and it will explain how to put that letterbox zip in, step-by-step instructions. In addition to that, there will then also be projects that use that technique. So if you wanted to practice that technique but you didn't want to make the same project, then you can apply it in other projects. It just keeps developing.
There you go. Here's all of your tips and techniques. Overlocker tips, shearing elastic, adding rivets, press studs. And then you go into view tips, and you obviously will log in with your unique login code. I am paying the equivalent to just over £5 a month to have access to this 24 hours a day. I'm happy with if I only just get my pattern for that. If you were to just receive your pattern once a month, one pattern a month for £5 with a video, I think is brilliant. But the fact then you've got the access to print out a full-size PDF pattern. Debbie is there for the live chat once a month. If you're halfway through doing it and you've got any questions for her, you can speak to her. Or if you want to show her what you've done, or share, you've got Ask a Member, so you can, it's a nice community as well.
Absolutely, and there can be all things on there. So they'll get back to you, but if the member doesn't answer, then one of the team from Search Press will get back to you, because it might, one of the ones I read on there the other day was there's lots of sort of beginner stroke projects, but what would you recommend? And I think people like to help other people, don't they?
Yeah.
So very much community feel. So you have got backup if you decide to get up early like I do, and so.
Well, that's it. Any time of day, you can access it. You can see these tutorials, you can see these videos, and these are things that you might think, actually, bias binding, I just need a quick tip. I know where to go. I'm not flicking through 600 books. I'm not Googling things and videos where I'm not quite sure if that's the best technique. You know when you've got Debbie telling you.
Peace of mind, it will work.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, if you go back onto the website, then you can see the sewing projects. So these are all sewing projects that will remain on this website for 2 years. Within that 2 years, obviously if you're thinking, well, I want them longer than 2 years, print them out. Print them out before the 2 years is gone, and you're building up your monthly projects, you're building up that catalogue of Debbie Shaw projects, and these are all different to the books. So if you're saying, well, Vic, I've already got lots of half-yard books, maybe I collect the books and I've already got lots of projects, there are still so many more projects out there. So there's 48 that are on the website already if you were to get involved in the subscription today, but every single month you will get at least 1, 2 every single month. Can we talk about block of the month as well? So have you been part of the block of the month at all, Sheena?
I've got a project on the go, the Christmas one.
Okay.
Absolutely gorgeous. And what I love is that all the quilts are very, very different.
Yeah. Is this one of the quilts behind us?
That's one of the
Love
quilts.
that.
The current one is the At the Coast quilt. And every time a quilt is launched, they put together the pack, the fabric, so you can actually replicate the exact colours, and that's only for members. So when I last looked on the website, it is still available. Obviously, you decide what backing you want, and because you might use that as a wall hanging, perhaps, or a quilt.
So all the blocks, they don't get deleted, do they?
No, they're on there.
So if I were over £5 a month, you're getting all of these quilts. I mean, they're becoming Christmas table mats for me. There's the Prairie block as well that would be brilliant on a bag, a present bag. This is the ultimate go-to resource that you have. I mean, look at them in solids as well. They look amazing. It's like this sort of encyclopedia that people are refreshing for you every single month, and that you can talk to people who have made them, who have tried and tested them.
Yeah, and it may be that you've never, because I hadn't done any quilting before, so my first block was the log cabin.
Okay.
And once I'd made it, I was thinking that would look really nice on the side of a bag, or I could make that into a cushion, and you just go down another avenue. But doing block of the month, it's sort of bite-sized pieces, so it's not so overwhelming. But by the end of that actual quilt, you've learnt so much.
At what point in your sewing journey did you subscribe? to the Half Yard Sewing Club? Because you're a member as well, aren't you? And have been.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Probably 2 years in, I bought the books, listened to a lot of her lives and tutorials. I like the feel of it because a lot of the lives that it's company as well.
Yeah.
And
you said you spent a lot of time at home on your own.
It is. It's company, and there's always a giggle. There's always something new to learn. She's as lovely in person as she is on the screen. It's all very genuine, and it's a nice, safe place. And you can just, you hear lots of things that you can relate to. So it's interesting to listen about other people's sewing journeys. Yeah. They also do sort of meet the member, so you get a little bit of bio on each one, if you choose to do that. Obviously,
but that's
you don't
what's
have to
lovely,
do
like
that.
you
It's
say.
choice. Yeah.
It's private. It's a safe space. I know a lot of people who are a bit, scared about social media, and that you don't need to have anything to do with Facebook, or you can be as private as you want. Or it's also a lovely place, a safe space to meet like-minded people.
Absolutely, it's interesting because you might have one lady that said, "Oh, I started to." So making dolls' clothes initially, and you think, oh, that's what I did. I do remember doing that at school, or it's super.
Yeah. I mean, you might not be able to get to sewing classes or sewing clubs, or you might be the only person in your friendship group that's into sewing. So it's lovely to have that community. Just had a message come through from our Susie Duncan. She says, I've just bought my membership. Brilliant. Oh, Susie, amazing. And don't forget, benefit from buying today is that you're also going to get the sewing journal, which we will talk about and show you because it's amazing. You are going to get that included. Another message saying, I've been a member of Debbie's Half Yard membership for some years now. It's brilliant. Lots of tips, advice and numerous patterns. All this for £60, which is brilliant. When I actually broke down your price per month and how much you get each month, it's a no-brainer, really.
I think Debbie's been quite modest when she did the sort of 48 projects initially when you join, because that's obviously the main project. You've got your secondary project, then you've also got your block of the months.
Yeah.
Then some of the items, if, say, you see something that you have missed, for example, there is an opportunity to vote and bring it back.
Oh.
Which I think is a good idea. So one of the items that's come back this month is the satchel bag.
Okay.
So that's my next project.
And remember, you can do it at your own leisure, at your own pace. You can print it off, or you can work on a tablet and watch them. They've all got photographs. Are the videos that you will show us how to make things, or is it just instructions to follow? There's a video, isn't there, for each?
With the main project, there's a video. With the secondary project, there isn't a video, but it tends to be a simpler project.
Yeah, brilliant. And in terms of how you will receive the pattern, at the beginning of the month, you'll get your main project that's on the website. It will just be released onto the website. Is that right?
You also get a newsletter. You don't have to sign up for the newsletter because it is on the website. But if you do subscribe to the newsletter, you'll get a friendly reminder on the first of the month what the project is, what the secondary project is. You'll also get that on the 15th, sorry, that's a reminder of what that the secondary project is. But you'll also get a prompt if you did want to download a project that is at the 2-year stage.
Oh.
So it's just a friendly reminder to save if you wanted that, as well as other information, sort of where Debbie is and so
So there you go. Every single month it will be sent to you if you want to via the newsletter, if you sign up to the newsletter. But if you don't want to sign up to a newsletter, it will automatically be there on the website for you, ready to access and download. That first of the month, you'll get your main project, and that's where you'll get your PDF pattern, and you'll also get your full tutorial video. Your secondary project will be sent out on the 15th of the month. Halfway through the month, you get your secondary project as well. And there will also be a block of the month. That is, well, there's 6 years worth on the website, loads of blocks. We know that we can make a whole quilt with that. We could follow it along. You could pick blocks for cushions, for all sorts, especially I was looking at the Christmas ones. You could just pick a block and have it as a Christmas block on a placemat or a table runner and do it as you wish. Just put a poinsettia block on a quilt. So there are some brilliant blocks that you can isolate without having to do the whole quilts, and there's 6 years worth on there. There's also a ragdoll that's always on the website.
Maddie's very popular. Maddie's got her own book.
Has she?
She has.
Where's Maddie? Is Maddie
She's-
here in the studio?
I know, but I think they're going to run a VT of Maddie.
Oh, okay.
So
we might
she's-
have a picture of Maddie.
Yeah, so she will always stay on. I think that's Debbie's favourite.
Oh!
Yeah, I think Maddie's favourite. Yeah, so she's, in the book, she's sort of a new and improved Maddie. She's now got Debbie's designed eyebrows and she's now got calves, apparently.
Designer eyebrows. And she's got a teddy bear as well.
She has, but she's got her own book. So clothes, if that's the genre you want to go down, she's got her own book. She's very popular, so she'll always stay on the website.
She'll always stay there. And I did notice as well, am I right? Did I read somewhere that you get a discount when you're a member on items on the website?
10%, yeah.
Fabulous, love a discount. So you
Yeah.
get discounts. There's competitions and all sorts, isn't there?
Yeah, and giveaways. So
Giveaways?
it's definitely worth tuning in to the lives, and then.
Do they stay on there or recorded or anything? So if, like you say, I'm at work or I'm away and I miss a live stream.
Yeah. So yesterday, when I was sort of prepping for today and having a bit of a tidy up, I was just listening to one that I had missed.
Yeah.
So obviously you'd miss out on the competitions in that scenario, but
Yeah.
you can at least catch up with what they're doing. So if you missed, you can at least go back and see what they're doing on the project.
Brilliant. So that's all going to stay there as well, that you can catch up and watch them at your own convenience. And you're joining a very well-established club. There's lots of people who are already members. I mean, we've had lots of people who have messaged in saying they're members, and loads that are joining today. I've just bought my yearly membership. What a bargain from Susie in Cornwall. I think that's it. We're not talking about, you know, these are prices that you pay nowadays for a cup of coffee, aren't they, really? £5 a month you're at this point, and you're not just getting one project. That is your main project, one key project with a video, with a PDF. You're also getting your secondary project halfway through the month. You're also getting a block of the month, and you're getting all of the interaction and help with Ask a Member Forum. You're getting a live video as well, with giveaways, competition, with all sorts, with discounts on the website, with opportunity of buying bundles that are only exclusive to Half Yard Club members as well. So Debbie was mentioning as well about how she's bringing in new guest designers as well.
She is. You may recognise the pig. People at home will know who designed that.
Delphine Brooks is going to be one of the new designers that you will see on the Half Yard Sewing Club, which is brilliant, isn't it? I love that. So is it mainly Debbie that does the lives then? Will she always be there for lives?
Yeah, it is.
But then each month you might have a pattern from
Absolutely,
Delphine?
yeah.
Well, you know that they're normally, even here, you're looking at least £10, aren't you? So for £5 a month to be able to get...
it is. It's terrific value. I mean, when you consider a pattern, say, in a magazine, how much you pay for a magazine, and you won't have such in-depth instructions or videos. Isn't that the cutest thing?
Oh my gosh, this is brilliant. Oh, hang on. Look at this. This is absolutely fab. Look. It's been played with. Maisie would love this. Little toy house. Look. That is brilliant.
It's a good way of releasing your inner child if your children have grown up as well.
Oh, this is so cool. We've had a message. Do you know what I found lovely? The amount of messages of people saying, I've been a member for years. It's not someone who's saying, oh, you know, I was a member for a year and then stopped subscribing. Everyone who's messaging is saying, I've been a member for ages. Here's another one. This is the Christmas block of the month that I made. I was part of the early access group when they were testing. Wow. And then I've been a member ever since. That's from Sue. You're taking part in a group that's very established. It isn't just somebody in their back room, bedroom, just going live, you know, once a month. It's a part of Search Press as well, so you know that you're getting everything proofread, everything's, you know, properly edited. It's all very professional when you're getting your patterns each month, and they're all tried and tested. Remember, these are all projects that you will not have seen before. I know that we can't all get out to our regular sewing groups all the time. I can't, or you might not have the time in the evening to do it.
No, and it does fit in with your lifestyle. I mean, I went back to work in December, and I'm still managing to sew. I couldn't not sew. But I mean, there's also one of the things as well. There's a little notebook on there.
Okay.
So if you've made a pattern,
An online notebook.
And only you get to see it as the member, no other members. It's your private notebook, so it might be what thread you chose, what I mean, this uses sort of a embroidery hoop to secure it, what you used, what you might do different next time. So this is actually the pin cushion and thread catcher. I tend to use it to put my clips in, so I'll sort of have it on the side, and as I'm sewing, I'll clip. So you can use it for what you want, really. But the notebook came in useful. One of the instructions was to use as a weight, obviously to stop it coming off the table, was some rice pudding.
Okay.
And I hadn't, some rice, and I hadn't got rice. And I
didn't want to question it, but I thought that seems a little bit messy.
Well, I used rice pudding because I hadn't got any.
Says it, then
no, she did say use rice. I hadn't got any, so I used rice pudding. And as I'm sewing it up, all this white starts to come out the mouth.
Why did you think?
And I thought, I don't cook. I don't cook. I can't sew and cook.
Sheila, that is hilarious.
So my note was, next time, do not use rice pudding.
That is one of the funniest stories. Has anybody else ever tried using rice pudding as a, to weigh it down? Oh, yeah. Can't wait to become a member from lovely Mark. Go for it. Check out today. £60, and that is for the year, not for the rest of the year. This is for the year from when you start today for a year. This is the best club I've ever joined. So much content, so much information. Hannah is going through this website. This is a very lovely website. It's got all of these. I mean, it is really professionally done. You are entering into an elite club. It's brilliant. And the top tips are from Debbie Shaw. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. I have been a member for 3 years. I love the club and made true friends with other members from the group. How lovely is that?
Yeah.
Well, is this how you met Debbie then? Was through the Half Yard Sewing Club?
Also on a design team as well. So, I mean, she's just got this wealth of knowledge and she's passing it on to you.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Have you met lovely friends on there as well?
Yeah, the design team and I think the sewing craft community in general is just a lovely community. But for me, I find it doesn't matter which sort of route you go down. So like, as I mentioned, my mum's a dressmaker. Yeah. I tend to like the cute projects, and I just like diversifying different things. But when we go out together, we've got a common interest and we respect each other's what we like, but you still got this common interest. Yeah. And it's interesting to learn from each other. So yeah, it's as we mentioned earlier, it's a safe place. And there's always a giggle.
Yeah.
I mean, Debbie's got such a wonderful sense of humour. As some of her dishes are in this book, and you'll get to enjoy that as well.
I haven't got the tablet here. Apparently, there's loads of nice messages on Facebook. I have got here pages and pages of testimonials, of positive, amazing testimonials. I've been a member from the Half Yard Sewing Club for 2 years, and I'm so thankful I've joined. I've been watching Debbie's videos for about a year before I joined, and it was the best decision I've ever made. A wide array of projects and videos have given me confidence to try new techniques and projects. The website and weekly videos are a great resource. Thank you to the Half Yard Sewing Club team. Because as you said, it's actually quite a big team of people and a lot of work that goes into the Half Yard Sewing Club. The prize for the support you get is more than worth the money. The support, no matter what the question is looked at, if the staff at Half Yard Sewing Club don't answer, another member will. Debbie will help and encourage you. We are friendly and also help each other. I sew, and I'm not great, but I love sewing, and this club helps me with ideas and techniques.
You can also email in, so if the live is approaching, as I say, the dates will be on the website. She'll encourage you, if you've got any questions for that live, you can email the Half Yard Sewing Club in advance so that she can answer you there and then. Or, I mean, bearing in mind, she's probably asked the same questions quite a number of times. Yeah. And she's so patient and she's so kind. And one of the things I love is you really feel, I mean, obviously I've got to meet her now, which is fantastic. But when I was first started to sew, it's listening to her videos, it's like she's sitting beside you. Yeah. It's like having a friend in the room. Yeah. Yeah. So all the tips and techniques, as you're talking, like the turning gap and lengthen your stitch and those kind of things, it is like having a friend sitting right next to you in the comfort of your own home.
Absolutely. Andrea Andrea's messaged in. Oh, sorry, there's so many that we could read out. I've been a Half Yard member for 4 years, and I love the projects. I'm on my 3rd quilt, with all the different and varied projects each month. Some of the videos and tutorials, some with videos and tutorial levels of sewing, from easy to more difficult. There is something for everybody. It's great value for money, includes tips and techniques for everything you need to know. I look forward to new projects and can't wait to get started. I was going to ask you that question. Do you need sewing experience, or can you come in as a beginner sewing?
Absolutely. I was out the other day just picking up some cotton, and there was a lady in the shop, and I heard her mention that she'd like to learn to sew, and my ears pricked up. And she said, I literally can just about sew a straight line. And she was wearing a pinion apron, and she said, look, she said, and I said, and she turned it over and she said, but look at the back. I said, but who looks at the back? You know, we all tend to do that, don't we? We look at what we can't do and what we can do. And I said, she said, I've bought fat quarters. I really don't know what to do with them. I don't know where to start. I don't know how much time I've got. And I said, Debbie Shaw. Debbie Shaw. So we're chatting in the shop, and she's, I'm just going to go and get some pen and paper out my locker. So I wrote everything down, and to be able to show her on my phone some of the projects. And I said, if you've got fat quarters, bunting, there's one on there. Look, it's even categorised. It's very easy. You could just see a whole face lift. She said, I'm so glad you come in the shop now. And I said, I'll be back to see you getting on. And off she went, and she was happy, and she's excited to start. So.
Oh, I love that. Spread the word, spread the word. I've just purchased and can't wait to get going, says Dee. Here's another project, by the way. We've just had a photograph come through. Oh, sorry, no, this is on the website. You can see the messenger. So this is just at random. You have your breakdown, equipment, great for using your stash because it tells you what you need there. And then it will break down step by step with photographs only. Obviously, when you've got your login, then you will be able to access the full website. But depending on your level, it highlights over on the right-hand side the tips and techniques that you might need some extra help with. So the reason that that is more moderate is because you're going to be using interfacing. So choosing the right interfacing, it talks to you about how to pick the right wadding from your stash, or when you're in the shops, or if you're buying off the website, because you get a discount as a member as well. Instead of a pattern saying put in a zip, you can actually go onto that focus page straight away, click it there, and you will get straight to access information of how to do that more difficult part. And if you then need a bit of further help, you've got your forum that you can ask a member, and you've also got your live chat every month that you could then ask.
Absolutely. And like I say, everybody wants to help you. Debbie wants you to succeed. Because isn't it a great feeling when you've looked at something in the comfort of your own home, and you thought, I want to push myself today, I'm going to do that, and then to actually finish it and hold that project. And you make things for the house, and I don't think you get the same kind of joy from anything that's shop bought. I think today's very much about sort of that instant gratification, but when you make something, it lasts so much longer. That joy, you might make a cushion, it lifts the whole sofa, doesn't it, in the room, and you walk past and you're really proud of it. And she's quite happy for you to make and sell. I tend to gift a lot of items. I love gifting. You're never short of ideas for anniversaries, Christmas, birthdays. I love it.
It's brilliant. I can tell you love it. And the amount of messages that have come through. Here's some more messages. Just joined the club, finally finished, never-ending search for different sites for ideas, which takes up so much time. Well, that's it. How many times do you be like, oh, it's like when you're scrolling through, on the, channels on Netflix or any other ones like that, Amazon or anything. And I end up not ever watching any programmes because I'm thinking, oh, there's just too much. At least on there, you can find something. You've got your monthly one that you can go to. Or there are plenty on there to go through, like you said, what difficulty, what sort of level of your sewing you're at. You've got bags, you've got quilts, you've got homewares, all sorts on there. I wouldn't be sewing at my kitchen table now watching this if not for Debbie and her incredible club. So generous, talented, and a great tutor. Join is what she said Jan. Thank you, Jan. Fabulous club, great value for money, and such a friendly members, always willing to help. Don't think about it, just join. You will be so glad you did. This makes our job so easy when we've got hundreds of messages coming in thick and fast from people who are already subscribers. Have a look at, again, some of the makes that you'll be able to do. So there's your sewing accessories. Oh, you're wearing the pinny. There's the felt. There's one of the quilts of the month, the block of the month. Now, the block of the month, if I am joining today, am I still going to be able to get involved in block of the month and go back to the start because I'm joining midway through block of the month, Sheena?
Yeah, so you'll have access, because you're in the 6th year,
yeah,
you'll have access immediately, because they don't ever come off, to 5 full quilts.
Wow.
So you'll be joining, because it's May, they'll be on the 5th block.
Okay.
So you catch up on the 5, and then you'll follow along from 6 to the 12.
And it's for everybody. It's for dressmakers, quilters, toy makers, bag makers, home furnishers, patchwork. You are going to learn every technique there is in the world of sewing. If there is something that you want to learn, I'm sure you will be able to find it within that club. I'm thinking about joining, but is an A4 printer big enough for the printable patterns?
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes I find that a little bit of a faff when you write, right, have I got to change this? Have I got to enlarge? Have I got to go to the library or print it or something? I can literally just click.
Yeah,
print.
I'm not the best with modern
print
technology, so as my children will testify. But yeah, you'll have a 1-inch scale, so you can just check that you've printed it off, because you can change sometimes the settings, can't you, on your printer? But I've never needed to do it. I just print and I'm good to go.
Brilliant. And if they're larger patterns, do you sort of just take them together?
Yeah, take them together. So some of perhaps the dressmaking ones, you might do that.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. This is a lovely jacket, isn't it? There's some beautiful ones. I saw a dress on there as well earlier, but this is like a kimono style. Just the scales of projects, the amount of different projects. And if you maybe are thinking, I wouldn't necessarily buy a dressmaking pattern, but when you're part of the subscription, you're part of the club, you've got the access to them anyway to have a go. So you're not thinking, well, I'm going to be wasting money on a £16 pattern that I'm probably never going to open.
Yeah, and it may be that you've just chose a pattern that was perhaps not right for you at that time. So you can dip in and out of this. So as and when you choose. So you might choose, you might find that by doing that, you've got an interest in free motion embroidery, and then you go off down that tangent. Whereas, like you say, if you buy a pattern, they're quite a big investment, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. You want to be able to make use of it. You want to have that choice. You want to have that access. And you want to know that you're confident the pattern is going to be correct. I mean, these aren't patterns that have just been knocked up in the last few days. These are patterns that are tried and tested. They're in conjunction with Search Press as well. So Debbie and Search Press have worked together. Each of them have been tested. You know, all of them are patterns that are edited correctly. You know, they're all there professionally produced for you with images and photographs and all sorts. Links to those trickier bits. There's a lot of process that goes into each of the projects that will be released to you for just £5 a month. I think that's what it comes down to as well, is right, value for money is amazing. You're looking at £60, and that is for a whole year. That isn't just for the rest of this year. That is £60. It's the same price everywhere. That is the price, £60, and that is for 12 months. The benefit of buying from Sewing Street today, though, is that we are also giving you a free Debbie Shaw journal, which is worth £16. So this is a go-to sewing book, which you will use. Can we have a bit of a flick through as well of that? Because there are it's not just notebook, it's a brilliant book to be able to have lots of tips. You're just stroking it.
I do. Yeah. So you've got the colour chapters on the side, so it just makes it so much easier to dip in and out of daily. You will use this daily. I'll read one of the ditties on there. But when I mentioned earlier that it's like 2 books in one, because as with all Debbie's books, you'll have a what I might need, you'll have a tips and techniques section. It's the first part will actually explain how to get the most out of the journal as well, because if you haven't journaled before, we want you to enjoy it and get the most out of it. So she talks about how to measure, for example. So you might actually put your own measurements in, but then family members that you might want to sew for, different types of fabrics, explaining what they might be used for, and then also what needles you will then need for those fabrics, interfacings, linings.
And this is an award-winning or
highly commended British
highly
Books
commended.
Awards. I know. I can see why.
You're going to get that for free today if you're getting your subscription with Sewing Street. If you have already, which so many of you have already messaged saying, I'm already part of the club, I love it, but I want a sewing journal or I want one for a friend, then you can get this separately today. It is obviously £15.99. Remember, you will get one free with your sewing subscription, with your Half Yard Club sewing subscription, but then you've also got the opportunity of getting another one for a friend. Is this to put swatches? Great idea.
It is. So, you know, where you purchase it from, how much you've got, you know, what project you've got in mind to use it for. It might be what thread you're going to match it up with. I think this would be great as well. You know, if you might need to go out the house and match up the thread. In the past, I've taken sort of a sticky note and a it's all here, it's all contained.
Yeah.
You can. There's also a section on writing down which projects you need to finish and which ones you're planning.
Okay.
I know we've probably all got a few projects that we want to finish off. I think journals in general, the benefits of journaling, if you Google it, there's just so many benefits because it's about unloading your thoughts but also seeing that transformation take place, because quite often, as I was saying earlier, it's I can't do this, I can't do this, but actually you look back and you reflect and you realise how far you've come in your journey, and to have that recorded is... You'll. I mean, there's 20 opportunities to put your projects in there. So once you've completed that, no doubt you'll want to perhaps next year buy another one. So year by year, and
do it again.
Yeah.
But if you want to do this year by year and then look back on the journals that you've done and the journey you've been on as sewer.
And it makes you giggle. And it's very much Debbie in here. There's lots of sort of her ditties and. She doesn't like using abbreviations because she said, why would you put it down when you just say right sides together? But I'll leave it for you to read, but it did make me giggle about her own abbreviations in the back.
Okay.
And you can relate to it because you think I've done that as well. And if you've got the book, you know which ones I mean.
If you want to buy it on its own at £15.99, can I remind you that you are getting it as part of the subscription today. So if you're getting involved in the Half Yard Sewing Club, it will already be sent to you in the post from Search Press over the next few days. But you will instantly, as soon as they get your name through from our team, you will then get a welcome email come through from Search Press, which will then give you a unique login code, which I'm sure you'll be able to change or, customise, personalise when you get it home. But you will get all of your details of how you get into that website. Your ultimate encyclopedia on a fabulous website. To remind you, you do not need to be part of any social media groups, but there is a Facebook group. There's also a forum within the website to get interactive with other members. There's a newsletter, there's a block of the month. There are at least 2 projects a month that you will be sent through the newsletter, or you can just access them straight away on the website. And then all of those amazing tips and techniques that are constantly being added every single month. It's brilliant. And it's not something that, this is what they've kept the price at £60 from the start, which I think is amazing, isn't it? It's not like, there's lots of hidden costs involved.
No, that's it. And I think sewing for me, and it should be accessible to anybody, and you need very few items to get started.
Yeah.
So I know that Debbie's keen for everybody to be able to join in. It's very much a community aspect. So it doesn't matter what sewing machine, it's predominantly a straight stitch. So
I don't need to have, a machine that's cost me thousands. If you've got a hand-me-down or one that's up in the loft that needs dusting off, get it down.
Yeah, and get started.
Yeah. There's projects for every skill level, any kind of skill as well. If you want to dip your toe in to having a go at quilting, you can access all of the blocks 24 hours a day. It is there. And all the live videos are recorded. So if you're out, if you're on holiday, if you're away, it won't take it on the move with you. You can access it on your phone or on your tablet, can't you? So you'll be able to access this wherever you are. In fact, that's a good point. Can you access it anywhere in the world? So you have people who are members globally?
Yeah, absolutely.
How amazing is that?
Yeah.
So you have friends literally all over the world who are all different time zones and all getting involved.
And they love it, and you know they love it because they get up at silly o'clock. Because when she's talking, she'll say, oh, hello, so-and-so from so-and-so, and it might be ridiculous hour, but they don't want to miss it.
Yeah. So, well done, by the way, everybody who's got theirs today. And thank you for your messages, everybody. I mean, look, this is literally in the last few hours since we've been on air, printed off all of the different testimonials of people who have wanted to say that it's brilliant and get involved. So I think that's the proof's in the pudding, isn't it, really, when it's we don't need to sit here and scream and shout about it. With all of the testimonials that have come in and all of the positive feedback, you can see that it is a lovely community to join. Oh, look, double whammy of messages all over the screen. It's fine. I'm sure read amongst yourselves. I'm not going to attempt to read all 10 that have been handed to me on paper, on screen, on Facebook. It's everywhere. I mean, I haven't even gone through the messages on Facebook. So if you are watching on a replay, Susie Duncan, I'm so excited to start my sewing journey with Debbie's Half Yard Club. Susie is a sewing expert. She's one of our guest designers. And it is brilliant that no matter what level, everyone joins this lovely community. And she's going to be a great resource to Norwich as well on your forum. I mean, look. I love Maddie. I made the quilted sleeping bag for mine, which I've gifted. I need to make now one for me. I can't seem to check out the Half Club membership here in Ireland. Speak to the customer service team. This is fine because we can do it globally today. So if you speak to the team, as it's only going to be, obviously, a link, speak to the team. Can I remind anybody who's just tuning in a little bit more from Debbie Shaw about the Half Yard Sewing Club?
Hi, I'm Debbie and welcome to my Half Yard Sewing Club. As a member, on the 1st of each month you receive a brand new project, and that includes instructions, a downloadable pattern and a video. Then halfway through the month you receive a second project, and these can be anything from dressmaking to homewares, toys and bags. There's also a block of the month where we build up 12 blocks so that you can create a beautiful quilt by the end of the year. The growing tips and techniques section is filled with useful advice, and I hope you're joining the conversations on Ask a Member. You'll also have a notebook where you can write notes on each project, and don't forget to keep an eye on the offers page. So click on the subscribe button and I'll see you here soon.
Well done to everybody who's managed to subscribe. Love Half Yard Sewing Club in my second year and love all of the projects. Very good value and a lovely community. Never regretted joining the Half Yard Club. Honestly, the messages that have come through are endless. When you're joining, remember, you're not thinking, right, twiddle my thumbs, waiting for my next project to come out on the 15th June. No, you are literally able to start sewing. You've got 5 years worth of block of the month, 6 years. You've then also got, well, 5 full quilts and you're into your 6th year quilt. You've got at least 48 projects, as I said, being conservative there because there's so much. You've got the voting for the next projects. You've got 24 returning projects. You've also got 2 years worth of projects that you can access to, you know, as soon as you get your login details, which will be in the next few days. You have your live stream to look forward to. I will know when that's going to be. It will tell me when it's coming up, won't it?
Either
because
through
I'm not
the
going to be...
newsletter, yeah, or it'll be on a section on the actual webpage as well.
Brilliant. Doing the maths, I mean, it's equivalent to just like £5 a month, which is amazing for the amount that you get, the amount of content that you get, the amount of support, the community and the patterns. And that content is different to what's in any of the Half Yard books. Speaking of which, it is the 10-year anniversary edition. Anybody who is channel hopping, maybe, like you said, new to sewing completely, if you've not heard of Debbie Shaw before, one, what? But two, you need to, like you said, anybody who hasn't, Debbie Shaw is such a brilliant, well, she's amazing in the sewing world for helping us, encouraging us to get
She is, absolutely. She's just a fountain of knowledge, years and years of experience. But this book, it's the 10th year anniversary of her bestseller. So Half Yard Heaven, 10 years ago, it was actually the second book that she ever wrote, but it was the start of the Half Yard series.
So at £12.99, by the way, we have got a little discount for you today. I know that we're running out of time, so we're doing this quickly, but anybody who wants to get the Half Yard Heaven, the 10-year edition with revised patterns in here as well, £9.99 today.
Wow.
How many projects are in here,
26, 10 of which have been revised or are new. The broad spectrum, great for people that don't want to cut into large pieces of fabric. If you're a newbie sewer, they're quick makes. If you want to get your sojo back, they're ideal for people. Great for gifts. And even if, I mean, it's predominantly just sort of like springtime colours in here, but equally they'd work well for
Christmas fabric.
Yeah. And also the techniques that she teaches are transferable. So, for example, on the zipper pouch, you might have the piping, but then you could use that piping on the cushion elsewhere. So,
absolutely. Step-by-step instructions, really well spaced out with great photographs. If today you want to dip your toe into Deb, be sure just £9.99 for over 20 projects. To have, or if you're a collector of the books, this is the 10-year anniversary edition. If you're having any issues checking out on the website, please speak to our customer service team. It's completely free to call. It's the phone line along, you can see that at the bottom of the screen. The subscription is still flying out. There's over 100 of you who've got it in your basket and hundreds sold out. I think there's a bit of a chance we've crashed the website, Sheena. Just on your first show. Can we also show this? Look, this is what's happened to us currently, and we're here. The best way to get in touch, I think, is the website. We're going to refresh the page and try and sort this out. Oh, here you go, there's the phone number, 0800 001 4433, or the app, maybe. I think we've officially crashed the website today. Call in. We need to get this all back and running, ready for our Old Maid New. Oh my gosh, it's going to be amazing in the next hour. Thank you so much, and well done on your first show.
Thank you. Loved it.
It's been brilliant. Do you know when you're back with us?
I know Debbie's working on new designs as we speak. So
Brilliant.
I'm not sure on dates yet.
Well, we look forward to seeing you again, Sheena. Thank you. You've been
Thank
amazing,
you.
hasn't she? Keep checking out your baskets. Any questions that you've got, we're still live for another hour, so of course we'll answer your questions. Or we've got to do a cheese photo in the background. We're having a little photo. Do not go anywhere because, as I say, we've got Old Maid New coming back with brand new panels. So much going on in this last hour. We need the website to be working up and running again for us. Don't go anywhere. We're back in just a couple of minutes.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Oh, what a day. Is anybody else still in their dressing gown at home or anything? Literally sat from 8 o'clock this morning without being able to take their eyes off the telly. It's been a whirlwind of the day. Thank you for staying with us till the end. We're on our last hour now, and it's another absolute corker. It's brilliant. Anybody who has experienced Old Maid New before, then you know what treats you're in store for. But we've got 4 brand new designs, 4 brand new trees, panels, kits, the lot. Anybody who has just watched the last hour, then you know that we have sent the website into mayhem and meltdown. So my one word of wisdom is to please call the customer service team if you're experiencing any issues on the website. Speak to the team. They're brilliant. It's free to call. They know everything that's going on here. So fingers crossed, we should be up and running. Our technical team are very aware of the website. So fingers crossed that will be back in just a moment. But for anybody who has got this in their basket from the Derbyshire Half Yard Club, you can still check out with the customer service team. We've just had about 50 emails during that break of people who can't check out. So please do speak to the customer service team. Now, as I said, this is something very, very exciting. We've got the most beautiful embroidered pieces to show you. I struggle to know the word actually, Maria. Let me introduce Maria, who is the designer and creator of Old Made New. I don't feel like embroidery actually does this. They are artwork, Maria. They're amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I only do a limited amount, so I do very limited edition stock.
Wow.
So that's the first thing. So a lot of my followers will buy the kit, but you won't be able to get it again.
Okay.
You know, that sort of thing. But it's actually gold work embroidery.
Okay.
It's a heritage stitching methods. And basically it's a bit more contemporary, because today I think everybody's into mixed media and trying out different things of sewing.
Yeah.
So you are learning a heritage skill when you buy my kits, along with a bit of, you know, sort of like carte blanche really. You can actually, you know, do your own image in there. You can sew embroidery, metal threads, and inside you've also got the other bits that are going in there.
Can we start with summer?
Yeah, of course.
Because that's the one that we were
let's
just,
go for summer.
I think we're just looking at. So
yeah,
the kits are absolutely beautiful. I'm going to take them over in a moment and we can open them, Maria, because they are all, everything in here is all that you need. So in each kit you'll get your panel, you'll get the threads that you need, you get any beads that are included in the final piece, you'll get any of the wire as well. So there's pearl.
There's pearl threads.
Pearl. It's the first time I've learned about pearl threads.
Pearl wire.
Which is gorgeous. And don't worry, you do not need to do the artwork in the background. That was my first question to Mira when I saw these this morning was, oh my word, the artwork is absolutely beautiful as well. And mine, I just don't think I can draw those tulips the same or get that ombre effect. So that's all done for you. In terms of somebody who's coming in and learning, like you said, this heritage skill, if you've done a bit of hand stitching embroidery, these are achievable.
Perfect kits, and they're beginner friendly. I had a class last week over in Exeter, and had 9 ladies who've never touched this before, and in 2 hours they could actually do this, and they finished their projects.
You also have stitch guides, full instructions with photographs. You've got your stitch guide at the back as well. So you do also get your full instructions. So for anybody who is watching the first show today, hasn't seen Old Made New before and wants to get these brand new projects, you have got the full reference as well as today's show. Oh my word, the website is back. Right, go for it. Check out. Thank you to our technical team who were on it. I mean, you can still call the customer service team. They're still there and they're still lovely. I'm excited to show you everything that you get in there, but I just want to make sure all the graphics are run for you. So that's the summer option, which is to create this one. I love Old Made New. The quality is amazing. As you say, you're not about producing thousands of kits and at the lowest price. This is something that's really special for every customer.
It's very special. My business has been running for 4 years now.
Okay.
And I listen to what the customers have to say, if they want the stitch patterns bigger, if they want it in colour. And I've developed the kits as people have said to me, this is what I want. Right. And then I put my bit into it as well, you know, my design.
Well, so what's your background there?
My background is textile design.
Yeah.
So I used to do fabric designs and I used to do original paintings.
Oh, we'd love to see
you'll see those in a minute.
Yeah.
Basically, and then I get them digitally printed now in colour. So each artwork is actually done by me. And then basically I just sew and embroider the lovely heritage stitching into it. I'm also a textile conservator, so I'm marrying the two. I'm a design element and also a conservator. And that's how I've learned to do the heritage stitching side.
Oh, I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it? It really is unlike anything else I've ever seen. The gold work, amazing. Is it the apple blossom? Apple blossom, okay. This one, I think your personal favourite, isn't it? It is beautiful. You can see it on the front of the desk here, finished. It's gorgeous, includes full instructions, everything that you need to complete it. And now, as we are looking at nicer weather, fingers crossed, outside, this is a very portable. You don't need very much. You take it on holiday with you.
That's right. A lot of people that have got caravans or they're going on holiday, this is a lovely project to take in the garden, even to sit in the garden and actually just sit there and do some slow-minded stitching, which is lovely.
So if you started 4 years ago, was it around lockdown that you thought, right, actually...
I set the company up in lockdown. I actually had 2 jobs working for historic houses for National Trust. And then I thought, well, what am I going to do? So I got my design background and I started designing kits. But the first kit I did was actually a goldwork taster kit. And it literally was just how you're going to stitch with goldwork threads.
Because there are the different techniques of how to do it
And I do try and keep that word into the instructions, and that's why I've got that generic stitch guide. So people say, when I was researching goldwork, it was a minefield to try and find out what you need. And you don't know what pearl thread is, you don't know what pearl wire is. Parson thread, you're thinking, well, what's parson thread? So that's why I've got a generic glossary in the kits. But it also, that's why I'm teaching people, you know, the heritage skills as well.
And I mean, we've got it displayed in a beautiful hoop. And as I said, it is like artwork. You can't help but want to touch it. Do you know what I mean? It's just so beautiful. You get everything that you need to do this, apart from obviously your hoop. We have got an embroidery kit, but we know that not everybody is going to display this as a piece of artwork. It could become quilt blocks. It could become, you know, marking tool rolls, or, you know, you could put your pens or your crochet hooks. It could become more sort of...
banners. It can be... Basically, a lot of people do pad them and then box frame them and give them as a gift. It could be a wedding present, because with all that gold, and it's quite elaborate, you know, it's all based around sort of, you know, extravagance, really.
Maria, you were absolutely right in that this one is the most popular on pre-order. Very, very popular indeed. We're going to have a look at all of the elements with Maria in just a moment, but winter next, which is your black pine tree. There it is on the banner. I wouldn't be surprised if people are buying all 4, actually. They're really lovely together, aren't they?
It would be lovely, yeah, because the black pine, actually, when I was researching the trees, because there is actually a black pine, and it grows somewhere in Austria. But they actually are very sort of wild-looking trees. They're really lovely.
Do you get your charm as well?
Yeah, the charm is in there, Tree of Life.
And so, how have you done all these roots? Is this like actual metal wire?
Metal wire, yeah. I'm going to show you how to do that. I'm actually breaking some rules.
Okay.
So I'm going to show you that.
That is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? £24.99, and it's the design, it's the artwork in the background, and it's just those embellishes that are making it look absolutely spectacular. It's gorgeous. So there's your kit, and then finally we've got your autumn colourway, which is this kit under here. I really like this one as well.
Yeah, I know, this one's nice. It's got a lot in this one, actually, because you've got some lovely textile pieces in there. So you've got where the trunk is. I'm going to show you how to do that in the demo. There's actually textile fibre. So again, if you're into your mixed media sewing, this is a lovely kit, because you're going to learn a little bit of gold work, a bit of your textile media in there, you know, and it's really basically you can put in as much as you want, or what if you don't like the gold leaves, you don't have to use them.
Oh, this is amazing.
Because it's actually, I didn't want to cover my paintings too much.
No.
The leaves are in there.
£24.99. You get loads in here, which is the same price. It's the same price, again, £24.99. And I do like the fact that these are quite exclusive. You know, they're limited edition. That you're not going to be kitting hundreds and hundreds of these. If you've got one, then you have got something really, really unique and really special. £24.99, and that's for your autumn colourway, which is your new copper beech tree with that gorgeous gold work. In the kits, remember, it's lovely to gift this to somebody, actually, isn't it? It comes with your lovely kit that you've got everything that you need for the appropriate tree. Just £24.99. Now we've run the graphics for those. Absolutely go for it. We've shown you all 4 designs. They're all as beautiful as each other. I really struggled to choose between them. But I think at the moment, the blossom tree is the most popular, the spring.
And that's a really good one to start with.
Oh, is
for
it?
a beginner, you haven't got as much metal embroidery in there, but you've got more embroidery threads like knots, French knots, you know, parson threads being used in there.
Brilliant. Panel on its own. Maybe you have a huge stash of threads and beads and things that you've got your own ideas that you want to embellish. Having Maria's artwork, I mean, it's already there for you. Now, this has been printed on a really lovely fabric.
It's actually cotton Panama, so it looks like embroidery calico, but it's actually really, really strong and nice. So you can take the weight of the metal threads. This is why I wanted the thicker cotton. But also you can machine embroider into that, free motion stitching.
Oh, okay.
So using the threads that I've actually got today as well, they are fantastic to go in the sewing machine to do some of those.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And look at all the colours. They all work really, really well
I was really pleased when they printed them because it's near enough identical to what I painted.
Oh, wow.
You know, so it was lovely, yeah.
Oh, I'd love to see the original paintings. We'll have a look at those as we come over to you. But all of these beautiful... What size are they?
They're about just a bit bigger than an A4 size.
Okay.
I think their sizes are actually on the website because I know I gave them in.
Yeah.
But again, you could do a tote bag with those, make them into cushions, like 4 different cushions. You know, with a bit of like quilting on the edging. Yeah. That would be nice.
Absolutely. I know lots of people that would love to make these into, you know, as you say, part of a quilt, part of a seasonal quilt. These would be absolutely stunning. $19.99 if you just want the panel on its own. And we do have an embroidery bundle, and we also have the pearl available, the pearl thread as well coming up separately. Have a look underneath us on the website, grab what you can, because everything is going to be limited today. It's been a very, very, very busy show. If you've already opened your order this morning, whether it's been with Stuart or Sheena, then of course you are only paying 1p&p, even though this is coming directly from Maria. So the embroidery bundle that I was talking about is this one. So Maria is packaging these for you. So she will pick out 4 great colours for you. So it's not like, oh, you're just getting 4 black threads or, you know, 4 of the same. You'll get 4 of these colours, assorted colours. We've got the display so you can see the whole range, and they're all absolutely beautiful. You're going to get 4 of these colours, and you're going to get the hoop. And Maria, you're going to do the picking, aren't you?
I am, yeah. I'll pack everything myself anyway, but I'll make sure you get a good selection of colours.
So what sort of thread is this?
It's actually metallic thread.
Okay.
It's got, it's silk fibre and also 80% polyester. It is actually from India, and it's one of my best sellers because machine embroidery, it's fantastic. It glides through the machine.
So you use this on your machine?
Yeah, they're fantastic. You get 200 metres on each reel.
Brilliant.
And I also couch stitch with them because they're quite strong, which I'll be demoing, you know, the actual black pine. And it's got 2 of those in it, which is in the kit. But yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, and I just buy loads in. And I think a lot of people on here have actually been buying, so they may have a stash already, but they may have running out of colours. So these colours are a bit brighter. These are more summer colours.
Lovely. So you'll get 4 of them. That's 800 metres of metallic thread ready to go, and you're getting your hoop. Do you work in a hoop?
I tend to work in a hoop because I find it easier to then have my hands free to actually then be able to put the metal thread through the fabric, because sometimes you just need 2 hands to do that. But basically you can do machine embroidery, free flow stitching with the hoop as well. So you can actually stop it from warping and, you know, moving around in the sewing machine.
Oh, okay.
So you can do that, especially when you're using finer cottons. But this is quite thick and it's quite rigid. So it's not stretching as I'm working, which is really good. So the fabric panel that you've got, the Panama, doesn't move. It's brilliant.
So do you use like a stabiliser or anything like that underneath it?
You can do. You can iron a stabiliser on the back if you wanted to support it more. If you're doing things like cushions or anything like that, then I would suggest that. But I tend to just use it because I'm going to back it in the hoop and keep it on display. But yeah, you can do really, basically, you can stabilise it with some fibres, you know, you can put wadding behind it and make it 3D.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really...
We're not offering the whole box, you know, like this, a selection like this. Marie's going to choose 4 for you in the bundle with your hoop for $14.99. I just thought I'd show you the variety of colour, just so you can see it will be taken from a pack like this where you'll choose 4. So they're all lovely colours. You're not going to get all random brown ones. They're all metallic. They're all lovely and shiny. They're from that summer range. Great quality. Can you be used within your machine or with your hand stitching? and they also come with the hoop. Now this hoop is perfect to work with your panel as well. It's the right size.
Inch. So yeah, basically the round hoop, so that's about 10 inch.
Yeah.
So it's just a perfect to go onto that frame.
Brilliant. So the pearl.
The pearl threads.
I've got 3 different colours. Are they individually or are they together? Individually.
They're individual, yeah.
So your blue, oh gold, sorry, blue, pink or gold. So this you'll see later when you pull it apart, but it is basically a tiny little spiral, isn't it?
That's right, it's a hollow coil made of copper. And what they do is some of them are faceted. So I think in some of the some of the blue ones, there is a bit more ones that look like a bit more glittery because they're faceted. But basically they're hollow. And what you do is you chip them. So I'm going to cut them.
Right.
That means chipping, cut work, in gold work. And then you can actually bead them on because they've got the hollow.
Right.
Yeah, so that's how you could use them. Also on wire. You can actually put them through wire. So if you do jewellery making, they're quite nice as well to use.
Yeah.
You know, so you can have parts of your necklace done in wire with that as well. So yeah, they're very versatile. And then also you can, then you damage pieces at the end. I suggest pulling them apart and doing some fuzzy threading.
Yeah, yeah, that's how I've seen it with when I work on our sister channel, Jewellery Maker. They call it French wire, don't they?
Right.
And it's a bit very, very useful in jewellery making.
Yeah.
And we've never ever had it on Sewing Street before, I don't think. So absolutely make the most of it. Your pearl thread, 18 inch of each colour, and you've got 3 different shades of gold and your lovely bronze there as well. Is that going to be enough to be able, if I am going to be using it, or would you get a couple of packs?
I would probably suggest to buy two packets of different colours.
Okay.
But it's well enough. 18. I've actually increased I think I was doing 12 inch before, so I've gone to 18 inches now. But when you're cutting such small pieces, that's well enough to embellish, you know, one of the trees.
Lovely.
Definitely.
Don't worry about, by the way, if you've got your kits, you get everything that you need within your kit. Anyway, these are just additions. These are just add-ons. These are just have a play if you've got if you've got the panel on its own. This is your pink. So again, you've got that extended amount now. This is 18 inches of your pinks. So you've got a real lovely sort of blush pink. You've then got your fuchsia pink, and then you've got this deep like burgundy as well.
I put the colours together myself, so it's actually quite unique. It's exclusive to Sewing Street because the colour combinations, I've actually put them together myself.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Just £6.99. It says they're 12 inch each, so you've upped it since you've told us.
I've upped them. Yeah.
Brilliant. What is it when you say under promise, over deliver, or something like that? Yeah, there you go.
And sometimes it's even more generous because when they come in pieces like 20 inches, 25 inches, and I sometimes just put the 20 inch in. So the odd pack might have a bit more than you need.
Brilliant, there you go. I mean, this one is the one with the faceted. I would absolutely be maybe picking out with the gold or the pink, and then definitely getting your hands on the blue. I don't want to handle this because I'm scared I might pull it apart. But in the little pads, we're going to see this in demo anyway, aren't we?
I can give you some to play with.
But look at this. Can you see it in the pack? It's absolutely gorgeous. So this one here, which is this mid blue, has got this faceted sort of edge. So is this more like a box shape if you were to look at it then?
It's more like it's a faceted thing, so it's like a box shape.
Yeah.
But I think there's 5. It's like a hexagon.
Yeah. Oh, wow. It's absolutely gorgeous. And then you've got your deep navy blue coil, you've got your light blue, and then you've also got that gorgeous bright blue as well. £6.99 for your bundle. And just to reiterate, on the graphic says 18 inch. You can see here, you're actually getting even more than that now for £6.99. You're getting 18 inch of each colour. Brilliant. Come on over with me because I want to open these kits. These are beautiful. At the moment, I believe it's the apple blossom that's in the lead.
Really,
Can you open this one up with
of course you can, yeah. And what I'll do is I'll put it on top of here because it's quite secure.
Perfect.
I'll just move this over a little bit still.
This is a nice stand as well, isn't it?
This is
there's
so
all sorts of stands.
handy.
I don't think we've got any stands today, but I know there might be some available on the website.
I know normally you do them. You do the one that you can sit on,
Yeah.
sit and stand,
Yeah.
and that is really good. I do recommend it because when you're working, you need both hands to go under and also swivel them as well.
See if we can find one.
Yeah. So anyway, in the kit, the first thing we've got is the generic stitch guide, and this actually explains what is parson thread, what is pearl thread. So if you're new to it, you've got all that. Then you've also got some illustrations of the couch stitch, which is mainly what gold work is. It's all couching. Very rarely you put through the metal wire through the fabric.
So couching is when it's one big long and then you're trapping it with little stitches.
That's right.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, using stitches. And then also you talk about the cut work and the chipping of the threads, fuzzy threads and looping as well. So on the summer tree, it's actually lots of little loops.
Right.
So we'll go through all that anyway with my demos.
So there's nothing that's really overwhelmingly difficult.
No.
Just
Basically,
looks,
all you
doesn't
can
it?
do
It's
is first, I actually do videos on my website as well, by the way.
Okay.
So if you visit my website, I have got an education page.
Okay.
So you can actually see what is couching thread, and it shows me couching, shows me how to do the metal loops.
Brilliant.
So if you are stuck, you can visit the website and just, have a look at that. So all my instructions, I designed these because I'm a visual learner. I like to see vision. And I do like step 1, step 2, step 3. So you'd basically follow in your steps. It explains a little bit what you're going to do. Parson thread. Parson thread is actually this is this brown, I think it's in the kit. I think the envelope somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, here we are. So the kit comes like this. It's got you've got your printed panel.
Oh, look at how beautiful this is.
I've got the illustration actually on this
Yes,
side.
let's have a look.
That's the original.
Oh, gorgeous. Honestly, they have captured it so
Haven't
beautifully, haven't
yeah.
they?
I mean, I'd made them slightly larger because I think it would be too fiddly if it had been smaller. But that is actually the original piece of artwork.
Wow, that is gorgeous. Really gorgeous.
When I did this one, I thought this is going to be popular. Because
Yeah.
I think the colour as well,
Yeah.
people like the colours. So inside you've got your needle, so you don't need to buy a needle.
Right.
Then you've got your parson thread, and then also you've got your embroidery threads, which is your French knots that are going to be the blossom.
I was going to ask, do you need a specialist needle when you're working with wire and gold work and all?
It's got to be a sharp needle or a fine needle. It's got to be a very slim needle, so then the pearl can fit onto the needle. And also the barrel has got to be quite slim. So if you've got like a chunky needle, like a tapestry needle, it wouldn't work. But all my needles are steel and they don't bend, because I always make sure that, especially when you use them with metal threads, you find that when you're pressing hard with them, it actually can bend the needle.
Right.
So they are made of steel. They're like the John James, basically. They're John James, really, because I'm a conservator and I always use those.
Oh, yeah, well, they're made in Redditch, where
That's
we are.
right. And I visited the museum. Have you ever been?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you've got to go.
Is it really good?
Yeah, it's gorgeous, yeah.
And so these are DMC threads that you work with as well, aren't
That's
they?
right, yeah. So you're getting enough. You're getting good 3 metres of each, which is way enough. I'll demo this one anyway. And then inside you've also got your pearl.
Brilliant.
And the bags are actually tarnish-free. So, again, it's wet-proof and it doesn't stop the condensation. But you were talking about the threads. I'm going to pull these out. So I'll let you handle them if you want.
They are
feel
gorgeous, aren't they? Yeah, they feel really slinky.
These are actually pearl thread, and then you've got the pearl wire, which are more rigid.
Right.
So that's going to be in the black pine,
yeah.
so they're a bit more rigid. But these are lovely. These are fun to use. They really are. So this is the faceted one, and if you pull it, when you're doing your fuzzy thread, you can actually then embroider that on.
Oh, I love that.
Or you can scrunch them. Yeah.
Use that on the roof.
Really
So
play.
cool.
It's really worth buying the packet just so then you can play. Yeah, so that's really, really nice, that.
And I suppose because it's a tree and something that's very natural, it's something that you can, like you said, have a play.
Yeah.
There's nobody say, well, you've put that in the wrong place, or that's not supposed to be there.
I mean, I haven't put little dots everywhere to say this is where you're going to put French knots. If you don't want to have French knots or too many, you can keep the painting underneath. If you want it like even more, like more texture, then just put more in.
Yeah.
You know, so...
Just so you're aware, if everybody checks it out, then this is completely sold out. We've got way more of you that have got this one in your basket than we have availability. Comes with everything you need. I'm going to open up another one if that's okay.
Yeah, that would be great.
Can I open up the copper beech tree
Yeah,
just
let's do
because
that.
I love the copper beech tree.
I'm glad you said that because this one was.
Is that this one?
That was this one.
So
yes.
this was the original painting here, and then just having it transferred onto fabric and seeing it. I'm going to get the one that's been made so you can see how it is transformed by having the metal and these little leaves.
They're actually made in India. They're called gota.
Okay.
And they put these in their saris for weddings.
Oh, wow.
So it's all history behind everything I put together. I always buy something that's got a bit of history to it as well. Also in the kit, you've got your threads and what you're looking at there. But you've also got this lovely fibre.
What's this?
This fibre is actually what's on the tree. So I'm going to demonstrate how to do this. But you just cut in little pieces and building up what's in the tree just here. So that gives it a bit of texture, but also raises some of it.
Let me just show
you. It's
you.
lovely. So you get about 1/4 of a metre on that one.
So you'll have that included, and that's what's going to make it a good tree. We'll show you how that's fixed on. You're getting your full instructions, you're getting your DMC, and you're getting the metallic one in there as well. Is this a variegated green?
It's a variegated
lovely.
green, which is lovely. But in this packet is tons and tons of the gold leaves, like you saw.
Yeah.
There's all those lovely little square sequins.
Yeah.
And also you've got your threads in there.
Oh, and then I didn't realise, I thought these were sequins, but the red is actually, again, your pearl.
Yeah, that orange is the little chips that I'm going to cut, and then you bead those on. That's what I'm saying, you get so much in there. But also you're getting your needle and your couching thread.
Fabulous.
So, you don't need to buy anything.
That's what I love, is everything you need is there. You're not thinking, right, I have to actually go to a haberdashery shop or add more to your order. That is it. You've got everything. And it is spectacular, isn't it? I always think that, if you're looking at something, this is something that I would expect you to have to be an absolute expert embroiderer. You'd have to have done a lot of hand stitching before.
Yeah.
And it's such a mindful thing to do.
It is. But it's not
achievable.
I mean, like I say, I've taught beginners last week.
Brilliant.
Never seen it. Once you see how the threads work...
Do they love it?
They love it, and they're addicted. I've got to buy more threads, you know. But instead of buying bugle beads, you could use this, you see, because they look like bugle beads. Yeah. Cut work, basically, you just cut into pieces. Into little tiny beads, really.
Should we do a little bit of a demo
And
then?
I've got my little ruler as well to measure things as well.
Now, this is the black pine tree, which is the one that your graphic is in for now. Instead of me opening everything up again, you get everything you need, including the charm, you get the panel, you get your instructions, all your thread. And what parts of this one are you going to show us, Maria?
I'm going to actually show you the wire, because I've just already backstitched. I'm going to show you a little bit of backstitching. Backstitching is one of the oldest methods in stitching. It goes back to 1600s. So I'm using the metal threads that are actually in the bundles.
Okay.
Just to show you that this is beautiful, this thread. I always double thread it as well, because then I don't lose my needle.
Have I got enough to do that?
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, everything in the kit you've got enough to do, seriously, because otherwise you can do more if you want to. I always find that some of the ladies I teach get carried away, so they need more.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so basically I've threaded my needle up, double length, and not the end.
Okay.
And all I'm going to do now is just literally come up. Now, again, with the kit, you don't need to mark and outline which branch you need to do. I've just done the thinner branches with the threads, the fine thread, and the thicker branches will be the wire. So I'll show you how to use the wire as well, because the wire, you might think to yourself, in the kit, you get about 10 inches.
Okay.
And you're thinking, how am I going to use 10 inches? I haven't got enough. But what you do is you only cut about 1/3 of what you need, and you stretch it out to the rest of the length.
Oh, okay.
And then that gives you the coil to actually then go through to stitch it on. I'll show you how to do that. Again, it's all explained in the instruction. So what we're doing is we're just coming up.
Sorry, I just hear some banging. Oh, it's your necklace. I'm just going to move.
Yeah. I had a feeling I thought maybe you might do that.
Sorry.
That's better. So yeah, it's a back stitch really. You're just going back through, and then you're coming up a little bit, and you're doing it about 2 or 3 millimeters apart. So this is using this thread, and this is what I'm saying about this thread is so lovely because it just glides through. If you were trying to finish this off, it would be, what, 3 nights, maybe 4 nights?
I mean, that is brilliant, isn't it?
A couple of hours a night. You can leave it,
It's
go
very
back to it.
achievable, but the final result, oh my word, is just stunning. If you had this hanging on your wall, or if you're giving this to a gift, and I always think with trees especially, very symbolic, aren't they?
Yeah.
Whether it be new beginnings or, you know, for gifts for people.
Definitely.
Tree of life.
And this one has got the little Tree of Life charm on it, this black one.
Yes.
This black charm. So I thought it would be a nice little touch in there.
There you go, there's your Tree of Life charm
Yeah.
as well.
So you're getting that in there as well, which is silver actually. It's actually a
Oh, is
silver
it?
one. Yeah. Yeah.
It's no more, it's no more, it's $24.99, and that's with your silver charm as well.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to literally put the couch in
solid
thread.
silver.
Yeah.
Silver.
Silver.
And I was like, oh, just say it's not solid silver. I'm like, yes, no, it is.
Silver. Because you can make it up. I actually got them from a jewellery company, and so that's why they were all. You can make a pendant, but you don't need to have. You can actually. What a lovely gift that would be.
Yeah.
A kit, and then give somebody a pendant. With that would be really nice.
Gosh, Maria, this is amazing.
So basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to couch stitch this main branch, and couch stitch that main branch with the metal thread embroidery. But all I need to do is do about 2/3. So I'm just going to cut them. Again, with scissors, you can use a pair of embroidery scissors to cut the metal thread.
Okay.
Or wires.
Yeah.
You know, like the French wires. There you go. And then this is the magic bit. You're literally stretching. So it's literally a stretch on the end there. Doesn't matter about the ends because you're going to cut those off anyway. But now I have got enough to couch stitch the main branch.
Oh, fabulous.
So it's really sort of easy on that one. Again, you get the silver, in the kit you've got silver and black threads. So I'm just going to use the silver thread to couch stitch. And obviously you've got the black pearl wire in the kit as well, which is this one. So again, you use the black thread for the black. So then you can't see where you've stitched. So I'm literally just going to place it up on here. Grab the first stitch. So you lay the thread on there. This is why you need one of those sitting, because you've got 2 hands then to do
I suppose everybody's is going to be different.
And that's now stuck on there. That's actually now stitched on there in place. So yeah, so just going to pull that back up again. A couple of stitches on the end will secure it. And then you're going to stitch along about every 2 to 3 metres, every millimetres rather.
Okay.
So you're just coming up. So you're just following your line really, all the way through. So it's quite therapeutic.
It is, isn't it?
You've gotten very quiet.
It's lovely. Honestly, it's been one of those days today.
I
So it's
know.
really nice to do something mindful to.
I was going to say the
over
end of the day.
lunchtime.
Yeah. So yeah.
I'm amazed at how achievable it is. I must admit, when I saw this, I thought, right, this is completely out of my comfort zone here. This is something that I don't even know how to comment on it, because it is so spectacular. But actually, this is all achievable for everybody. You can't see those stitches at all, can you?
No, I mean, the thing is that you're using the same colour, so you're using silver.
Yeah.
And also in the kit, there is this lovely thick.
Is that how you've done this one?
That's right.
Right.
Now this one's a 10mm faceted one. Can you see that?
That's how we've done this.
That's gorgeous, that.
Groups.
And all I've done really is pull it and then flatten it with my hands, my fingers, twist it, and then you stitch
Any which way?
Yeah, any way you want really, where you fancy your way, where you want to be really. And then again, you're doing the couch stitching that onto there. So I'll show you a little bit of that later if we get some time. But yeah, this is the main, using the silver just here. So again, I mean, it's not a lot of stitching either, because already we've done, what, over 1 inch?
Yeah.
Just by, you know, just that little bit. Because it's so secure on there, it's not going to go anywhere. And you're double threading as well, so it's not going to break. Which is the main thing to do, is not to make your threads break. So that's that one. And just to show you something else, in
Finishing off
kits.
or knots or anything, do you put a knot in the end of yours?
Yeah, what I do is I'd always knot my ends because I'll knot, bring it through, go back through, and then come back up again, and that will really hold it in place. But I also knot it because you can't lose your needles.
Yeah.
And it's literally...
Well, I know this is sort of
I've got
demo
about
purposes,
3.
but you've got them all. But I suppose if you think, right, I just want to do a little bit of that,
Yeah.
and then there's nowhere that you need to actually sort of start and stop.
No, I mean, you could leave your needle just here and then maybe do a bit of the black if you've got, you want to sort of like just experiment with some branches.
Yeah.
But I was just going to show you some of the pearl chipping.
Yes.
I might actually show you that on the blossom.
Okay, yeah, that's
I think
absolutely
that'd be
fine.
nice, or even on the summer if you
Yeah.
want. I can show you the loops then.
Lovely. Oh, any questions that you have, get them in while Marie is here. The main graphic at the moment is for the one that we're looking at here, but moving on to the cherry blossom and the summer option. They're all equally sort of neck and neck. I think the apple blossom tree is the most popular at the moment. This is the only one that comes with the silver charm. I'm amazed that it is also the same price. Like you said, that would be a beautiful gift for somebody to have hanging on the wall, but then to also have the little pendant as well. $24.99, or stitch it on as Maria has here. So we're now changing to summer, which is...
The summer one, yeah. Now I wanted to show you a bit of the textile thing as well, which
Yeah.
is quite nice because you have quite sort of like, oh, what is this?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recognise how to do that
No.
at all.
Well, I like a bit of texture into the work, especially, that's the thing about making the kits more interesting, really.
There you go,
So,
you can see on the finish.
So on this one, we've done the actual tree bark as actually that textile fibre.
Yeah, that's
Now, you can glue it on if you want to,
Okay.
fabric glue, because it does stay really well, which is actually, most of this is fabric glued. Or you can just literally put a few stitches in here and there as well to hold it in place. And then again, I've done the fuzzy threading, which is what I'm going to demo, just to go back over. It looks like
Love
moss.
that. Yeah, it does. It's just so tactile, isn't it? It's one of those that you just want to, it's like, I'm like a magpie just wanting to touch it. It's amazing. So it's so sparkly.
It is. In the kit, again, you've got all your couching threads. So you've got a brown couching thread and you've got green as well.
So do you trim this textile fibre to size then?
Yeah, basically what you're doing is you're, it comes in quite a long length actually, which is really good.
Yeah.
And you're just getting your embroidery scissors I use because it is fibre anyway. And literally you're randomly placing it on and just cutting where you want to be really. So you can have some thin pieces. So I'll do like a little...
Is there a fabric glue that you'd recommend? Clear?
Just the ones that you get at like generic fabric glues really. I mean, I use Copydex, which is quite a good one. I think you've got some Copydex, I think, on the Sewing Street site. So basically I just lay that over and it gives you that lovely little texture.
Because you don't need actually as much as, you don't, I think probably less is more, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't need a lot.
I don't want to completely cover your artwork.
No, I mean, if you wanted to, you could leave all of that, and maybe just put a few beads on there.
Yeah.
You don't need to really. This is why I like my kits, because if you are a beginner, you can experiment a bit with it. But also, if you are a person that really does a lot of sewing, you could use your own bits, you know, like a bit of free motion.
Well, like you say, get it under your machine.
Felting in there. You could use loads of stuff. Especially
nice to embroider somebody's name, maybe, or a date.
Yeah, that would be lovely. Yeah, that'd be nice. So there you go. So that's it. That's as basic as, you know, that's going to be on there because you can sew back into it. Now, yeah, that's really secure. And this is just the same needle. You're using the same needle with all of the techniques. You don't need to change needles.
You're going to try and get some of these oval hoops for us next time you're on, aren't you?
Yeah, because everybody asks about that. These are made of resin.
I've seen oval hoops before, I don't think.
They're really lovely to go work with, and also they keep the fabric really taut. That's why I like using them. It's like a drum that, so it's, you know, it's not going to go anywhere. But the bamboo ones I use are natural bamboo, which are actually in that bundle. Okay. They're very good as well. Yeah. They're really good.
But remember, this necessarily doesn't need to just be put in a hoop. I know lots of your customers put them in box frames, put them in panels on quilts, use them within bags or cushions, or however you want to then use them. You can put them into something that you take to workshops and classes to put your marking tools. This is pretty.
I make these. I made these out of the bamboo mini hoops.
Yeah.
What they are basically,
Decorate them.
when you're cutting, yeah, I know, I cake them, they're actually a Indian brocade as well.
Yeah.
Indian goatses. Yeah, I make these for my classes. All my ladies are privileged because they use these.
Yeah, brilliant. So you could do that at home if you've got a plain...
Just a piece of velvet. You need something like a velvet or a velour. Reason why is that when you're chipping your pieces, it can fly off everywhere.
Oh, so you would recommend doing something like this whilst you chip?
You can do, yeah.
Okay.
Or you can buy them, but they are quite expensive to buy online. They're beading tray. You can use a beading tray. Just use a normal beading tray. So I'm just going to use some of this lovely pearl white. Yeah, go onto Jewel Maker and get some on there. And, you know, there you go. That's some of the thread that's actually in the kit.
Okay.
So you've got a light green and a dark green.
Look at your stash.
I know.
All your colours.
Oh, yeah, you should see my
It's addictive, isn't
lovely.
it? Yeah.
I've got boxes and boxes of different colour threads as well, which, you know, some are really, what am I going to do with? But I always find something to do with them. So when I'm chipping, it's supposed to be like you've done all your chipping on your loops, which I'm going to demonstrate that as well.
And you don't want to use your embroidery snips for this, do you?
No.
What sort of scissors do you use to cut your metal wires?
These are special ones because they are serrated, like serrated teeth on there. And they hold the metal thread while you're cutting it. But what you need, you can just use normal embroidered scissors. Just make sure that
They're the only ones.
the only ones for the metal. Again, you know, you can sort of get those on the website. So what I'm going to do literally is I'm going to pull this apart. This is breaking rules. It's good to use for damaged threads, like bits on the end that you've got left over. And I literally wind it around my fingers, twist it. And this is going to be the mossy bits that go over that textile bit. This is lovely, the bit. Let's move this off. So what I'm going to do is lay on there. I'll lay down here maybe.
Yeah.
You can, if you don't want to, you can copy the image on the instructions because the actual image you can really see well. But you don't need to stick to it. You can, you know, sort of do it.
Oh, well, you'll
yourself.
probably start going rogue. You probably look at the picture and then you're like, oh, actually, I like that there, or I'll move that to there.
Yeah.
I bet everybody's
You might fancy it a bit different in different places. So now I've got my green thread. I'm going to put that one back through. This is just embroidery thread. So again, you can use the embroidery thread as well. That's in the kit. And you're literally just pushing it up where you want to be and just doing little tacks, or seed stitches they call it, which is just like little random stitches. This is addictive though. You can keep working in it and keep working on it and building it up. You can see it's all grabbing already. That's what I'm saying. You don't need to do neat stitches. You could do big stitches.
It's all buried within, really, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah. So, you know, people feel when they've made a mess of their embroidery, think, oh no, I've got to unpick it. With this, you don't need to worry.
Yeah, I feel like this is more sort of textile art,
It
isn't it?
is. Yeah. Yeah, this is why I designed these kits, because I have done the traditional gold work and they do take a long time to do, and they are beautiful. You know, don't get me wrong, they look gorgeous. But I'll have a lot of people who think, oh, I can't do that.
No, exactly.
And they get put off.
Oh no, I'm well up for having a go at this.
Yeah.
This looks brilliant.
This is like,
achievable, and it still gives you that same look. It still is that the same, you know, tools that you're using. It's not like you're saying, oh well, you can't do if you're not able to do the traditional gold work half the time, then you have to use lesser quality things.
But also, I mean, the equipment, you've only got your needle and your threads.
Very portable.
And your hook, and that's it. You don't need to have a stand if you don't want to. You can hold it.
Yeah, so really portable. If you're on a long train journey, if you're on a coach, if you're in a caravan, if we're saying if your husband's watching a football match and you're like,
when that's going on, this would be ideal because you could do this for an hour or so while the football's on.
Yeah.
And then actually...
And you can pick it up and put it down. It's not like, oh, hang on, where was I? I love cross-stitch, but I always think, right, if I am counting or knitting or crochet, anything you do in your hands and you actually concentrate, whereas this, I could be sociable whilst I'm stitching.
So what I was going to do is just going to turn this over, just to show you. This stands great because it does let it flip over. And don't worry about the back at all, because I always tend to cover the backs.
Yeah.
And I do. That's natural lamb's wool.
Right.
Or felt. You can just felt the back.
Yeah.
So so don't worry too much. So I'm just going to, I've done it a couple of times through, so it won't come through. And then just cut it.
Did you find any of the stands, by the way? Sorry, Hannah. I think she was having a look earlier.
I know you always normally have them on there because I've seen them on there, and I do advise my ladies to buy them because they are lovely. Because they're made of beechwood, like this is beechwood as well.
And you sit on it, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. And you can lift them up in different levels. So I'm going to show you looping as well, because on this tree, even though I've actually embroidered into the, what I've done is where the green branches are, which says this on the instructions, is where you're just literally doing a back stitch with that lovely variegated green thread that's in there. And then you're going to leave some, and then the odd leaf, which is the darker leaf, I looped a piece of pearl. So I'm going to show you that. You don't need too big a piece either. So what you're doing is you're doing it, they call it chipping in goldwork terms, and usually around about 10, probably 8 to 10 millimetres, no bigger than that. Okay. This is what I'm saying, how much you're going to use this. You're going to have loads. You can have smaller pieces if you want to. So it's very easy to cut. I just do a few at a time, then go back to it. So they haven't flown off everywhere. They're in my tray.
Oh no, that's, yeah.
That's the thing. I use a normal cotton and thread on this one, or you can use what's in the kit, which is your couching thread. And again, I've double threaded it, and then I've knotted it on the end.
Okay.
So I'm just going to come up. It doesn't matter, you don't have to be so precise as well, because it's nice to probably show the leaves off a little bit.
Oh yeah, that artwork is so beautiful in the background that I genuinely think less is more. You've got plenty here to, I mean, on the winter one actually, I'm looking and I think, have you covered every branch? So it does look lovely if you cover it all, but...
I've covered every branch, but like you say, you can always leave some that are sort of like loose. But this is nice. I didn't want to cover this side around here too much.
Just whilst you're doing these leaves, can I just quickly introduce some of the flowers? I'm going to come... Oh, I've got them here. I've got the kits over the other side. Let me just go and grab them. Have a look at these flowers as well, because these are now last of stock kits that Maria's very kindly brought back for us. So we've got the Dutch tulips, we've got the butterfly, here we go, the barley butterfly. Thread pack and instructions is this one. I can see it up on the wall behind Marie there. And within here, you have everything that you need, including all of your instructions. You have your cotton panel here. There you go. You've got your panel, which is pre-printed, ready to go.
Yeah, that's right. Again, it's in colour. And then again, you just follow instructions and then thread over those.
Brilliant.
Feed into those, and your packs there,
Your packs here with, all
the bits that you need.
Exactly the same sort of techniques as we've been looking at today. £24.99. I'm so sorry that I'm only going to be able to brush over the other ones, but they're all underneath us on the website. Everything is beautifully presented with everything that you need from Old Made New. We've got the butterfly again in another colourway. In the pink, that's what it looks like made up. And it's that same sort of thing with your texture that you're stitching. This material on.
That's lovely, that netting. It's gold netting, and basically all you're doing is like a bit like the fibre that we're doing for the front. It's the same method.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks like you've literally stitched.
I know, and everybody looks at it and goes, that's really frightening. I don't think I could do that.
No.
But it's not, it's just
fabric that's put on.
Yeah.
Whether you're gluing it on or stitching it on.
Yeah.
I've got Pretty Primrose. That's £24.99. I mean, amazing prices. Aren't they gorgeous?
That's got a lot of thread. By the way, those ones, the one with the bow, it's got a lot of metal thread in that one.
Wow. There's all three of the flowers. Amazing. The bottom left-hand corner there is your Pretty Primrose. Metal thread embroidery kits. And I know that you said to me earlier, once they are gone, they are gone.
They are gone, yeah, because they were on the March launch.
Yeah.
But I've only got a few left, and we had a lot left. We had a lot of those as well.
Dutch tulips is the one again. Oh, that's gorgeous centre detail.
That's the only bit that has actually got the gold work in. So that, and again, it looks harder than it is because all you're doing is couching the wire, and then you're chipping.
Oh, so these are all little chips around the edge. Love it. And then you've got the floral bouquet.
Yeah, that's lovely. The bow is absolutely really, really lots of thread that's been used in that one. And again, you're just literally doing some lovely embroidery into the flowers. There's all in colour for you as well, so you don't have to worry about colouring
anything in.
It's all done.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. It's absolutely flown by, hasn't it, that hour?
I was going to say.
Thank you. Everything is available underneath us on the website. If you have any issues with any of the stitches, remember you've got Maria's website as well to go to. But yes, she's been here a couple of shows, so watch back at any of those as well for more tips. So, menu for tomorrow. It has been a whirlwind of a day. Tomorrow's going to be amazing as well. Are we in with John tomorrow? Under £10 bundles, designer bundles. I think John's on tomorrow. No, it's me! Oh, it's me! I told you I only know day to day what I'm doing. Tomorrow I've got Amanda Little with Bear Hugs quilt, hand stitching supplies and kits, and then a garden tote, interlocking square kit with Amanda Little and sewing machines for the last hour and a half from 12:30. No, just half an hour. Just half an hour. That'll end half an hour, not an hour and a half. 12:30 till 1. That is with me. I will see you bright and early again tomorrow. Thank you so, so much for your company because it's been the most amazing day today. Those of you that missed earlier on or had problems checking out, then now is your chance to check out because the website is back up and running. I think we had over 50 people messaging like, I can't check out during the break. So if you did miss it, there is your chance. Remember, that is a 12-month subscription, free sewing journal, $15.99. Once you've bought it today, then you will receive a welcome letter from Search Press over the next couple of days with your login, and you can access the last 2 years of patterns, the last 5 years of blocks of the month. And Debbie Shaw is about to tell you a little bit more about this. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Hi, I'm Debbie and welcome to my Half Yard Sewing Club. As a member, on the first of each month you receive a brand new project, and that includes instructions, a downloadable pattern and a video. Then halfway through the month you receive a second project, and these can be anything from dressmaking to homewares, toys and bags. There's also a block of the month where we build up 12 blocks so that you can create a beautiful quilt by the end of the year. The growing tips and techniques section is filled with useful advice, and I hope you'll join in the conversations on Ask a Member. You'll also have a notebook where you can write notes on each project, and don't forget to keep an eye on the offers page. So click on the subscribe button and I'll see you here soon.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM